YouTube, Brian Phillips. We're gonna open this super tiny box right here.
Okay.
This one right here from Hobby King. Oh my goodness. This better be a big plane if this box is so huge. That's all I got to say.
Bury you in it if it's...
So guys, welcome to Brian Phillips RC. We're gonna unbox this thing. We're gonna set it up, start to finish. And if you have already seen Maiden Flight, you'll understand why. Oh my goodness, look at that. It's the Extra NG, Avios Extra NG, 1600 millimeter plug and play or plug and fly, okay?
Wow.
So we're gonna get going with this by flipping this out of the box. This packaging is ridiculously big. So I'm kind of hoping this plane is as big as it looks like it's gonna be on the box.
Big plane.
1600 millimeters is big, but you know, I've seen 1600 millimeter planes come in a lot smaller boxes. So
maybe.
Depends on the plane.
Do you need a hand with your package?
Yeah, grab that side, please. Let's go up with it. I know you've only got one hand.
It's going.
Is it?
Yep, it is. Slowly.
Yep.
There it goes.
All right, good. So if you guys are brand new to Brian Phillips RC, what we do is we unbox these things, we set them up, and we basically make them so that they fly from start to finish so that you guys don't have a lot of guesswork involved in making your decisions. If you want to support Brian Phillips RC as you're watching, click the bell. When you subscribe, smash the like button. And then if you decide you want to buy one of these things, just buy them from the links in the video description below. Make small commissions from these manufacturers. But if you think it sucks, check out BrianPhillipsRC.com or BPRC.me and you can get another plane. We have thousands of videos waiting for you right there. They'll bring you back to YouTube, by the way.
Yep.
All right, so this has a foam core and just the top like this, okay, on the packaging. So nothing super fancy there. And did it say anything about specs on this? Yeah, it's so huge, I can't even really put it on the counter. Can't even read it. Yeah, okay, so what does it say? Battery 3500 to 4200, 6S60C. That is a really demanding battery, okay, and weird size too. So good thing we've got that.
And we have
the Hobby King one? I thought that was a 4S.
No, I think it's a 6.
3D capable, semi-scale, okay, whatever. All that's normal stuff. Okay, we'll find out. It's 1600 millimeters, 63 inches. Looks like Servo's 430 gram high torque, high speed, coreless with metal. What the heck is coreless supposed to mean?
Coreless on a servo.
Yeah, coreless doesn't mean anything. It's like China's way of saying a brushless motor. Like, why would you list that? I don't understand. We're gonna have to get some clarification. Okay, landing gear. Feels like steel, but it might be aluminum. It's kind of, it feels like aluminum. Okay, Avios. We've been super impressed with Avios lately. We've done quite a few Avios planes in the recent history and really happy with the direction they're going, which is better. Okay, big prop.
Big prop.
Looks pretty plain, but it says it's 16 by 6E. Okay. That's weird. Isn't that weird?
That sounds weird.
It's like thuddy. It's not rubber though. That's very strange. Soft tires. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Okay. We're gonna have to assemble those. Ooh, one of my favorite features on a plane.
Pants.
Pants. Gotta love pants. Decal's not applied very well there. But that's okay. Yeah, it looks crappy. You're gonna have to trim those better or heat them up. It's like a nylon, or not a nylon.
Like a vinyl decal?
Yeah, yeah, it's just not stretched very tight. No big deal, we'll get through that. And it's kind of unique. It's got a C-clip over here, but then it's got like a modified prop shaft. See, it's got this. Yeah, kind of interesting. We'll see how that works. And then there's that weird plastic spacer, which almost feels like it's gonna break. It's gonna like slow it down. Guess we'll find out. That's why we do these things. Here on Brian Phillips RC, we don't pull any punches. We try to tell the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. And what that means is we're gonna show you if this thing really blows hard. And if it does, then you'll know, so you can make a decision with your hard-earned RC budget. Nice integral hinge. Pretty good amount of throw. For a 3D plane, that's expected. And the other one, Nice interconnection to the other side of the elevator. Pretty good amount of throw. Very thick. Ooh, geez, look at that. Integral mechanism to actually move. And then a very small reinforcement point for the screws. Not sure what I feel about that yet. But we'll find out if it's an issue because it'll be very obvious when this starts trying to perform things. Look how deep this pocket is. It's ridiculous.
I know. That's a huge box.
Okay, so I don't know. There's looks like probably vortex generators and a tail wheel and some sort of linkages and nuts and bolts and some sort of a shaft. I don't know exactly what that's for. We're just going to dump this out right here. Okay, so here it goes. All the goodies. There's an electronic speed controller in here. Looks like they must have upgraded this one at some point. I do not understand carbon
that's
fiber.
an exhaust, like a faux exhaust tube.
That is quite the tail wheel.
Yeah,
soft too, which is sweet. And then these rods are probably for the elevator and rudder. Okay, big screws, nuts, linkages for the servos. So there's gonna be a lot of assembly on this, which is bad for us because we're trying to meet sunset, guys. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Spinner. Big spinner. Yeah, tight deadlines. When you work on RC influencing or whatever they call this thing that we do, the spinner has been painted. Would like to see that solid color. Not impressed with that. But we'll see how it goes. Sometimes they're fine. Usually it's a better color match if it's painted than if it's just plastic. They can never quite get the plastic right. Looks like they have a Flex Innovations pilot, so that's interesting. It's light, so I don't know how I feel about that. We'll see. I always thought it made the Flex planes look cheap. Okay, guys, look at this. Look how deep this is. There's a box that's shoved all the way down. Come look at this. Look at this. Box shoved all the way down there.
Oh, geez.
How the heck am I going to get that out? Yeah.
Do you need smaller hands?
Not impressed with this packaging. Okay. Tape on the end of the box. Oh, it's not strong enough. I don't know. I don't think you're going to get your hands on it, hon. Try it. Put your camera up there. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get it.
I mean, I can get my hand on one side of it, but not the other side of it to get it out of there. Jeez.
It's ridiculous. Why did they put a box down there?
Mikey.
It's going to have to get broken, probably. It's ridiculous. I could tell as soon as I stuck my hand down there, there ain't no way.
I'm getting
What about opening the lid? Just taking the contents out.
Oh, I got it.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, so what is
It
that?
better be something good.
Okay, made in China.
Oh, there
Big
you go.
surprise. Okay, washer. It's the motor.
Oh.
So we have to mount the motor too.
It's a big motor.
Can't read it. F5065. I cannot tell what that is. A 5?
50, 55,
500,
kV.
600 kV. I don't know. It's heavy. It's beefy, girthy. No problem with the motor. Just not happy that I have to dig it out and install it. I thought that they already built this plane for me. So, as we said earlier, this is why we do Unbox Build Radio Setup. Some of our competitive peers on YouTube will show you what it looks like in the air, but they won't show you how hard it was to get it in the air. And that's one thing we've always strived to do, is show the whole situation. It doesn't mean it's going to be a big problem, and truth be told, I'm sure it'll be fine. We have been really impressed with Avios, so I'm trying to kind of check my concerns a little bit. All right, extra NG, plastic liners, foam, very light. Again, not sure how I feel about that, but we'll see. Those are gonna be the things that hit the ground when you make a mistake or when you're landing. It's taped on the top, guys, so you see I'm just having to cut the tape. So if you guys have questions, you can leave them in the comments below, but my suggestion is on unboxes like this, I forget a lot of the details as soon as they're done. So just watch the whole video first, because there's a good chance I'm gonna answer that and 400 other questions. Okay, so, yeah, man, this feels like flex. doesn't it? Look at that.
Oh, I don't know, it's been so long.
No, I know. It's just like the way that it's put together.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. Flex, of course, a lot more expensive than Avios models. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say that it is, because it's not. I'm just stuffing all the foam in this hole, so we'll know that there's not something in there.
Okay.
Okay, huge wing,
Jeez.
very light. Very light considering, okay. Huge reinforced hinge. Big servo.
Jeez, it's a huge servo.
Why does it want to go back to that position? That's because it's a pinch hinge and it's also got that on it. Oh, there's a light. Sweet. Didn't expect to see lights, and those are day brights. But I mean, I already knew there was a light from just looking at that. Not sure how I feel about that yet, but we'll find out. Okay, so camera crew, if you want to send that down there, please. It's a big plane. It's going to take up a lot of room. If you got a small space to work with, this hole is empty too, so I'm going to start stuffing foam in there, or plastic in there. And guys, if you've never watched a Brian Phillips RC unbox, this is pretty much how they go. We go through the entire process so you can see if there's something you're maybe not crazy about. We try to show each of the parts. I actually, honestly, when I started doing YouTube stuff with my wife here, I never really thought much of unboxes myself. That was just never my thing. Maiden flight, sure. Look at that. What the heck? So we have to glue that on, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. Which makes sense because it's a lot of extra length. Decal work, pretty sloppy. I don't really care either, but for what it's worth,
Right.
Unpainted foam, I don't really care. Some people get all bent out of shape about that. I'd rather have less weight, personally. Unless it's a super, super expensive plane, and then I still really don't care. I just want the light. I want light and better performance if I can get it. But nobody asked my opinion. And that is not necessarily a popular opinion, by the way. I believe I am in the minority with that position.
On the not caring about fully painted.
Not caring?
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I like when they're painted, but only when it's like, you know, like the Draco or whatever.
Yeah, or like
you know?
the F7F.
Or the T28, or that, you know, the Catalina. But,
right.
you know, it's got to be for the right reasons. If it's a white sport plane, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. What the color is, I just rather save the weight for performance reasons. Okay, same thing. Looks pretty good. Mm-hmm. The wing feels nice and stiff. Okay, nice big decal on there. I like the colors. The colors are pretty.
Yep.
But I don't have a problem with white unpainted foam. It doesn't bother me. Some people, like I said, it bothers them, and that's to all their own, guys. Everybody has their right to an opinion, and that is firmly an opinion. That is not a fact. It's just the way I feel about it, okay? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Quick start guide.
Build it and then do the things.
Yes.
There are a lot of parts on this, hon.
I know.
Okay, so the fuse is here and it's huge.
It is huge. That's why
I'm
the
just
box
trying to
is
figure out how I'm
gigantic.
going to do this so that I got to get all the tape cut. There's a piece of tape here I missed.
Might have to set that on the ground and
I know, that's what I'm
it up
thinking
out of
through
there.
just the physical dimensions of it and like, can I pick it up? Yes. I think the answer is maybe, but I'm just going to pull all the foam that's protecting the foam from the foam out of the foam.
Okay.
Oh, and then there's rods in the middle. Okay.
Okay.
So, fuse, big.
It's huge.
It's huge, guys. This thing is way big. Because I was thinking like that F7F is 1700 millimeters, but
Yeah.
this is way bigger.
Yep.
Because the F7F is like a fish, super thin.
Yeah, and NG is like a big, wide, beefy body.
Okay. So I'm just gonna stab that so that I can stuff this in there.
I guess that explains why the motor isn't mounted and the rudder's not mounted.
Because
that's
yeah,
the whole
'cause
length
it's
of the
gigantic.
box.
No, I know, but there's a pretty good amount of beef here. We have seen planes that come broken because they
There's
protrude
not
out
enough.
the end of the box.
Yep.
And it's been timbers.
Couple.
We also had another wood plane that was broken. Our box was broke on the J3 Cub.
That's
Or
right.
was it the J3
I
Cub?
think it
No, it
was.
was the timber.
The SWS.
SWS. Okay, look.
Oh,
Would you grab my rod, please?
yeah. It's taped in though.
Just grab it.
That is a giant rod.
Seriously.
It's really light.
Coming.
Holy cow.
Okay, so guys, look how huge this thing is. It's ridiculous. Okay, so
It is.
we've got Protective film over the plastic wool. You know what? I'm just taking it off. I gotta say, my only complaint so far is that this is not super sturdy, okay?
Where is
it's
it?
sturdy, but it's not super sturdy.
Right.
Okay, but we have other big planes and the canopies do tend to be a little bit wiggly, okay? Not a big deal, it's not like a make or break for me. But I gotta say, it's big. Size matters when it comes to planes. How do you pop the canopy? Oh, the canopy is holy
That whole top?
Holy shnikes.
You can like put a actual person
Oh,
there.
so you could do FPV. Now, I gotta say something about that protective film. Guys, you gotta get your decals better. Look at this. Not impressed with the decals, but whatever. That's something they can fix. So we're just gonna say it like this. Oh, they have a U-back in there. See the U-back? That's a small thing for, I don't know what that is. Maybe it's a sequencer. Why would there, no, it's a light control module. That's what it is. And then this is the elevator. Here's your ESC. What the heck is going on there? I thought that was a 4 plug. Yeah, so this has a thrust reverse on it. Well,
Maybe.
hypothetically it has thrust reverse. Huge strap. Look how wide that is. That's nuts. And then an XT90 connector.
A huge battery tray.
All right, and then we have 3 wires that are gonna be for the motor. Now, the other thing is we're gonna have to see what direction it goes, so then we'll have to figure out what direction we need to rotate it. All right, guys, just take a minute and look at how many parts there are. It's not like a big deal. It just happens to be a bummer for us because we're trying to hit a lighting window. And it's not looking real promising for us on this particular model. Always seems like when we're in a tight window and we get some ridiculous release, like the same second that the box shows up, like, hey, can you have that done for tomorrow? No. We'll try.
It's not terrible for as big of a plane
No,
as
it's
it
huge.
is.
But I mean, we've seen
it
a
is
lot
of
less
parts.
piece count lately. So, I say it before, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think on this one, it's gonna go quicker than we think.
Yeah,
Okay, so a couple things about this. That is a huge rod, but it is so thin.
it is.
On the sidewall, but it looks cool. I always love looking at that carbon fiber, the way it shines.
It's so light and
This one's plastic. No, that's
No.
carbon fiber. You can usually tell from the look of it. It looks like nylon. Okay, so piece count is high, okay? But for a big plane, like the camera crew said, maybe it's not a big deal. Where the heck is the ESC? Is it on the side? Because I just pulled this out of the motor.
you
The
said
motor
it was
box.
the lead is in there.
Well, I know, but I can see
Yeah.
the lead, but where is
It's
the
up-
ESC?
Look, it's in here. It's mounted on the side behind this wood bracing.
So how the heck do you get to it? Like, seriously, what?
Why are you getting
That's
to it?
totally unserviceable. Oh, no, it's not. You can cut the zip ties and get to it. That's pretty sweet, actually.
Okay.
Okay, not totally unserviceable. I love being wrong about stuff like that because I would rather be wrong. Okay. I don't know what these are. I think these are vortex generators. And yes, they are. They go on the front edge of the wings.
Yeah,
So they go, what the heck? They don't have them in here.
I know. I was looking to see.
But they have on the quick start guide. See, look.
Yeah,
they show it.
They're in the regular manual.
Yeah. So they have this there.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know how that's supposed to work. It looks like, obviously on one of these, it should go through the decal. Oh yeah,
Oh, is there a slot there?
there's a slot there. I just don't know which one's which. Is there a left and right? I don't know. We'll find out in a second here. I think we're gonna have to cut it with a knife so that it lets it through, but I don't wanna cut too much of it. I definitely wanna do that, don't we?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it'd be cool. So why don't we do, okay, a couple things to think about. We need to get a battery charging. So we're gonna get a battery charging. So we'll take just a quick second and come back with that. All right, so we're not gonna fully unbox this. I didn't know what it was when it showed up, so I would have showed the full unbox, except I already figured out what it was first. Okay, so this is a 4000 6S pack. And this is Turnigy, okay? Turnigy heavy duty. So it does come with an XT90, which is kind of nice. So we'll go ahead and get this thing charging. Of course, this is not a smart pack, so we do have to plug in the balance lead. We'll use our smart charger, turning on the S2200. And yes, I do have adapters that will take us from XT90 down to IC5 or to IC5, I should say. They're both 90 amp rated. I believe they're both 90 amp rated. So 23 volts already. We'll plug that in. 3.8. We're going to charge a little faster than that. We'll go up to at least 4. Why don't we charge at... Why don't we just charge at 4 as we're going to build this thing.
Right.
4 amps. And we'll start. Now you could charge this quite a bit faster because it is a 6S. And this happens to be... What's the C rating again?
Well, that one says 60 to 120 C discharge.
Yeah, so it's a 60C.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's a 60C, that'll be fine for this plane. So obviously we try to link to whatever equipment we used. I'm assuming we'll probably use a smart pack at some point on this plane too. And we'll probably put a little bit of shelf liner in here. And real quick, just looking, you see that wire? You see the ESC wire, how it jumps from one frame to the other?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I wish they had a wire passage so it could go back here, because that'd be sweet. It would be totally out of the danger zone then. But it's not that big a deal. It's just right here. It's going to be kind of out of the way here. They've got these braces already on the vertical sides here. And we'll need to put a little bit of shelf liner just so it doesn't slide, okay? And of course that isn't included, but I think you should do it.
If you're going to glue in some shelf liner, should we do that and glue on the rudder?
Yep. Okay, so glue. China glue time. China glue.
It's our favorite glue.
Shelf liner time. Now this shelf liner works really nice. If you guys want to use a different type of shelf liner, that's totally fine. We have links to supplies at brianphillipsrc.com, but you can also pick some up while you're at Hobby King when you follow our link. Whatever you put in your order should credit us. So if you guys are trying to watch out for our bottom dollar and stuff, that's cool. We appreciate that, but you certainly don't have to do that. Okay. So this stuff here, gosh, I don't know, it gave 12 bucks or something for this roll. We'll use it for 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
The average person will use it for like 10 years.
We'll just cut a little bit smaller than what the battery's supposed to be. And then that'll just drop in here. Just make sure it's not wider than your Velcro, which I did wider than the Velcro. So I'll just take in and cut a little bit from either side. It does not need to be pretty. This is purely utilitarian and very simple. And all I like to do with this is just smear a little bit of this on there. It doesn't even need to be a ton because this China glue is extremely sticky, and we might run this one out before we can finish this project. But my suggestion is, when it comes to China glue, whether it's mucilage from Hobby King or white tubes from the last model you got from Dynam, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's China glue, it's going to be real similar. Foam to foam is a similar product. It works pretty good. That might be a little bit light for holding this in place. But the idea is you want to kind of get it to the edges on these ones, because this is just basically holding down a big flimsy piece of something. Okay. And all we do is we like to get it on there and let it cook off just a little bit. And what I mean by cook off is, I mean, you want to let that chemically react with the air around it. And this is a contact cement, so the best way to use it is to actually glue both sides, but we've never had one of these slip. So,
and the battery's going to hold it down.
The battery is going to be putting pressure on it. Yeah, exactly. So we'll just take that, slide it into the Velcro, because we know about where it's supposed to go. We'll just plop it down. Now, if we need to move to this Velcro position or that, we can always make a positional adjustment as needed. Also, excuse me. Also, this is a great place to put the receiver. I'm assuming that's where we're going to put the receiver.
Nice.
It's a pretty obvious spot for it. So, like I said, if we have enough glue, we'll go ahead and do this right now. I did notice something interesting about this plane. Excuse me. It's so big, like I don't even need a plane stand because it's so big.
Right.
But I don't know. Are we going to use a plane stand,
well,
you think?
If we wait to put the gear on it and it can just sit there like that, it's fine for a little bit, I think.
I guess I don't really disagree with that at all. I think it probably makes best sense to just go ahead and do it. I do have another tube. And by the way, if you order mucilage from Hobby King, it's fine, but I suggest getting the smaller tubes because it does dry out, and the large tubes we had some issues with at one point. It's been a long time since we ordered it, admittedly. So maybe they've resolved that, but I just know that my tubes were cut and I got a bunch of them because they were like, 10 bucks each or some such thing. And I ordered a bunch when I was ordering a model, okay? Which is what everybody does.
Right.
So if you're anything like Brian Phillips RC, that's the way you're gonna do it, because you don't wanna pay shipping 4 times.
There's a big light on the bottom here too.
Oh, sweet, okay. Kind of ugly plastic though. Okay guys, just squeezing this out. And this one I am gonna be more particular about how much glue, and I'm gonna make sure that we have plenty, okay? Because like obviously this is a primary control surface on a 3D plane. So I am gonna probably shoot the rest of whatever's in here out. Now you can put this on both surfaces, doesn't really matter which side you put it on, but you do wanna put it on both sides if you want the most secure mount. You can see one of the best ways, the landing gear. We should be careful about this. Do we have to put the landing gear in here, you think? Because the landing gear, where is the rudder? Because sometimes, or where is the
tail wheel is over here on the table.
Okay, so let's look at this for 2 seconds. This is gonna have to go through here, right? But is it gonna need to be through here? Looks like this thing, how is that gonna work? Does it say in the quick start guide?
No.
Because there's, you know what? I bet you anything it just goes in here. I don't think it goes through that at all. I bet there's a pin that goes through that at some point, like a screw.
There is a screw on the rudder.
Yeah, there's that machine screw. I bet you anything that goes through. So yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna glue it like we assume we needed to. I was just getting nervous all of a sudden, like maybe I was supposed to be sticking that on there. And I gotta say, the quick start guides from Hobby King have been, you know, mildly helpful. They have the CG, they have the basic, you know, like 10,000 foot view information that you pretty much get from the website when you're ordering it, you know? But I've not really thought it was anything to write home about.
If you want the full manual, you can get it online. If you follow the link and then you can go scroll down.
Like you're gonna buy it, except don't,
there's like,
you know,
product
you don't have to
support or something like that.
Yep. But you guys see what I'm doing. I'm just spreading this out. And the same is true for any of the brands we work with, by the way. So like if you guys are watching a video that's years old and it's discontinued, some of the websites you have to click a tab that show discontinued.
Yeah.
And so like if you bought it on like a garage sale or something like that from your buddy, then you can go back. I've used up most of that. I don't know that I'm gonna get any more. Is there any other gluing?
You build like a whole nother plane with that.
I probably could. That's a good point, camera crew.
You should keep that.
Yeah,
for sure. Definitely.
Make sure I get it all out.
Yeah.
Squeeze out every drop. Do we have anything else we have to glue on this model?
I don't.
Yes, the vortex generators probably. The other thing too is, I mean, if you really get down to it, I'm gonna need to glue that face too. So that's the only problem is, I think I'm gonna go a little bit heavier on glue on this than I normally would. Now you guys could use CA too if you want. You don't have to use China glue, but I'm just gonna tell you this. Most every model that you get is half glued together by China glue. So if you guys poo-poo China glue to me, I'm just gonna poo-poo right back because China uses it for a reason. It's not because it's cheaper, it's because it works really good. It's forgiving, it's more elastic. If you get in a crash, it's not gonna immediately break. CA is not that way, okay? Now I'm gonna just spread this out. Get down there so they can see what's going on there, camera crew. Okay, so you guys see this a little bit of a dent up on the top of the wing. So I just pulled that out with my finger. I don't know what 7 means. I'm assuming that must mean like the number of the model or some such thing, because they must have numbered these so that they can match up the components when they come out of the jig works. I don't know. Also, I want to talk about this for a second. I do like the idea of having a little bit more glue on this. This is such a big, powerful model. I'm going to use my old tube to poke the tip. If you've got your old one, you can, sometimes you can do it. Geez, that one's like really hard to pierce. Good Lord, I feel like it's gonna shoot all over me. Okay.
Oh, great.
Well, never mind, I'm gonna throw that one away. It's not sharp enough, evidently. Yeah.
It's like the wrong size lid.
Oh, good Lord. It's making me like work for it. Yeah, got it though. Okay, so now look, this is what I'm concerned about on this. I wanna have this surface also have glue, okay? So I know it's clear on white, so it's not like super easy to see this, but you guys see what I'm doing? That's probably like way more than's actually necessary. But I'm just gonna tell you this, I've never built a model and thought, ah, man, I put too much glue on that. Well, that's not true, I actually have.
Not very often.
Not very often though, okay? So now I'm just gonna spread this out. Full disclosure, if you use CA, you're gonna obviously have to work a lot quicker, but then obviously, this is not the type that you have to like slide into a hole. And if you have 2 parts that you're trying to slide into a hole, like for instance, a wing joiner or something like that, it's supposed to be glued. Be careful how long you let it sit and bake off, like what we're talking about, or cook off or whatever. Because if you wait too long, you may not be able to get them together. If that happens, put a little fresh glue on there. It will help some. Don't glue the top. The top is not connected. And the bottom is not connected either. So, all right. So now that we have that glue spread on there, I can spread it out. Here on Blindfolds RC, we show every painful, tedious step. Depending on how painful and tedious it is, you'll know because I'll start getting all huffy puffy about it. And if you guys have watched my channel for any length of time, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. But I think it's probably a pretty standard level of huffy puffy when there's annoying things come up. Anyway, right? Or are you thinking it's a standard?
You're not at standard level of anything.
Yes, that's true. Okay, there you go. So I didn't get any glue on the top.
Okay.
So now we can let this cook for a minute if we want, or we can go right into it because I think we've got.
I feel like it's been
a little bit.
Yeah, that was a lot of glue.
The other trick of the day is just stick that onto your bottle of glue, and it'll just stay there for you.
Then you'll always have a sticky thing on your package when you pick it up.
Okay, so I'm going to press this in carefully. Okay, and now I'm going to slide it in, which is not necessarily always a good idea because if this was really cooked off, that would stick immediately and you never get it apart. Okay, now if I had 100% of this model done, I would go fly it right now. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I would 100% fly this, and I would 100% believe that that would stay put. But I'm still going to check on it a couple of times, because that alignment needs to be pressed in, okay? So there's got to be a screw or something.
There's a screw that goes in the bottom of that.
Let's find the screw to stick in the bottom.
Okay.
And let's do that now so we don't forget, because that would be super duper easy to forget. I think it's this one. But there's also one right here.
But I bet those go with those.
Yeah, I know that's a great thought, but you might be wrong.
I might be, but not.
Okay,
not
so
usually.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, those ones appear to go together. I would say you're right on that, camera crew.
But then what's this bag for?
I don't know. We'll find out. That's the one I think it is, but there's two of them. Dang it. I thought there was just one.
Which one do you think it is? This?
I thought it was that one.
Oh, that one.
Ooh, there's a long one there. That's different. Okay, so I'm just gonna make 3 different piles, folks. I don't know, hun. That's a tough call. Tough call. And then these nylon ones are weird too.
And why does that one have a washer on it? No, I know, but why would it?
That one fell off.
Need a washer?
Why would it need a washer?
Yeah.
Because it's going on a bearing surface.
Try that one. If you think that's what it is.
I think it's what it is, but I just don't understand why there's 2.
One spare?
No.
Okay.
I doubt it. I don't think they'd give us a spare on this model. The other thing is this got to get glued in somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a minute longer. While this glue sets up, we're fine, but I want that pinned in. So in the meantime, while we don't know what's going on, you know what I'm going to do that's going to be a super brilliant plan?
Put a screwdriver in it to hold the alignment together.
That's right. Thanks for stealing my thunder.
You asked.
I did. You're right.
And I was right.
And you were correct. Thank you. You're so smart, honey.
Had a good teacher.
Who are you seeing?
I was trying to think of somebody to say.
3 millimeters.
Too big.
No, it's the perfect size, except not. The second hole is not quite as big because it's designed to receive the threads. One size is designed to pass through, the next size.
The WIA ones.
Well, I was thinking that too, except I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go down to one of these and see if I can get that in. 2.5 millimeter. Technically it would be smaller. I wonder if it's just not lined up. Nope, I'm pressing down on it now. Nope.
I think that other hole is smaller.
It is. I know for a fact it is. Okay, so here's a 1.4. Here's a 2. The 2 should go in now. I just don't know if it's going to hold it to the dimension that I'm wanting. You see the problem?
Yeah.
It's just, oh, there it goes. Now it's in.
Okay.
Okay, so at least now we can rest at ease that it'll keep it aligned while we're doing the rest of it. I agree with you on the landing gear, by the way. So we're going to do that one last. But while that sets up, why don't we take a look at hardware as it pertains to the motor, because there's a lot of parts on that. Okay, so this is stainless steel, it looks like, which is crazy. This motor's got to be expensive.
It's huge.
What the heck kind of modified nut is going on here? That's bizarre.
That's weird.
Okay, so we're not going to be able to assemble the prop because it's got to be through the motor cowl. So I'm going to take this off. I'm going to put it next to the prop.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take this. This is pretty obviously going to go with the prop. Now, if you guys haven't figured out the way we do stuff on Brian Phillips RC is we figure out how to do it, and then we start setting parts together, and eventually you run out of parts and your plane is built. I bet you it's this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Next, there's only one of those.
Yeah, it's only one. Yep, exactly. And so that's gotta be it. It feels, although whenever I see that slop, it makes me nervous. And are there any others? See, there's 3 like that. There's 4 like that. There's 2 like that. And then there's whatever these are for. See? We did get build instructions this time. This is an early release, so sometimes when we start these builds, we don't always have access to the instruction manual.
How many do we need for the motor mount? 4?
Looks like 4 to me, but I'm thinking it's these.
I would think so.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Let's go see. It could be nylon, but I doubt it. That would be weird. Okay, so there are nutserts. So let's see if the nutserts work. Yeah, that seems, yep, it's going in. Okay.
I believe that.
But then we have to screw this in too. That's going to be screwed in with a wood screw. Okay.
Okay.
So if we need 4 of these, remember guys, this is process of elimination so we can find the screw to put on the rudder.
Right. And we're not going to read the directions, so don't.
Yeah, so don't even
tell us
ask.
to.
It's just a waste of your time. If you can ask just to annoy me and it will work. So 4 millimeters.
Do you need to Loctite those?
And you technically could actually.
You're
Because
not going
that's
into
metal on
plastic.
metal, and then the metal is mounted. Okay, so I'm just going to show you guys a
I
trick.
was gonna
Here's
just
a
say,
trick.
don't drop those down.
Throw that
there.
rag right over your hole. Ugh, awkward. And then I am going to Loctite those. I don't usually Loctite, and I'll tell you why. Because generally, it's A, it's not necessary, and B, we're building foam planes. And if you get that on plastic, it will break down the plastic. The solvent carrier in the Loctite will break down the actual stuff. Okay, so I need to get a paper towel.
So usually you want to Loctite on your wife's kitchen countertop. That's the best place to do it.
Listen, the best place to build anything is in the kitchen. You know, that's where we build cookies.
Where the people are.
And cereal and
Cereal.
how about popcorn? I'm thinking of things
All the
I
things
make.
you eat.
No. I eat much more than that. Are you kidding me? Okay, so now if in a perfect world you would let that dry, okay?
So we won't do that.
Because then you could use it on a foam plane, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I wanna get this so that it is mounted with the wires going toward where the wires are, which are up here. And so I would like the wires to enter through the most convenient hole as possible. So I guess I am gonna go here, okay? So those wires are stiff and hard and not easy to bend. Okay, so I'm gonna just pass those through. And then camera crew is just gonna spot me on this, okay? Hey, I need you to grab that screwdriver and give it a twist. Give her a quick twist or two.
Oh, I am
Just
not.
because my hand is tied up. Okay, all right, good job. Now you can let go. Now you can quite literally just leave it. So the next thing I'm checking for is hardware like washers. There are no washers. That was the one thing I wanted to check while this thing was hanging before I got into the next 4 screws. Now, of course, these 4 screws, you're gonna do the same thing. Holy cow, this is so much behind the scenes. Delicious water.
BPRC.
That mug,
cup.
well, that would work better in a morning case, okay? So now I want to just stick this on there and see if it's lined up, and I'm going to kick myself in about 3 seconds if that doesn't line up. And you know what? I think it's ambidextrous. Yeah, that one lined up. So I think it was just kind of kicked at an angle. Okay, so again, just starting it, I could be incorrect in my positioning. Now, if you guys don't know much about Loctite, what it's going to do is it's basically going to fill up the threads, act like a little bit of a nylock, and that stuff, it's like glue basically. But the idea is you want to get it on the front threads are the most critical. You don't need to go all the way through the shaft. It's going to spread itself as it goes, okay? Yep, that'll work. But remember, don't get over cocky because you've got thread locker. Thread locker is not the end all cure all. And if you have something that's made of foam and you want a thread lock, you can use paint. And you can put paint on the threads, or you can use a little drip of CA. I would not recommend it, but if you really think you need it, Not a huge amount, but just like one little tiny drip and then work it quick. It will hold that sucker in there and it won't necessarily melt your foam if you use foam safe, okay? Somebody was excited here.
What?
Overspray.
Oh.
All right, folks, so 4 screws here, so we'll get those all 4 in. And I'm just gonna use my finger in this hole so I can hold tight, torque that last screw, then torque the diagonal, and then get this one. I probably should have seated them all the way, but whatever. Pretty simple stuff. Guys, if you like these screwdrivers, I've had really good luck with them. They were a gift from one of our subscribers and one of our regulars. And we have links to them if you want to buy some yourself. They're in our supplies tab at brianphillipsrc.com, okay? Now, one word of warning. If you use Loctite on this, which I wouldn't, that is going to come in close contact to your spinner. I guarantee you, if you put Loctite on there and you get it on your spinner will break off, even if you don't crash. And when you do crash, it will break then, okay? Don't put any more Loctite on there. This is all the Loctite I would ever recommend. On most all of the models that we do on Brian Phillips RC are gonna be foam. Occasionally we have wood planes. And the wood planes, you know, you might actually be able to get away with it a little bit more. But my expectation is that that's gonna be an unusuality at best, okay? So that's in there now. Remember, all we're trying to do is rule out, ooh, look, we're gonna have screws here. Just found 2 more screws.
So four total for those.
Yep, and we gotta undo the screws here to actually put that tail wheel in, but we're not gonna even think about doing it. Okay, it's time.
Okay.
We're down to where we don't have enough to work with. It's definitely not these, because these have to go to the servos.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yes.
To the control surfaces?
So these have to be
Look,
for...
here's a collar for something. I don't know what that's gonna be.
What's that for? Okay, if we need 4 for the elevator, it's probably those.
I think so, and then this would be for the cow. And I bet we need 3 of these.
What do we need
have
for
5?
the gear?
Hold on. Why do we have 5? Oh yeah, those gear are gonna be wood biters too.
But there's 4.
4 wood biters. And then look, this assembly is gonna pass through the pants, through the wheel pants, okay?
Yes.
But then there's a second screw that's gonna set the position. It's gonna lock them, okay?
Okay.
So we could actually build these too. That would be something we could
Just
get done.
build those, but not put them on.
Yep, exactly, okay? So yep, like that.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so you see there's a nut in there. So these are gonna be machines. Okay,
Okay.
so let's find the machine screws that go in there. And then let's, I think what I can do is, like, quite literally, you don't have to have the pants on here. You can just leave them off.
Leave the pants off?
You can just take your pants off.
Well, I mean, sometimes...
If you want to.
I think we should put pants on so they can see how it comes, but then we can take them off later.
No, but I'm saying if you want your pants off, you can take them off.
Well, I mean, you can.
Right here. Slide it through. And then nut. Well, wait, hold on. Slide them through and then, yeah, wait. What the heck?
Are you sure?
Why is,
No.
oh, that just receives this shaft. It just goes through to that.
I think you have to put your pants on.
No.
Okay.
No, it goes through this pass-through.
Trust you.
Okay. You might be right that I have to put my pants on because I already know I do. I need a crescent wrench of sorts. Why? Because I don't know what size this is. We actually do have nut drivers that would probably work fine for this step, but who cares? Okay, so for those of you that aren't gonna use wheel pants, that's fine, but I need a crescent. I need another wrench.
Another?
Crap, I need a small one. Okay, I have a key ring with a bunch of wrenches on it, guys. The key ring with a bunch of wrenches on it. Little box end wrenches like this. Whoop. Look like a janitor or something. Okay?
It's not a key ring either.
Look, it's made of a copper wire. A grounding wire. That's what it is.
I know.
Okay, look. Yeah. Oops, next size down. Booyah. There it is, guys. Craftsman, proudly made in Mexico. Actually, I don't even know where these are made. These might have been made before Mexico. Okay. All right, so we're gonna torque this down.
I hope you're right on your pants.
Listen, I have to test it to see if it works. Give me a break about my pants. It's like a pants Nazi over here.
I don't think you can see that on YouTube.
What, Nazi?
Yeah.
Sorry, YouTube.
To like check the little.
I repent. I'll never do it again until the next time. So you see this? This is gonna slide down until that pops on, booyah, like that. And then, oh wow, look, it's like I knew what the heck I was doing. Listen.
I wasn't insinuating
When
that you
have I
didn't.
ever let you down?
Today, or?
We were talking about this week. Okay, let's go back to today.
Today.
Let's go to today. When have I ever let you down yet? Since I got home.
So if we need 2, I bet it's those.
They're machine screws. 4 could mount. There could be nutserts, but we don't know that yet. On the landing gear. Looks like the landing gear, oh my goodness, there's a nut that's inside of there. But that nut is holding an assembly together. I'm just looking. I literally see nuts that are mounted. I thought they fell, but they didn't. These are just wood screws, I think.
Yeah. But I think those are for the elevator. These 4.
Elevator?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. You think that's for the elevator?
Well,
Does the elevator have nutserts?
There's 4. We need 4 of them though.
Huh?
Huh?
Why don't you go grab one of the elevators and let's look at that. Because this is critical. This is critical. Oh, you might need these.
No, those are for the wing. There's thumb screws for the wing.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, this is the elevator piece.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's plastic. It's just plastic. It's got a deep socket or a deep hole. It's going to receive screws like this. These are for something. These are for something else. Okay, so one of these is probably what goes in the
We also have to screw on those wing
attention.
fence things.
Look, there's an odd number of these, okay? There's an even number of these.
Yeah.
Camera crew, pay attention.
I'm paying attention.
Okay, Phillips,
That's me.
watch this. There's a washer in there. I do not know if this is right yet. Feels pretty right to me.
No, I agree with that.
I mean, honestly, I think that's it, guys.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, so now, does anybody need to apologize in the comments?
I said I agree with you. Oh, in the comments?
In the comments.
No, I don't.
For yelling at the screen.
Oh.
Was anybody yelling at the screen?
Camera crew is right.
No, not this time. Sorry. You know, you could technically put those pants on the inside, I bet. No, you couldn't fit. That'd be hilarious if you put them on the wrong way. Looks so dumb.
Wait, is there a front and back to that thing?
Like this way?
Okay.
That's the way it goes.
Okay. I just didn't know if you thought about it ahead of time.
You didn't think I thought ahead? What universe are you in, lady? Ugh, okay. I can't get over that last comment. Did I plan ahead?
Sorry.
Oh my goodness. All right, so everybody listen. This is a weird step, okay? You have to stick this thing in, so you have to bend it out and it pops over, okay? There is not a screw that goes in there, I don't think. But I don't know, maybe there is.
I don't think so.
There's that weird orifice. Usually the rule of thumb is if you see a weird orifice, don't stick it in until you know what goes to,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
At least that's what they always told me when I was young. Okay?
Okay.
So this is tight. Okay.
Okay.
Toy like a toiga. They don't spin very free, and that's by design because they want to slow it down or something. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so they're ready to go. It would have been really nice to not have to do that.
What? Assemble landing gear? Really?
Yeah. You don't think it would have fit in the gigantic box?
No, I don't know.
Do you think, I mean, seriously, do you really think it wouldn't have fit in the giant box?
We need 4 screws for these too.
I understand that we do.
I'm just trying to process of elimination.
Listen, I'm gonna process these things in because we forgot we gotta glue these. Okay? So this is, okay, listen. If you're wondering, could you just like go A, B, C, D?
No.
I had a guy the other day that was telling me, you should, sir, you should just build the plane first and then do it again. I'm like,
No.
how many of these do you think I built?
Right.
Good Lord.
We should call this channel Building with Squirrels. Because that's
Squirrel.
just kind of how it works.
Okay, listen, if you can do it without instructions better than I, then congratulations, you're normal. See this, there's the end. Just slice and dice, guys.
That kind of hurts my soul.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop short. Stop short. That's my move.
Name that show. Maybe they just stick in there.
I didn't cut wide enough. Yeah, decal just doesn't rip. Okay. Well, hopefully we're gonna put these in now.
Yes, we are.
Now listen, if you change your mind, just flip them around and stick them in backward. But why would you not want the attack look? Okay. You gotta cut like all the way down.
You said you stopped short.
Okay. You guys see this? There's thickness on both sides. So it shouldn't matter which way it goes. Okay. And I'm gonna press in here. Ooh. Not making it easy on me. I gotta cut even more. Okay, folks. Oh, I thought it'd be a good idea to put the cap on like that. It was a very dumb idea. Okay, now I didn't stop short at all.
Okay.
But I've got the decal wrapped around. Okay. Oh,
There it goes.
and I cut too long.
Oh.
That's why I stopped short. All right, so you guys see what happened there? I tried to do the right thing and screwed it up because the camera crew tempted me.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Are you gluing it?
Well, yeah, I mean, do you really think we shouldn't?
Are they gonna come out? Okay.
I think what I'm gonna do on this though, I am gonna do a little bit different. I'm gonna stick glue on and I'm gonna let it dry. Because then when I stick it in there, it'll stay, but it's not gonna make a big giant mess. Okay, so watch this, guys. On only the back, okay? I'm just gonna do one bead. And no, it's not gonna be perfect, and no, it doesn't matter. You guys see that bead?
Yep.
It is imperfect at best, okay? Then I'm gonna take, and I'm just gonna swirl this around. Okay? And then the little teeny bit that gets onto the outside will wipe off, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
Make a giant slathery mess.
Okay.
Stick it in the crack, fill it with sticky stuff. You should really help me with that process.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm filming.
Your hands are full?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's in.
Okay.
Now, I'm not gonna let that, okay, you'll notice I didn't let it set up like I said I was going to, because I got impatient and lazy.
Shocking.
I know, it's almost unbelievable.
I mean, not lazy, but impatient.
But let's talk about the plan ahead comment.
You're really offended about planning ahead, aren't you?
I'm not really offended, I'm just amazed. Oh, crap. That's why I didn't wanna cut. That is some thick decal. No wonder they're having trouble with them bunching. I'm just having nightmares of going through and cutting like a wire for the LED or something.
I would hope they planned ahead that much.
Yeah, well, I'll let you guess if they did. Okay, guys, so here on Brian Phillips RC, we show every excruciating detail
Yes.
so that you don't have to wonder. But you know, that's the beauty of fast forward.
Sure.
And if this video is too long for you, just remember, there's somebody who needs help.
And Brian
And if
sounds...
that's not you, then just relax. It's a hobby. You can fast forward. It's very easy. And I guarantee you, however fast you think it should be, that guy that's 85 years old needs more help than you, and he wants me to be slower. Do you want to know how I know that? Because I've only helped like thousands of them.
We hear it every day.
Yes. And not everybody wants it to be this slow. They want it to be faster. So do the 2 times fast. That's as fast as you can go. By the way, YouTube, make it 3 times speed just for Brian.
Yeah.
Just like Brian
Should be
Phillips
like-
RC special.
Yeah.
5 times speed.
We can only go so fast and so slow at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. Like, guys, we're trying to, it's a mixed audience.
Yep.
That's why we only do clean jokes.
Yes.
Hey, help me stick this sticky thing into this tight crevice.
It's kind of pokey.
Well, I mean, there it goes. Okay, that's pretty awesome. All right, so that's there. And guys, if you don't know what that is, I assume that's a vortex generator. So, or something.
I thought they were just like shark teeth. Like a...
That way, that way. Okay, now we have to put the. We're still trying to get to the bottom of this. This is a lot of steps to get to where we want to be, so we know which way this goes. You guys remember, we're just trying to find one set of screws. There's 4 of these. It's got to be these, right? That does not seem like it's going to be right.
Doesn't seem right.
Crap.
Oh, I wonder if we're missing
nylon screws. That's what they are. Yep, those are nylons.
Okay.
Yep, almost certainly. Don't you think?
I don't know. They seem big, but you're probably right. Sorry, people are going to complain that I laugh too much.
Something. What'd you say?
I said I'm always right.
Oh, thought I'd misheard something. Okay, let's just test this. Stick it in the hole. Yes. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, and of course I grabbed the wrong one. No, hey, relax. There's 2 wings. I got them sitting next to each other for a reason. Okay, so we're just gonna stick these in and see if they go. Yes, they do. Grab me that screwdriver, please. So folks, process of elimination, you know, what...
You know that's what most people are going to do anyway.
Well...
Is not read the manual.
There's a lot of screws in this one. To be honest with you, it's like this. If you build a model and Brian doesn't complain about something during the build, you did a good job. A really good job. Because that is very unusual. I complain about stuff. But that's what we do, I think.
That sun is driving me nuts.
Really annoying.
Speaking of complaining. Did you grab all 4 of those nylon screws?
Number 2. I did. Thank you for asking. What were you saying earlier about me? What was
planning ahead?
No, not that thing.
No, you gave up on that?
No. This was something about I was right, probably.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh,
I missed that part.
Must have been. It's probably a dream.
Misheard.
Okay, here we go. Nice. Yeah, that screw is a weird size. It's like between the 1.5 and... Man. Oh, that's because this wing is...
Decal?
Canted.
Oh.
No, it's kicked forward. That's why it is. Okay. Just sounds terrible. Okay. I'm gonna hold this now so I can press in harder. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, I can live with it.
Yeah.
I just don't quite understand the 17 different types of hardware. It seems like way overkill to me. But if it's what it takes, I suppose that's what you gotta do. Okay. Avios, if you're listening, which I'm sure you're not. Well, maybe they are. Just ignore all those things I said. All right, so look, we're gonna check this again. You'll notice it hasn't pulled out. There's a little bit of seepage from the sticky stuff, okay? So let's see, process of elimination. I think we've eliminated it down to, it's either this one, of course we have an odd number, why would we not?
But we need 4 for the landing gear and
Let's
4
put
for the
this nose
elevators.
on. Let's put the nose on. I'm getting frustrated by this because there's 3 holes. That's gonna leave 2.
Oh.
That's why I'm getting frustrated by this. Like if they could have just told us. Here's these 4.
What goes in here? Those?
Just relax. Oh, you're right. There's 4.
That's what we need to figure out.
So this one, see, this is why. Ooh.
Oh, 3.
Wait, are there nuts back behind this? Are there nuts behind this? There's nuts in here.
Oh, there's nuts in there?
There's nuts in there. So that, okay, all right, so.
Okay.
Avios, if you're listening, I take it all back. You were right, I was wrong. See how easy that was, hon?
I just don't ever need to say that. It's okay.
Beautiful.
Did you? Okay.
Come on, plastic or something here. This is all foam. It's gonna get beat.
Well, isn't the prop gonna protect it?
Oh! The prop?
What do you? That's
Megan,
not gonna hit the ground, is it?
Listen, how many times have you seen a cow damaged on a plane? 4 trillion. That is an actual calculated number. Yeah, and this, I mean, here's the thing, guys. Let's be real. What's gonna get broke is the thing you don't wanna have to fix. At least it's serviceable. Man, it's gonna suck to get that in there. I need to get a bigger screwdriver. You know why? Because this 4mm is not gonna cut it.
Okay.
Because I can't hold it on the end. Yeah, this 5, maybe I can get lucky. See, I can get better purchase on there.
Do you want to hold that so you don't have to talk with a screw in your mouth?
Listen, I'm a multitasker, hon. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to push that down. Oh yeah, got it.
Sun is killing me.
What? It is?
Yes.
What do you have, skin
Because it's like
cancer?
shadows everywhere.
Oh, sorry.
No.
The charger had to weigh in on your
On
commentary.
my commentary.
Okay, good job.
No, people are gonna be like, I can't see. There's a shadow in the way. I'm
Okay,
trying.
look, just look. Oh yeah, that was right. Guys, process of elimination makes it
works.
easy. Works every time it's tried. Except for the times it doesn't. Okay, whoever designed the jigs at Avios for the decals. Yeah, I don't know if that's the way I put it together or just the jigging is bad. I think the jigging is probably bad. Okay, so let's flip this up. We're gonna have to eventually pull the trigger.
We're getting there.
We're gonna have to eventually pull the trigger here, hun. But we're getting dang close.
I think
We
there's
really
only
are. Hey,
I think there's only one option.
attention.
Are you gonna put the prop on now?
Yeah.
It'd be awkward, but whatever.
Oh.
Well, just so we're flipping it around, so it's a giant prop.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say about this?
No, you're gonna listen to me anyway.
Of course I would. When have I ever not listened? Okay, so let's torque this down. Guys, if you are remotely concerned about chopping your hands off or cutting your forearms, this would be a good step to skip until the end.
Yep.
I say that seriously. If you're seriously concerned, don't do it. If you're not concerned, do it. Use your best judgment. I'm not your mom. But I'm sure some of you will complain about it. So, better luck next time.
Except
It's
not
not
then
gonna
either.
Okay, so the prop is on. I feel like there should be one more bit to this assembly, but there's not. Whatever. Guys, you remember earlier when there was 4,000 pieces on my counter? In my wife's kitchen?
I mean, it's only been an hour.
Yeah, and that
like
sun
miraculous
is
for
not
us.
down yet, but you know what? Just
We're getting
listen.
close.
We still got to do all the radio setup
I
and
know.
all sorts of crap. So
yeah.
don't jinx us now, honey.
I'm not.
I knocked on wood, whatever that means. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we have a screw here that's going to have to get put in.
It has to be this one.
Who says?
Me, because then we need 4 for the gear or the elevator and 4 for the gear or the elevator. And these go with this. So like that's the choice.
So you're saying that we did all that BS and it could have
And-
just been, like we could have just known because like there was a sticker or something?
I don't know.
Let's stick it in the hole.
Not the way
In
we
the
do.
hole! Hey. You know, I was just thinking about this.
What?
Carbon Cub S2, back in the day, 200 or 350,000 views ago on that video. That
On the
Unbox
Carbon
build.
C?
Yep. No, the small one.
Oh, the Carbon Cub S2. Yeah.
Yeah, the one I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Specifically by name, the 1.3. The 1.3.
What about it?
I didn't put that screw in.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe next time we will.
There was no catastrophic failure either. Just kind of a miracle. Okay, looks pretty good. Just imagine if it came out of the box like this, how quick this build would have been.
We saved all that time looking for one screw.
You're right, but you know what? Look how many less pieces there
I
are
know.
now. Okay, that's all the way in.
Okay.
By the way, one weird thing on that Avios.
On the Catalina?
Yeah,
What?
I got a wing joiner that's like slipping in there. Like,
Oh, it like shifts. Yeah.
I don't know what the heck is going on. Do you guys have that problem? I love that plane, by the way. Whatever videos you've seen, I've actually gone out and flown like probably 20, 30 times
Oh, yeah.
more. And that's very rare for me.
You were flying like every day.
Ow. I've been flying a lot of helicopters lately.
Yes.
You may have noticed. Okay, so that went in very nicely.
Okay.
Very nicely. Oh, good. We only have to do the elevator and rudder. We don't have to dink around with all the wing stuff. Okay,
the wings are
screws. Camera crew, make your guess. Are you sure it's not these? No, it's 4.
No, I think it's those. I think the wood screws go into the
Landing gear. Yep.
gear.
I think you're right too. Good guessage. Wait, we already checked and we couldn't find nutserts, but you know what we could try?
What?
We could just stick one in the hole. We just stick it in, hon. Don't you think? How's the video?
Yeah, don't lose your.
There's definitely
A nutsert?
Yeah. Give me the landing gear. I'm doing it.
Okay, so which screws do you have?
The correct ones. I only have 2 though. Yep, that's it. There's no plug on this? Are you kidding me?
There's supposed to be.
Then we missed it. Son of a biscuit lover.
Wait, show me which screws you have.
Wait, hold on. Do we need to Loctite these? Because that's wood and we might need to Loctite that crap. This would be another spot where you could Loctite. These screws.
Okay.
Look, these screws. There was 4 of them, and I'm gonna Loctite them. I know we had a conversation about Loctite earlier. It felt like maybe I shouldn't do that, and I just threw away the thing that had the Loctite residue on it. By the way, that battery's charged 2,428 milliamp hours forced into that beautiful 4,000 milliamp hour pack. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, show them on the screen. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right here.
Hon, there is a plug, you said?
There is supposed to be a plug, so I wonder if we missed it in all of the foam.
Crap.
Yeah.
Are you gonna go get it?
Well, maybe when you're done screwing.
Well, we don't want to like leave the screwing out of the filming.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to go search through that whole box.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because somebody read the directions.
You read a manual?
I did, because I'm a woman.
Why did you do that? That's like sacrilege. I don't even know you.
Someone has to keep the squirrel on track.
I don't even know you. I feel like you're cheating.
I'm sorry.
So you're saying that you read the directions and you let me waffle this badly?
Oh, it didn't say what screws to use, where.
Oh, God. Why would they include that?
That wasn't in there.
Okay. All right, guys. Like I said, this is only because this is wood on screw and this is a landing gear assembly. And I have seen NG models with the landing gear come off. And actually, I've seen it a few times.
Yeah. And then you have to go out in the air and like catch them while you hover.
Like here, camera crew, catch it while you're filming. Okay. So the other day, you guys have already seen this because it released yesterday for you. We did some cars and it was kind of fun. Super easy track setup, right, hon?
Great. Yep. No problems.
How wide did you make the track?
Just the exact right width. It's minus a third.
400%. It was fun. If you guys didn't see it.
Hey, the boys were out there driving on the track today and they were just fine.
Whatever. They made it wider. I guarantee you did. Did they?
I don't know.
Did
they were
redo
out
it?
there driving.
Okay. Well, all right, guys, listen. Houston, we have a problem. We're missing a part. Where's the exhaust tube go?
Right here in the hole.
What? Right there?
Yes.
In the hole?
Yep.
How much?
I don't know.
Is there a picture of it? They don't have it there.
Yeah, here. Except you can't see
I
it.
have to slather
They don't have it in.
I have to slather some glue on this, hon.
Okay.
Do you want a pilot on this or not? I need to know your final answer.
A what?
Do you want a pilot or not? I'm not a big fan of that
No,
pilot.
I don't like
think
that
it's
pilot.
Ugly myself.
That's rude.
It was rude. But it makes me feel like, you know,
No, I agree. I think they're ugly.
it looks like the Flex guy, and I'm not a fan of the Flex guy.
Maybe
China glue, okay? Stick it in the hole. In the hole. In the hole. I don't know how deep to put it.
I don't know.
It's just
Whatever
like to make
feels
it
right
stick
to
out.
you.
I don't know. That looks good enough for me.
Okay.
Is it supposed to stick out?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, the instructions are a little bit less than clear about that.
The instructions that you didn't
Don't exist in my world.
do. Yeah, you
Look,
just didn't read
4
them.
screws. Guys, look at this. We are down to
I know.
almost no
We're getting there.
screws left. So at the end of the day, is the build hard?
No.
Not really. Do I make it hard?
Yes.
Hey guys, I cheated. Sorry, I got a call from the builder and I just realized that I was turning these screws off camera, wasn't I?
You were, yeah.
So yeah, all I was doing is just pressing. These things are a bear cat to get in, but now that they're in, they should be fine, and they would have threaded themselves in, okay? So we got the elevator in now.
While you were looking on the phone and doing that, I went and searched through the box and I can't find that plug, but there should be a plug for those landing gear.
Well, that's kind of annoying.
So I don't know if they changed the design or if ours was not in the box.
Well, I guess then maybe we'll look together. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, if it doesn't come in yours, let us know in the comments below. But I'm pretty sure I ain't gonna make or break it for most of us.
No.
So now, tail wheel, because I want it in there. Let's take these out. You know, I don't know if I felt like that last screwdriver was better. So this is just 3 screws you gotta take out. I do think it's quite interesting that this one they put in, but all the rest of it they didn't.
Well, and in the manual, it does have the sizes. It does say what screws to use, but you have to know what an M18-8 is or whatever. So it's not really all that. But it is
people that work with hardware would know exactly what that is.
Do you know what that is?
Well, I mean, it's an M18. It's 8 millimeters long. It's a metric size 8.
Metal.
It's a machine 8.
Yeah.
So it just depends on the brand and stuff, I think, usually. Okay. So yeah, so I had to talk to the builder about getting some rock ordered. We're gonna bring some rock in on Monday to finish up the stuff because they've been rained out for almost a month now.
Yeah.
And that's been a bummer because, you know, these guys doing concrete for a living have just been getting killed by this rain. And Brian Phillips RC has been annoyed by it.
Yep.
The only good thing about waiting is that I can't spend the money that quick then, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That's literally the only good thing about it.
Yeah.
How the heck am I gonna get a screwdriver in there?
Oh.
Well,
Can you?
maybe I can get it. I think I can get the angle. It'll be fine. That's why you don't use Phillips screws on this type of application. Use the hex drive. All right, that fiery ball is falling down as we speak, and it's breaking my soul because this thing looks awesome and now I want to fly it. Okay, I don't have the motor hooked up, by the way, just so you know.
Oh,
so I'm really safe.
Okay.
Should I do that or should I put the wing on first? Because the wing is going to be gigantic.
I know. That's what I was just thinking. It might be easier actually to hook up the motor. Are we moving our little friend over to the like?
Well, are we putting the guy in or not?
I think he looks kind of lame.
You don't like him either?
No, his glasses are dumb.
Sorry,
Well,
what if people like him?
Glasses.
What if people like him?
They can put their guy in.
You just insulted all the people that love that guy.
I'm sorry, people.
What about that guy's family?
That guy's the foam guy's family and his foam wife. She doesn't like his glasses either. She told them not to wear them.
She identifies as a paper plate. Be careful.
Okay, so you're not hooking up the motor first?
Listen, I'm just undoing the wires right now. I'm pulling them through. I'm gonna stick this gigantic rod in.
Jeez.
Well, I've seen stronger rods, but I've also broke them too. This has got to be like, this is like the opposite of the one from the Fox. That's like super strong, ridiculous, robust, strong. Whoa. Okay, so there's one lead back here. I'm gonna pull it up. So just elevator and rudder, nothing special. That is a weird way to put that in.
Well, you should have put your rod in first.
I don't know, it's like all sticky.
Wow.
Look.
Yeah, no, it is sticky.
It's all sticky.
I see.
I don't know, just depends. Depends on your preference here, but I would say that that rod really could have used a little lube before it got crammed in. Because it's kind of dry and sticky like it was used earlier. And there was tape on it, remember?
I know, I pulled the tape off.
And so it makes it kind of miserable to stick in the hole. See, I got to push it through. I'm trying to get these wires through. Normally it would just slide right in.
A third hand?
Well, I mean, if you're offering.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, guys, look, there's a nut zert up here. You see the nut zert? No, just move up above.
Where?
Right there.
Oh.
Oh, gosh. I don't want to cut any of these cables. I don't want to cut them off, hon.
I was going to hold the cables.
I'm just concerned about that fiery ball.
I'm concerned about your ball, too.
It's not my ball.
Our ball.
It's everybody's ball. Seriously. Okay. So, oh.
Nope.
Do you see my problem? I'm sticking this in and the metal has never been through. It's never protruded yet. So as a result, I'm fighting this.
That.
Oh yeah, there it is. Don't you know? Don't you know? There it is.
At least you know when you're lined up.
Well, yeah, you definitely know when you're like, okay, so I'm gonna just say something. This is one of the things we've noticed about the Avios, okay? We talk about the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. That doesn't mean that we beat up model makers, okay? We love these planes, we wanna see more of them. So that doesn't mean that every model is created equal. I'm just gonna tell you this right now. This is one of those areas where you would see a better refinement from some of the bigger brands, okay? Period. And that's just the way it is.
But it works, right?
I don't really care. I have no problem with this. It's fine, it works. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, in fact, if you've seen other models, there are areas, like I just grabbed this spinner and it squishes, okay? It's not a big deal. It doesn't really make or break the model, but those are the areas where you might see a little bit of difference in quality, okay? It doesn't mean it's a problem. It doesn't mean it's gonna not fly or it's gonna have a performance issue because of it. But it also, sometimes that means it's just built lighter, and it's weird because normally for guys, it's like heavy duty. The more heavy it is, the better, you know, like it's got more material. So, you know, when you work in an industrial realm, everybody's like, we use more steel than them. Well, but we're trying to build a plane here, not a steel bridge, okay?
Right.
So you want it to be heavy enough to get the job done. And then if it's dynam, like 3/5 of that.
But if you have to take a wing off to transport, because this is a big plane,
It's huge.
you're gonna have to undo 2 wires on one side, but then you have that little thumb screw.
And then they have a pocket that allows it to go under or above. So I'm getting forceps because it has driven me nuts already. Forceps should not be necessary. Are those landing gear already splayed out?
I don't know, are they?
They look like they are. Might be in my head. I hope it is, because if it isn't, I'm going to be a little disappointed by that.
Do you mean to fold your wires?
Yeah, I do. Hold them both.
I got them both.
Pull them in gently.
Yep.
Ooh, yep. Okay. Pull them in. Keep. Hold on.
I don't
even. You got to go up above the wood. That's all. Okay.
I'm just holding.
I'm hitting the sticky spots. The sticky spots are the problem, guys. I know you guys think I'm joking, but I'm actually not. The sticky spots were a big problem on that. So what you want to do is just take your rod and just sweep along it and make sure that all the sticky stuff is off before you slide it in. And if you just take a little WD-40 lube and just lube your rod before you cram it in there, I think it'd be better for proper penetration. I'm torn about this pilot. You know, we talked bad about him and he was listening this whole time.
He doesn't have ears.
He's got a helmet. The ears are covered. I don't know. I'm just not sure what to do. I feel compelled to like put him in there because it's going to take 3 seconds. Look, if he comes off, that's between him and God.
Okay.
What?
He just looks like an afterthought.
He literally was not mounted. He is the definition of an afterthought.
Okay, well, don't put very much glue on, because then when we have to rip him off, then it won't be as hard.
Glad you don't treat me that way. Wait.
That you know of.
Okay, just gluing around here, guys. All right, so, by the way, did you write the thing down about the stuff for Monday?
No.
You didn't?
Not my thing to remember.
What are you talking about? Well, somebody has to remember that crap.
We need rock on Monday.
Yeah, and we need how much?
I don't know.
You should know, I just told you.
3 loads of 1 inch.
3 loads of 1 inch
and 2
clean.
inch, 2 loads of 3?
2 loads of 3 inch
Okay,
clean.
well now we have it on video.
Now we're gonna make sure this dude doesn't pop off. I don't know, I don't trust him. I just don't trust him. I feel like he's gonna leave us high and dry is what's gonna happen. Now that I defended you.
Yeah, see? Now we're gonna waste time.
We are.
The sun is setting.
Okay, listen. That fireball is like, Brian, stick a receiver in there so you can fly it. Haunting.
That's how the sun sounds?
Yeah.
That's not the way the sun sounds.
No,
You do not watch enough kids' cartoons.
Oh, okay.
Has a lot of wires.
All right, I'm confused. Oh, look, the lights. Check this out, dudes. It plugs into these little extension corders. Did you know that?
What?
Watch yourself, please.
This plane is.
It's gigantic.
Yeah.
It's gigantic.
What am I looking at?
These. Look. See?
Oh.
Fancy.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, camera crew.
You need to hold the plane.
How about this? Just, I'll grab this and you grab that. Okay? Just, of course, you grabbed the one I wasn't. Okay.
Oh, sorry, people.
Whoa. They're probably thinking there was something fancy going on. Like, oh. There was nothing fancy about that.
Just trying to help. Can't film it.
GST red. Fancy.
Where's the other one?
Right here.
Black is towards.
Why do you cover it up with your
window.
fingers? If you cover the colors with the fingers, then
That's
it
why
makes it impossible.
Said it out loud.
Okay. So let's stick these in the hole. In the hole. Okay, there it goes. Beautiful. It's actually going to be pretty easy cable management because there isn't going to be any cables to manage. Okay, so we have an elevator and a rudder, right, schmonder? And I'm going to just pull those between the halves. And that didn't work well. And then I'm going to put these over here. You know what I'm going to really do?
What?
I think we might be to the point where it's time to just stuff a receiver in this hole.
When are you plugging in the motor? Not yet?
Well, yeah, I guess I probably should put the motor in. Now, there is a trick of the day. You could see what direction this goes with the servo tester, but you could also just put a receiver in there and then make sure that you're protecting yourself because it's only 6S and gigantic.
Right.
So the damage it'll do is only horrendous.
Only like fatal.
Well, if it cuts you right, it could kill you. Oh yeah. It's in there good. I should have glued him better, but whatever. It'll be good enough. It feels like the tackiness is about right.
I'd say so.
Do you realize that that phone call probably cost us the flight?
Yeah. Why does he look like he's leaning forward?
Well, just because that's the way it mounts. He's thinking. I need to go into this thing. So guys, listen. When you run a YouTube channel, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Okay? I'm just going to say that even though this build has gone actually quite well, there was a billion pieces on this counter just a few minutes ago. It's still kind of annoying because I really wanted to have it done.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to fly.
I'm going to be done.
Okay, so I'm not even going to stick these on yet because it's a waste of time. I think what we need to do is we need to divert and do radio setup.
Yeah,
because what's the point of putting linkages on now? At this point, really all we need to do is get the radio setup done. So what type of radio do you think we should use, hon?
Probably a 631 is all we really need. No gear, no flaps, so there's no reason
we don't
to
need, yeah, we don't, well, you could use as small as a 630, but I think a 631 plus. Oh yeah!
That was amazing. I just like said it and it appeared. I would like $1 million billion, please.
Didn't work.
Shoot.
Sorry. Try again. Okay, so 631. I hate these stupid antennas in. It drives me nuts every time. I was going to pull the staple like a normal person, but I guess I'm not going to do that.
We'll just wait and do it off camera so that we can keep that little piece of plastic for all of eternity.
Listen, we will. It's going to be good. Okay, the last 28 millimeters of this is what matters. 631 plus. Or you can just use the 631 and upgrade the firmware. And here's the only complication that I'm not sure of yet. This has plus, but we just updated the firmware on our transmitter. Look at that fiery ball.
Yeah.
That fiery ball of life and death.
Yeah, we're gonna miss it, but that's okay. I was hoping to get up early tomorrow. And spend more time with you.
You can take our builder. Just give him a call. Give him a call, let him know. Let him know how thrilled you were.
He already put his bag phone away. For the day.
What?
I said he already put his bag phone away for the day.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Aileron 1, aileron 2. 1, 2. Elevator, rudder.
Throttle.
Throttle.
Thrust reverse.
Thrust reverse. Okay.
So are we doing flaperons?
Why would we not do flaperons?
Oh, sorry, that was a stupid question.
It was.
Did you plan ahead for that?
Obviously. Well, we got a 6-channel receiver. So throttle is going to go here. So how do we know that?
Because we've done this before.
See, it says minus plus S. S is at the top now, okay? So white is S. Then this is another S. I'll just put that on channel 6.
No, 5. Because aileron 2 is going to be 6 by default. How do I know that?
Who are you? Okay. So aileron 1.
Channel 2.
Okay. I was going to say. There it is. Okay. Aileron 3.
Channel 7.
Channel 6. How do we know this? We don't.
We do.
Okay, we do.
I do.
How do we know where this goes?
Where are we going to plug that
Just relax. I'm literally getting ready to stick it in the hole. I know you're excited.
Oh, and the battery.
I'm going to go under the wires. Go under the wires. Negative goes down. This is a bind port, okay? So we can use the bind button, and we don't have to worry about it. Okay, rudder.
4.
Good Lord. Elevator.
3.
Okay. Now, normally we build the model, and then we look at the model, and the model tells us, because then we don't have to have a camera crew with us to do this, even though we do here. See this yeller? I'm going to go down and under. Down under. Although I was just going to say, after that delicious happenings. Can't finish my phraseology. I'll get in trouble. They're going to kick me off of YouTube. YouTube with a U.
Yeah.
You know you're intelligent. Oh, goodness gracious.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to stick it in the hole. What do you think I'm trying to do? I just like this. Oh, there it goes. I got it. It's keyed a certain way. This aileron is just kind of ticking me off. Ticking me off. Okay, underneath. There it goes. Do you know why I'm doing cable management, hun?
Because you're going to stick that down in a second, and then it's going to be done.
Yeah. And then we're going to be like, see, son?
We almost made it.
If only I wouldn't have had to talk to a builder that I haven't talked to in a month.
I don't know if we would have made it anyway.
Slather that creamy stuff on there. Okay. And then right here, we'll just stick it down right in the center of that. Squaw
Yes, we're
in
using
the
China
middle.
glue. Yes, it's fine.
China.
No, it's not a problem.
China cheats. Okay, now I'm gonna lift it. You're like, geez, you made a huge sloppy mess there, Brian. Yes, I did. It's the best way I know how. Okay, now I'm gonna just slather a little more. Ooh, yeah, it's very juicy.
Someone going to complain that that's too close to the carbon fiber wing spar.
No, because the
antenna.
active portion of the antenna is gonna be in a
Are
different
you just
spot.
going to stick it down in the hole?
Well, I mean, oh, yeah. Yes, yes, that. I am going to do that. You guys see what I'm doing? I'm just using the bottom of this to slather that stuff around. And then I'm just gonna flip that upside down, let it air out for a few minutes. Why, camera crew?
To let it cook off.
Why? Should have given them a speaker warning for that one.
Sorry.
I'm just massaging it a little bit just to speed up the process.
You just wanted to roll it off your fingers like a giant booger.
You know me too well. All right, so listen. We're Cirrus Law at the step where we need to build a model for this. And while this box looks amazing up here,
Is it in the... What? Oh.
I can't handle it anymore.
The cat's going to jump in there in like 3 seconds.
I know. Why do you think I did it? For the cat. We're going to use the NX10.
You know what this is?
The 251st model. Except it's not.
It's not.
It's actually like the 300th
But
model.
it's going to be number 251. So we'll see what happens.
Those landing gear are splayed out already. Gotta be kidding me.
Okay, but are they supposed to be that way?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe the pants are just on crooked a little bit.
Absolutely, that is not what's going on.
No, I mean,
Yeah, they're splayed out. I mean, Cirrus Law. Manufacturers, don't make them look ugly. That irritates me. There we go. See, that's the way it ought to look. Okay, beautiful. So what does that tell you about the condition of those landing gear after one of Brian Phillips's landings?
Yeah, splaying's probably not your least of your worries.
Yeah, I'd say.
No offense to your landings.
This is so frustrating. Look at that beautiful sunset. It's calm, I'm ready to fly, and I'm just mere moments from doing this. We could probably finish this and still fly.
This is gonna be like the fastest radio setup in Brian Phillips RC history.
No, challenge not accepted. Cancel them back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh, seriously?
Uh-oh. System setup, disconnect RF, model select. Oh, maybe they moved it.
No.
Channel assign, no, model utilities. Create new model.
It really did blow up.
Oh, that is so ridiculous. You know what? Before we actually...
We can just delete something.
Oh my goodness, reset model. Okay, so cancel them back.
But why did it do it now? Because there's more than 250 in there.
Because of the number. Okay,
we might have to pause.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to tell you right here, guys. Look. Don't. You're back to 30s, and then the 20s, and then the 10s.
There was a 1 in there somewhere.
There's 2 1s.
Yeah, I
Well,
know.
I know one of these is dead. That's dead.
Yeah.
Or is it? I think it is.
Yeah, that's dead. Yes.
That?
Yes.
The SU30? SU27, that's right. So let's select that model. We're going to remake it. Cancel and back. Or excuse me, model select, model type. It's an acro. Data will be reset. Oh, shucks again. Model name. Oh, look.
But now it's going to be 5. That's good.
No, it's not. It's going to be 251, baby.
Do you think it'll... It's not going to put it in the right order, though.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Well, I guess we're going to find out. Cancel,
Okay.
cancel. Okay, so we're going to just do this and come right back, guys. Avios Extra NG 1.6. Okay. Aircraft type, we already did. Oh, no, we didn't. So I'm going to set this to flaperons and normal tail. And then I'm going to go to select image. That's actually pretty close already, but I think there might be a better image file for those. Do they have one?
No, like I bet that's the closest one.
The acro?
Yeah.
Really? How about that?
Okay.
All right, so flight mode setup. We are going to set up flight modes. Switch D. Spoken. This is where we're going to set up the 3 different modes. It's going to be pretty simple. This is going to be AS3X, cancel, cancel. So this time it's AS3X plus to be clear, but we're going to just call it AS3X as the call out. This is actually what's printed on the screen. So artificial 3-axis stabilization. That's what AS3X stands for. Well, it stands for artificial stabilization 3-axis. That's why they use X to spell axis. Spoken, then we'll scroll way down to the bottom. Okay, so here we go. Okay, then we can set flight mode 2, which is going to be off. Cancel, cancel. So then we'll just spell the word OFF, and then we'll get it to say the word off. Remember, these are just labels. So when we're setting these values, it's not actually changing any real function. It's just attached to a switch condition, or rather not a switch condition, but a flight mode condition, okay? Okay, so then this one's gonna be for safe sensor assisted flight envelope. That's auto leveling and They call it angle demand in auto leveling. So it's like a limited angles. So sensor assisted flight envelope, boom. And then we'll scroll down to that one too and come back. They're safe. Okay, so then channel assign. Okay, so this is a new screen. And throttle's correct, right aileron. I honestly don't know. Let's look up here for a second. So right aileron is channel 2. Now, you'll notice that the receiver is all goopy, and this should stick down like forever. So I got to get it square and straight and then stick it in the hole. Okay, there it is. Pretty good. Looks good. I can pick up the plane by that now. Okay, so that's in there. And then this antenna, we will, you know, eventually probably put it in a slightly different position. But for now, just for the sake of what we're doing, you know what, that aileron, the one that I went behind with it, I almost feel like it'd be better in front.
Well, but which aileron is that?
That's the thing, that's the left aileron, and we already have it correct.
Okay.
That's what I was just validating. So that's the left aileron, and that's gonna be on port 6, okay? And then all this crap can just be back here loose. I don't care if it flops around like crazy as long as it doesn't unplug. Okay, then the throttle, and we're gonna undo this too. This is coming under. We don't have enough length to go from the other side, but we could come up from the bottom, and that would be a lot cleaner looking. Why don't we do that? Let's see if we can get it in there.
You think it's gonna go?
For length?
Yeah.
I think it is. I'm not 100% certain it's gonna reach.
Tight.
But the idea is I want it tight because then it's out of the way.
Right.
Because I'm not concerned about any of the other crap in there. I am a little bit concerned about this though. Okay. So look, this is why I love forceps. You can get in there really far down, and then I can just grab, and you could do this before you put the wing joiner in, wing tube.
I'm gonna hold the body of the plane so
so it doesn't fall.
Well, I'm not worried about falling.
Megan, it's off the edge.
Oh.
You should be worried about it falling, but you're not, I know.
I'm up here.
Okay, so you see now I've opened the teeth. And again, I'm not interested in biting down on the cable or anything. So I'm feeling with my ring finger. Okay. Ah, dang it. This antenna is bothering me. Let's slide this back here. In fact, we could just stick it up in there, but I don't want to leave it there permanently because I want to do something a little better with it if possible. Okay, so you see now that that's down there.
Yep. I can see I can tell what you're trying to do.
I just can't see myself.
Yeah.
This plane is hard to get to the middle of. Oh, there it goes.
There you go.
Okay.
If you can feed it through is the question.
Okay, got it now. Okay. You were saying something about probably right earlier.
I thought you were going to go all the way under that tray to the back.
Let go, please. Move that transmitter inboard. Thank you. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
That gets it a lot better for the customers, the viewers. And now check this out. White's gonna go forward. Yes, you're right. We already wired this in twice, but it's all part of the show.
Sometimes you gotta just do it till it's right.
I didn't like that either. So black goes toward the back of the plane. And it is actually super easy to plug in these wires now that we're here. I'm just not sure that that's gonna go behind like I want it to. Because I want this yellow one to be behind everything because it's ugly and weird looking.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Yeah, let's see if I can get it. Camera crew, if you could just block the light for me.
Yeah, I'm trying.
So it doesn't blind me. I was just joking. Hilarious.
I know,
joke.
but I couldn't see.
Okay, good. Okay, so now everything is wired in. We've got reasonably good cable management, AKA you can't see the mess. Okay.
Okay.
Now the antenna, feel like there's ways we could do this that would work really nice.
Why don't you just stick it down in the hole?
Honey, would that be easy?
Yeah, but what would be wrong with it?
Everything.
Just because I suggested it?
No, because it's wrong.
Oh, jeez. It's not wrong. Leave it in the comments, Al, if I'm right.
No. Look.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can do that. Your hands are in the way.
Yeah, I know, because they're big hands. Okay. So now that's through there, and it's going to be somewhat protected from all the hoopla of the plane flopping around. But I am a little bit nervous about that connecting and disconnecting of that wing. So I guess I am going to go... Oh man, I already lost it. Shine that light again, please. Yep, I found it.
Can you see it?
Well, I can now. I couldn't before I did that. Or before you turned it on. Thank you. Does it stick out the back still? It does, doesn't it?
What?
Back here. Is it open back there?
Oh, I can't see it.
You can't? You seriously can't?
I can't see the end of the antenna.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing it.
I think you're just missing it. It is back there. Okay, so there it is. All right, so the answer to all of your questions is going to be made at some point shortly. Okay. Why do you care about the cable management? Because when I look in there, I want to know that I can see where the wires go super easy. And what we were just validating was which thing was going to which spot, okay?
Right.
Now, I have a battery here. I just literally put away these forceps. I'm gonna grab them back out. You wanna know why?
Because you're probably needing for those motor wires.
Because we have to hook up the motor at some point. So we might as well do it now. Because there's really no use in going any further because we're not even gonna hear the initiation cycle. Okay? So I don't care which one's which. I'm just gonna take one, any one, and I'm gonna try to bend things so that they go together. I'm gonna hold back here so I don't pinch the end and damage it, okay? Okay, stick it in the hole. So that one's in. Now I'm gonna go back over here with it. Just make sure that everything is nice and tidy and we don't have a giant kink in that cable. Because what happens is that solder that comes back into the wire makes it sharp and sometimes you'll cut through the sheath. And that's not good.
You don't want to cut through your sheath.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do with it. Okay, so there's number 2. I do not understand why they're coming out 2 different spots. That's very weird. But I guess I'll go with it because I don't want to fight it. Okay. And it ain't gonna hurt anything. So we'll just let that flop for now, just for this second. And we don't know what direction it's gonna go, and it doesn't really matter yet, because we're gonna find out in mere moments, folks.
Okay. Is this stable on here?
Probably not.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and let go. Okay, so listen. This is not bound, and this could slice and dice a small village, so be careful. Okay, 4,000 milliamp hour 6S. In the chute, gigantic strap. Seems like you could put a lot bigger battery in here.
Is 4,000 the biggest of the recommended?
Why is this so big?
No kidding. Like, what were they planning on you putting in there?
I don't even think it's gonna work.
2 of them?
Oh, we could put it vertical. That's what we'll do.
Oh, okay.
Why are the straps always the wrong size? They're like always too big or too small.
Because China only makes one size of strap. The wrong size.
You say so, camera crew. Okay. It's so irritating to me. Because it could be, well, I mean, granted, it is in there pretty good now. It's in there, in like sim. All right, so listen, people. Now we have things to do with the elevator and rudder, but we have to have this live so it centers the servos. Or you could put a servo signal tester on it, but I'm not gonna do that crap. Just to be clear, is the belly clear? I want that tail wheel off.
The tail wheel is off.
Now the plane is mostly flying straight. We do have that FMS plane stand we could use. It stands up real tall that we got as a gift.
I know.
Remember that a long time ago?
Yeah, makes me nervous.
Why? Why?
Okay, is it good?
Why does that make you nervous?
Okay, I just want it to fall.
It's not gonna fall.
Okay.
It's just sitting there. It's fine.
Okay.
But when we get ready to fly, when we get ready to set this up, we have to have it level at some point.
Right.
But not yet. Okay, that's during forward programming. Okay, so we confirmed what we needed to confirm here.
Right.
So throttle, right aileron, elevator, rudder, gear doesn't exist. So channel 5 is gonna be thrust reverse. So I'm just gonna assign it to switch G. What the heck? Okay, hold on. I'm coming over here. This is a new screen, so it's just something I'm not used to yet, okay? What are you doing up there?
It wasn't focusing, I got it.
I'm just thinking out loud here for a second. The next is going to take us to the extended channels. To be honest with you, I just want to exercise switch G and have it go to switch G. I guess we can't do that anymore because the input side is what's going to control. This is the output. Then I can just go switch G. There we go. Booyah. You guys see how that works?
Okay.
Sorry I didn't know that because I didn't actually know that until just now. So G is accepted. And then this is where flaps are going to be controlled. But I want that to be inhibited. Okay? Because I want to free up switch B. Okay? You could also just inhibit it there. I do want the rotary knob to be used for master gains. I want that inhibited, and I want that inhibited, okay? You don't even really have to inhibit this. So you just leave that at aux 7, it doesn't matter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you just took the switch.
Yeah, just unattach the switch.
Yeah. Then does 5 need to be inhibited? Because it's still something.
No, the output's inhibited. The input's G.
It's G, okay.
But see, really, it still needs to have a channel assigned to it. So it thinks it's gear, so I guess it still has to be gear. So cancel, back to aux 5? No.
No, back to gear.
We'll just set it to gear, that's right. But we're just controlling gear.
With G.
With G. Ah, that's so stupid. I hate it when they change crap for no reason. Where the heck is gear now? You know what? Here,
It'd be
cancel.
aux 5.
I just want to see if it's over here now. Nope. Okay, so switch G, accept it. It's not aux 5 though. See that? Oh, it's aux 5 if it's not gear.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Aux 5. Fine. Confuse the heck out of the new pilots. This is going to confuse people.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get used to it, but it's definitely weird.
Different. And then these are all the extra ones, and look at that. What the heck happened here?
Why would that be G by default?
It's not. Okay. All right, so trim setup. Don't want to worry about model utilities, warnings. We probably got to be getting pretty close to that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into Rates and Expo. We're going to set up switch 8 or switch F. We'll do 5, 10, and 20 like we normally do. So 10 is where we're going to start on all 3 axes of control. And then we'll drop the rates down to like 90%. Now this is a 3D plane, so it might be a little bit more, propensity might be to have a little bit less expo in a top rate. So that's actually a good point. No, we'll just still start. We'll still start here, and then we can always adjust from there, okay? Now, if you guys are big proponents of measuring the throw on your control surfaces, you can also do it that way. It is in the quick start guide. But I've never done that. Not even one time.
Not even one time?
I don't think
way back in the day?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Never. Maybe there was one like Hangar 9 that we measured something, but no, I don't think so. Okay, so that's where we start for all three. You got a doubling effect on expo, which means you got a softer sticks, or you got a halving effect, so you got a more sensitive stick. Okay, so right in the middle. All right, then differential we're not gonna mess with, but you can use differential when you have flap-ons. Throttle cut is definitely gonna be turned on to switch H. We're gonna look down here. What the heck? Why in throttle cut would you show the aux channels? I can't even see throttle on this channel. What the heck? There we go. So now on throttle cut, you can see the throttle is at minus 100. There's plus 100, minus 100. It's not moving, right?
Right.
Now the throttle cut is off. You can see it goes up and it goes down. Throttle cut's back on and it's tested. Okay, so we're the most likely to be safe, even though we're still not guaranteed safety until we've proven it. Okay, timer. Let's just set a 5-minute timer with a 1 out active. Anything over 25% is gonna start it. Clear's gonna reset it. At 1 minute, I want a voice call out. At 20 seconds, I want nothing. At 10 seconds, I want voice and voice. And then at expiration, I want tone and vibrate with the tone every minute thereafter. Okay, so we start the timer, it counts down, or we cancel it and clear it. Okay, pretty simple. Throttle cut's on. Expo and rates are centered. Now, we have to set up eventually flaps, but because we are in a flapper-on configuration, I'm not gonna set them. Exercise B, accept. Set the speed to 2 seconds. This is a big plane, we might need more.
Yeah.
But I want it at neutral. 0 is neutral. I'm not gonna set any of this yet because I can't see, and I don't want these to go whoop, whoop, or something like that and damage themselves, okay? All right. So there we go, throttle cut's on. We're ready to bind this thing. All right, so we got a little bit of mechanical, a little bit of digital stuff to do. So obviously we have to bind, so I'm gonna get over to bind, and I wish they would stop this from timing out, but it's not gonna time, it's gonna time out. It always does. You see where my arm is? Look at this, guys. If that went, it'd be a bad news bears. So I'm gonna get way over here and I'm gonna plug it in. If all hell broke loose, I'd have a hold of the plane. It would be a bad deal, okay? So I'm gonna go around behind because it hasn't started yet. I trust it enough. Camera crew, you're gonna go over here.
Okay.
You're gonna stay back. If something goes wrong, you know where to go.
Yeah.
I have the plane, I've secured it, I'm strong enough to hold it. I'm gonna go to bind. For the record, we've never had a plane fly away except for that one time. I forgot to press the button. Now it's flashing, okay? Bind. Okay, all right. So listening, ailerons are moving. Throttle cut's on. Listen, throttle cut's going off. It might start. If it does, I'm prepared. Throttle cut's off. Throttle up, throttle down. A little bit of throttle. Okay. It's beeping because it's out of an acceptable range for it. Watch this. The G, I just switched the G switch. Nothing. Throttle cuts on. G switch is back to neutral. If it beeps like this, trim, 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 trim. Okay, I'm not seeing any trim happening because throttle cut's on. I'm gonna shut off throttle cut. Now it's below 0. Trim, 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 trim. Good Lord. If I turn on throttle cut right now, it's gonna start the prop, okay? That's dangerous, okay? Disconnect, well, I'm gonna actually, remember, I cannot turn on throttle cut right now because it's at minus 113.
Okay.
And if I turn on throttle cut, it's gonna go to 100. I'll show you what 100 looks like by moving the stick carefully while controlling. Hey, it's going forward, but watch this. Now I switch G the other way. Now it's still forward. Now I switch G the other way. Now it's reverse. Look at the table. Okay.
Oh, yep.
That's probably what you would get if I turned on throttle cut. In fact, I'll show you. Yep. Throttle cut's off. Throttle sticks down. We have to figure out our G switch position here in a second. So why don't we do that actually right now? Because we know that our wires are settled on our motor. Okay. And they are what they are. It could be wrong, it could be right. It doesn't really matter because at this point it is where it is. Okay. So throttle cut is currently off and we're at minus 113. Camera crew, you're gonna need to be here because I can't keep holding it up.
Okay.
Okay, you understand?
Yep.
Right here, I'm gonna move up. That's throttle, that's down. It's at minus 113. We have to recalibrate the throttle range so that my throttle cut works, or we need to set throttle cut to minus 113.
Okay.
I'd rather just recalibrate, but let's set up digital switch setup, select switch G, okay? So switch G, typically forward thrust is minus 100. Okay, so we're just gonna try it like we're used to. Camera crew, put that camera out there further.
I'm trying to keep
all the way over here.
Trying to keep the glare off of it.
Okay. So there's minus 100, and then this one's gonna be plus 100. This means that either condition, it's gonna go to reverse, okay? And then this one is also gonna be plus 100, which is gonna make us reverse thrust as well. Now, why do the ESC manufacturers do that? It's just the way it is. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so now in forward thrust condition, you see the box that's moving? In forward thrust, throttle cuts off still. We are going forward. If I move to reverse thrust, it goes to reverse thrust, or reverse thrust, or reverse thrust, or forward thrust. Now, because we have trained the digital switch, we can now unplug the power. We have an untrustworthy system right now. Why? Because we're at why is it going to monitor 2 first? Minus 113, unacceptable. So the way we do this is we're gonna go in here, we're gonna trim this back to neutral. There we go, okay? Now, throttle cuts off, stick goes up, stick goes down. Throttle cuts on, throttle cuts off. You see what I'm saying? Throttle cuts on, now it's locked. Throttle cuts off, throttle sticks all the way up. And you're thinking, you're crazy, Brian, it's gonna fly away. No, it's not. We're gonna train the ESC, the throttle range. My arm is forcing this plane.
Yep.
Okay. By the way, the LEDs are bright. Okay, listen. All the way down. Listen, throttle cut is currently off. Minus 100, and it's armed. Now we have forward thrust and reverse thrust. And forward thrust and a lock. Guys, that's 34%.
Holy cow.
You're not even to 50. There's 50. That is gonna be so crazy. Throttle cuts on and tested. Now, no braking, unplug, trustworthy test. Plug it in, throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down. Listen, it's gonna arm. Here, stick doesn't work, good. Throttle cuts off, I'm securing the plane, and we have throttle. Throttle cuts on and it stops the prop. Okay, now we have a trustworthy plane. What did I just do, people? If you don't know, pay close attention. Rewatch it if you have to. I had to trim down my throttle. The trim wasn't working because my throttle cut was initially on, which is a good rule of thumb. It's highly unusual on most brands that an ESC will need to be trimmed that far below zero. We've seen 4 or 5 clicks before, which is usually like 101% past zero. Spectrum is plus 100, minus 100, up to 150, up to 150 above or below, okay? But pulse width modulation at full output would be considered minus 100, plus 100. But you can actually extend that or extend that, right? We were here, okay, at 100 below zero with the throttle cut on. We needed to be down here to get it to arm. So we just recalibrated it. So you lock it high, throttle cut off, you put the throttle stick all the way up, secure the plane, initiate, listen for the beeps, immediately put it to zero, and that calibrates the range. That's a pretty standard operating procedure for most ESCs. I can now trust this with my hands, okay? And I use my hands for a living, and I use my hands to fly and enjoy the hobby I love, and also to hold my beautiful wife.
I'm glad I was second.
It was third. It's okay. So, bounce seat, everything feels good in there. So now it's just a matter of obviously figuring out the next step is going to be getting all the rest of the crap put together. Throttle cuts on and it's going to stay on. Those LEDs are bright.
Yeah, they are.
Awesome.
Very bright.
The bottom facing LED. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and put this up here. You guys may have seen me do this before. When I have a plane that's powerful enough to actually hurt me, I like to grab it by the prop. Why? Because I figure I could probably let go a little easier if something goes wrong. I trust this plane now because I've already done all the normal vetting, okay? So now the other thing is I want to see if I can set this up so we can set up the tail. Is it going to stay? I don't think it's going to stay.
You want a pillow?
Yeah, give me two pillows. Put it under the landing gear. Maybe you could do two.
I only have one hand.
No, turn them diagonal.
Diagonal?
Leave it in the comments below. Pull them both off. I need something that's wide enough to actually go under both wheels so that it can sit up. Otherwise, it's just going to slide off.
Oh.
Okay. So my whole objective there was to get it to do something like this, okay, without falling off. Right. And I didn't want to hit that exhaust tube. Okay. So probably what we'll do is, the plane stand might be a little small for this. That's what I was thinking. I've got a normal plane stand, and it's a Robart plane stand. But even if I put this hood on, this canopy, I don't know if it's going to be big enough. This is a really big plane, folks. I mean, it's awesome that it's big. Size matters when it comes to this sort of thing.
Yeah, and other things.
Like cars.
Yeah. Looks a little small, but we'll probably make it work for the last half of this, for your 14 minutes you have left.
I'm crushing the wing trying to do that. I can't believe we don't have this plug, hon.
What?
I said, I can't believe we don't have the plug. That kind of ticks me off.
Yeah, we can look again, but I took all the foam out and all the plastic bags.
Enough talk about foam. Let's do this thing, okay? So obviously we got to hook up linkages and stuff. So real quick, just right there's fine, right there. So now we can move the things fast, okay? So now that we know that it's centered, hypothetically, we can center this too. So keep this square as you can get it. Find the spline positions that give you the choice 1, choice 2, choice 2, choice 3, choice 2, nope. So that's choice 1, and that's choice 2. So I think this one's slightly better. If it'll go, yep, it'll go. Okay, so that's on there. Good Lord, that thing is gigantic. Whoa.
Is that you?
Servo's bad. Rudder. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put this on there and see how it does. Okay, slide this on. This is the elevator. Okay, that's one position option. And then the next option is gonna be right there. Oh, unless these aren't. That looks pretty good to me. That sweep is perfect. And by the way, that's the rudder. Okay, so we're good there. Hold on a second. That's gonna have to go down.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how do you know which way you're putting it?
Well, I don't know why I had made up in mind it was for the elevator. I was dumb. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's the rudder. So I'm assuming we must, yeah. Okay, the elevator. Dead. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to replace that servo, guys. I don't have a servo of this size, just so you know. That sucks, a big one.
Is it a dead or is it a take it apart thing?
I don't have one, so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the other servo on right now because I wanna see it done.
Okay.
And, well, it's better to find now than it is in the air, I guess, maybe. Be better to find at the factory. All right, so we got bowl links here, linkages. I cannot tell if those expand. Yep, they do. They screw in and out. They're threaded into this rod, it looks like. I can't actually tell. No, they're threaded onto the end. Okay, so somewhere on there, we have to hook this up with a bolt, and then that one. So is there one that's longer than the other? This one's longer. Okay, so that is pretty close to neutral, and our sticks are centered, so I think we'll go with, oh geez. So we've got these nuts, lock washers, just like this, as you can see.
Okay.
And then we're eventually gonna have a screw to set in there, okay? So these are going to go, they're Phillips head, and there's a nylock on the inside. So I think I'm gonna probably try to put the washer down. Then I'm gonna slide this through the assembly. I'm gonna see if I can do it this way. I think this is the way it's gonna have to be. Okay. I honestly and frankly do not know which way this is gonna go, and I don't have the screwdriver. I don't have the screwdriver.
Do you know which one you need?
Well, it's a Phillips, but beyond that, I do not know.
Or 15.
Okay, pause while I grab that. I'm just gonna hold it with this, and that'll get us started. And then as you can see, this is gonna torque in there. And once it's tight, back it off a quarter turn. Just in case, I mean, it should move slack on there anyway. Then we need to extend or retract this to make it work, okay? And so in this case, I'm gonna just unscrew here, but I'm gonna hold it right here so I don't damage this end, okay? You see how it's unthreading there? It's actually unthreading here. Very carefully holding on to the shaft. Unscrewing this. You see how it's unscrewing here though? That is very
only
weird.
from
yeah, why
only
is it
from there?
only going from there? Okay, I gotta grab this shaft really hard evidently. Oh, good Lord. Is it going? There it goes.
There it goes,
Finally.
yeah.
Okay. There's a few turns. Get this lined up, and then we'll see how close we are. Now, come to the end, it's definitely not square. Give them a shot so they can see that it's not square. Okay. And I'm gonna put this washer, the same thing, washer on first. And then I'm gonna drop this down in there. And I'm just gonna move it. Okay. We're not gonna overdrive too bad, that's pretty good. So now, what I need to do is I need to get it centered, and it is really close now all of a sudden. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take this out.
Yeah, not much.
I know. I can't tell if it's gonna be one or two. But I'm gonna hold right here. And I'm gonna go 1, 2. Oh wait, that pulled it in. 1, sorry, 2. That gets us back to where we were. There's 3 and there's 4. I think that's gonna be what we need.
Okay.
But look, it just unscrewed from the other end, so I can't have that. There's 1, 2. I gotta get it to come from this end. You see how it unscrewed there? There's 3, there's 4. Now I'm gonna hold this like really hard. There's 1, 2, 3. Let's see if that's right.
Okay.
It's probably close, but I don't know if it's gonna be all the way. Okay, so we can drop that in there.
Well, that's really close.
Honestly, I can't. I think if I go any more, I mean, the only other thing we could do is we could move to the next spline position in. All right, let's try one more if I can get it to go. It makes me nervous. Hard on that position, okay? I left the screw in at that time to help, to get torque. Okay, and let's put this in. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay?
Okay.
So now I need to put the nut on there. So I am going to just quite literally grab my nuts with a pair of needle nose pliers.
Okay.
I agree.
Never floats your boat.
Screwdriver. Turn this on there until it bites. And to be honest, you know, I told you to back off half a turn, but it's going to move inside the ball. I actually want to see that knot spin. That's kind of nice. That makes me a little bit more comfortable. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this like crazy too. And just torque it down and see if it does good still. I'm going to let it spin inside of the ball link. Okay, so now the last thing we need to do is take one of these two screws, these two right here, like this.
Okay.
And I'm going to put that into the servo with the Phillips screwdriver. That's now the wrong size probably. And then that's just going to basically set that position on the spline, okay, of the servo. All right, so now we've got rudder, we've got ailerons, and let's set up flaperons quick. So flaperons, since well, are we even centered? No, but.
Not quite.
Okay, so ailerons are the same if you're upside down or right side up, okay? So that would roll the plane this way, right? That would roll the plane that way, okay? So then this one needs to be centered. You guys see the problem?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
You're not square there on that end.
Yep, and go look, the other side's perfect.
Is it?
So, yep, so while you're looking at that.
No, this side is down a little bit too.
You know what else? Look, this is supposed to have a spacer in it. It's supposed to have a spacer in it. You know how I know?
Because
that's what they did.
But why isn't there one for the elevator then?
Is there not one for the elevator?
No, there's only two of these there's only one of these little collar things.
That's because this one is offset. Give me the collar thing. Okay, guys, I just caught that. Sorry for missing that. I'm gonna grab my nuts again and I'm gonna unscrew this. Guys, that goes in here.
Top or bottom?
Top. Okay, so there's a set screw on here. Camera crew and I are gonna find the nut
right
we just dropped, okay? So we got the nut, and then there's gonna be a set screw, and I think it's probably a 1.5 millimeter.
Oh.
Because we have to bring that back on this collar. Okay, and once we bring that back, we can go ahead and slide this up and drop that in. How do we know? Because that's what they did on the aileron, so I assume that's what they want us to do here.
There's no protrusion.
There's no protrusion. Serious? Serious law?
Serious law.
Well, there's protrusion here, but not enough to matter. It's not appreciable. So that must be a longer hardware piece. Okay, so they gave us that to do that if we needed to, but I don't think we have the option to do it. Is there one that's longer? Let's go look at the lengths.
Oh.
Same. Those all look the same to me.
They all look the same to me too.
So that means, if anything, this one's longer, but I don't think it is. Nope. So that is not possible for us to use.
Okay, not in this part at least.
Unless that washer takes away the height, but I don't believe it does. So we don't need it. Like broken servo need it, you know.
Right.
But if it fit, I was gonna put it on. Okay. So in my case, I'm gonna just go with that's fine that it doesn't fit. I'm not like super weirded out by this angle. It would be better if it was perfect, but perfection is not always attainable. The other thing too is you could also set you could set that in there and you could set the set screw and then that would lock the shaft. The same as a nut, but I don't trust it as far as I can throw it.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not gonna happen in other words.
Okay.
So the answer to the question is we're gonna be up one collar in our inventory of things, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We still gotta look at that servo next, but let's fix this one right now. So this needs to be square. So how are we gonna do that? We're gonna grab the nuts and we're gonna unscrew this here, okay? Just to let this off.
I'm at
5%?
Yep, so you have maybe 4 minutes.
Okay, so that's off. I need to bring this out. And then I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna leave all that crap in there. I just dropped my nuts. Okay, I'm gonna go in, right? Crap, I don't think I can go in. I think it's all the way in. How the heck are we supposed to do that? Pull this crap out. There's a washer here that fell down. You guys see the washer? Mm-hmm. I'm laying it next to the, that is gonna, so it fell on the ground. Are you kidding me? Okay, so just let's just find the piece quick, pause it. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to hold this and see if it'll let me get it. I don't know that I will. I don't know if I can do that. I don't think I got it in me. So the only way to adjust it would be to change the spline position.
Or change the travel.
No, I'm not changing the travel.
Okay.
That's not right. This needs to be square as it can be anyway. Okay, so I'm pulling that off and I'm moving it back, right?
Yes.
Wasn't that what we needed?
Yep.
Okay, so we're just, and then we'll have to extend it, which sucks to be me, but I would rather do that and have it right as it can be. I noticed this, sometimes these like ultra expensive servos, you won't have that type of problem, but I don't know if these are ultra expensive servos. The spline positions are pretty big. They're coarse, if that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm able to torque that. All right, so now what I have to do is I have to extend this pretty considerably. And I just don't like that I have to change that angle. That's not good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got a lot of turns out of it. But now we want that neutral, and we gotta go a long way still. I don't even know if I'm gonna have enough. We'll find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I count in halves, by the way, guys. That's not close yet. Holding the shaft. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we had a camera run out of memory or battery or both.
Both.
So we just twisted this out a turn after the camera died. So I'm just holding this in position and getting it lined up. Remember, we changed the spline position. So we just have to extend this out a little bit more. And at the end of the day, we're getting close. No, probably one more. I just don't want this end to come off, obviously, okay? We know how that ends.
Yeah.
How do we know, camera crew?
Is that the J11?
J11.
No, it was the SU-27.
Yep, that's right. The J11 was a battery.
Yeah.
Okay, so truthfully, I think I went 1/2 turn too far. So pull this out. Okay, so then I'm gonna take and go in 1/2 a turn. There's 1/2 a turn. Okay, just make sure you're 90 degrees of that. So it's like this, not that, okay? Very good. Put that through as a spacer, and then bring it up to the hole. See how things look and feel. That looks pretty dang good. I just hope that we have the same exact percentage of throw, like what we need to have good consistent roll authority here. Okay, so I'm just gonna move the sticks. Sometimes they don't always return to the center, but it looks like it's returning. It's pretty dang close. Now the other thing too is, if you have to reverse the channel, sometimes there'll be just like a little tiny bit of an absolute position change. I think I need to go in 1/2 more turn, okay? Okay, and it might just be the weight of the actual control surface pulling down on it. Okay. So now I can hold this one more time and then another half a turn. Okay, it looks pretty good. I think we're where we need to be, but I still want to test it. Guys, a lot of this stuff is just guess and check until you're exactly correct. You remember when we started this build and I was like, hey, I don't think we're going to make our deadline. Why don't you ask the people at home if they can see the sun?
I'm going to guess they can't.
Oh. So they don't have an X-ray vision?
Or a time machine.
Neither. Okay, so I'm going to hold this and torque it down. Okay, so camera crew is doing her best to get you guys a shot. We're pretty high up compared to normal filming positions. Thank you, camera crew, for putting up with this crap. Any other rounds? Like, it's still not absolutely perfect, but it's, what the heck? Why does that one seem low?
I told you that one was low.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, you seriously did?
I don't think it's as bad as the other one was to start with, but it wasn't perfect either.
Okay, well then we got to fix that one too.
Yeah.
Sucks to be us. When you got to fix it, you got to fix it. Now, truth be told, folks, you don't have to fix anything. You can just fly it, you can trim it, and it'll probably be fine. But I want to give myself every advantage. I feel like that time we're just gonna adjust this spline and see if that does it. Because that's ultimately what we had to do on the other one.
Well, yeah, but you're still gonna have to lengthen your rod then.
Really?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you do that?
No.
Oh, come on. That's like a huge jump.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be able to do that. That's too much. Crap, we are. We have to.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way that we can get enough throw, because we're already all the way up in there. It's so annoying.
Camera is weird.
So, all right, that is, I don't know if we can do that, hon. That is a huge...
Isn't that what you did last time?
Yeah, but this one's way further forward, hon. We can't do that, hon. It's too much. I don't know exactly what to do. We may have to mechanically trim it.
Because you can't...
Or I mean electrically trim it, rather. There's only so many spline positions.
Right.
Because you see the splines, you can go here, which is too low, or you can go here, which is way too far up.
Right.
So if we go here, which is too low, okay? It's just annoying because the truth is I could take that out with the flap setup because I have flaperons set up on this. But I don't like wasting the throw.
I don't think this one was as bad as the other one. So.
Yeah, but it's still not right. There's a certain amount of like this crap that you just, it's either right or it's not. And my concern is when it's not right, it's not right. And when it's not right, planes roll and have trim issues. And then you take off and you're like, man, this thing sucks. Like when the servo's bad. That's our next thing, guys, by the way, if you hadn't figured out already, because I can't finish the setup until I fix that servo. So I'm gonna try to fix it.
It's my favorite.
Camera crew is looking forward to it big time. She's really excited. Okay. So now that we have that all taken off, I'm gonna see if I can run it in, and I doubt we can. There's one. And there's two.
Goodness gracious.
Well, good thing I'm strong, I guess. We'll see if this goes. There's no washer in there either. Where'd the washer fall? Right underneath. You see it? That super dinky washer. Okay. By the way, it looks like they did a glue reinforced hinge and then they added these hinges as well. So they must have originally thought they could get away with just a pinch hinge and then change their mind wildly. Why does it seem like I moved it none?
That seems, yeah.
You know, I think what's gonna happen is when I tighten this, it's gonna suck that in just a hair more. And I could be wrong, but I'm kind of thinking maybe it's gonna pull it in just like I think. Because I turned it in a full turn, didn't I?
I thought you did. I mean.
Sure looked like I did. What was I saying about when it's right, it's right?
Yeah.
Show them now. Show them the inboard portion. Get down there so they can see it lined up. Go up there closer. Go up there closer. Now, lower your camera. There you go. You guys see? Pretty dang close. Now, this side, if anything, is just a hair down. Barely at all. And that side is just a hair up, right? Mm-hmm. So, what we're going to do is we're going to make them both exactly one hair up. Okay?
Okay.
How are we going to do that?
Adjust that one.
Yep, we're going to come out half a turn. And that's going to be what we do. And that is a lot of work for one small adjustment. And that's called, you know, you can either have it adjusted and you can have it right, or you can hope for the best and just trim it and waste some of your throw. Which, to be honest, on this plane, there's a crap load of throw. So you're probably going to be fine either way. But I'm going to pull this whole assembly apart, and then I wanted to go up, right? I was down, I wanted to go up, so I need to pull this out, correct?
Yes. Right?
Yeah, I want it to match this one, so I want it to extend out half a turn.
Yes.
There's half a turn, okay? So now that half a turn has been deployed.
Did you get your washer that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for asking. I really appreciate it.
Trying to help.
Okay, guys. Toward the end of these Unbox build radio setups, you might notice that some of the fun leaves the room and the frustration sets in. The only reason that's happening tonight is because, first of all, I missed my deadline by an hour and a half. 2, our camera battery died. 3, we're out of memory. 4, I think we have a bad servo. And 5, that was a pain in the balls.
Yeah.
The good news is, that's never stopped us before. So yeah, so basically when it gets to being a pain in the balls, that means Brian's still gonna do it. Excuse me. So really, what's next? We have to figure out if we're centered, which we are, and we are. So we were gonna set up flaps, and then we realized, oh, it's not even good.
Yeah.
So now I can go down to flap system. We can't even do this because of the elevator.
Well.
So position 1 is 0. Then position 1. Okay, so we're gonna go. Why is it going up? Oh, because I'm going up. It's because I have it upside down. So let's do like -25. And then landing flaps will be like, they have pretty good flaps now. Let's do like -75, okay? And then let's do, instead of 25, I feel like that's maybe too much.
Too much?
Yeah, too much. Let's like take off flaps on. Let's do 15. There's still barn doors, and yet there's still throw.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Okay, so no elevator correction right now, and that's just because we have an elevator servo that's not working, okay?
Okay.
How do we know the servo's not working, camera crew?
Well, it's jittery.
Ailerons feel good, rudder feels great. I have no problems with either of those. But, okay, I need to lay stuff down here, then we'll keep filming. Obviously not correct.
Right.
Okay. How do we fix a servo that's not working? 1, if it's on a brand new plane, you replace it, okay? That's one option. Let's say you're an influencer on YouTube and you want to make the best of a situation and you've got an early release that can't easily be fixed because you have to film your video within hours or it won't make the deadline, then you try to fix it because that's what people do when they're dedicated servants to a hobby. Camera crew, I'm probably gonna have to trade you sides or something.
Okay.
Just come right here. That's probably good enough. Now, what I'm hoping is we have enough cable that I can pull this out. I can tell you right now, it's more serviceable than many servos that we've used in the past. Okay, so I have 4 screws. Those screws are down there now. This is gonna pull out. And what do we know about this servo? First of all, you're gonna trade sides again?
Okay.
So this servo is a very high quality servo, and yet it's broken. Digital servo, made in China. China. Definitely not right, Okay, so obviously what we're gonna do is we're gonna take apart this servo. And in order to take apart this servo, we're gonna have to have a screwdriver that has a screw small enough, screw head.
And you're gonna take it apart while it's plugged in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a death wish, don't I?
No, I mean.
No?
I don't, just asking a question.
It's like in the single digits. I could lick it.
No, that's not what I was worried about.
You weren't worried that I was gonna eat it?
No.
Oh, goodness gracious.
This is too tall.
Hey, I'm sorry. Sorry that that's not working out for you, hon. I'm also annoyed. If it makes you feel better. I know that you love this really more than me, so it's really, I'm just accommodating you in your most deepest desires. Hey, I need you to seriously help me remember this. This needs to go that way.
Okay, what?
It goes this way. So it's gonna line up like that. So the label goes toward the end.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pull this back off. Okay. So now when we take this apart, it's gonna blow up in a million pieces, parts going everywhere. Ooh, look at that fancy dance. Okay. It's so digital. That is one of the nicest looking insides of a servo that doesn't work that I've ever seen. Okay, now let's run the servo. Oh yeah, still runs like crap. I know what's wrong with it, but I'm just not gonna tell you. What? What? What?
I hate that you look at stuff and you're like, I know what's wrong with it. Are you even kidding me?
No, I'm seriously.
I know you know what's wrong with it.
Look at that thing spinning. Okay,
Gears.
so what's wrong with it? No. No.
Why is that spinning?
That's got a bearing.
Okay.
Okay. That's spinning because it hasn't found the position it needs to be in, and this is the trim feedback. See that? Ooh, I don't want it to slather lube on me.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know how to focus.
It's gonna get kind of hot.
Okay.
So I'm turning this till it stops. Okay, so it stopped.
Okay.
Now I can look and see if there's a gear that's missing or out of sequence.
Or like missing a tooth.
Yep, but those are all Metal Gear servos. They all seem pretty dang good to me. Now it's gonna spin. It's gonna spin.
This does not focus, I'm sorry.
Spin, 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 spin. So it's not on the input side, it's on the feedback side. So that means either something mechanically isn't feeding back. Okay, so you see up there? That thing is just an idle servo that might have popped out. Okay, so I'm gonna drop it back down in there. Watch what happens. Oh yeah, that's a nice fit. Okay, so then that's gonna change and impact the outcome here.
Why does that one look?
That's got grease on it.
Is it just, oh, okay, I thought it
There's also an end stop, okay? So this has bearings on it. Turn on the light, please. Look up inside there. There's an end stop. Can you see it?
No.
Shine the light in there. Move the phone over. Thank you. Stop right there. See, it stops.
Oh, okay.
And then it stops. So I'm hitting an end stop or something, okay? Now this is pressed in there, so now I just pressed it out. There's another bearing right there, okay? So you see that stop? Mm-hmm. That's the stop that we're hitting on that plastic or that plastic. So everything is physically working with the exception of, you see that's keyed in? This has to fall on top of that mechanism. So I have to pull off 2 servos or 3, get this to spin on the feedback pot. It's a, whoa. See, now it found the position. Now look. See, when I move it, it goes up. See how it's freaking out?
Yeah, so why?
Because there's a little something going on here. And I don't know if it's the trim feedback, the trim pot feedback, or if it's something digitally wrong with it. And if it's a digital issue, then I'm not going to be able to correct it. But if it's a mechanical issue, then I'll be able to correct it, likely. Okay, so I'm going to lay this back down, but I don't want to burn anything. First of all, it's not hot. Here's the soldered leads that go up to the motor. So the motor, see, it's not going to let me pull this off easy, is it? See? I'm pulling it out.
Okay.
See? Now look. There's some schmutzum on there. That's silicone. And then that's a trim pot potentiometer, and that motor is spinning like crazy. You see it?
It is?
Yeah. It's spinning. Watch, it'll spin fast when I go. Okay, you see what's happening? I'm moving the stick up. Hey, can you like put the camera so they can see my stick too?
Look. Maybe.
There's a certain spot where it stops. Oh, I must have bumped my flaps. Okay, sorry. See it? Stops, stops, stops.
Yeah.
Stops. There's something about the pulse width modulation it doesn't like. It's good down, but it's not good up. See? Stop, stop. So let's investigate further. Go over to the monitor 1, and I'm just gonna hold this like this against my belly. See that number? That's what we're looking at. It freaks out when it gets over 53. Mm-hmm. When you go down to 98, it's fine. So that to me, by the way, you see how it's trying to run right now?
Why is it doing that?
See how it stopped? It stopped because I turned the trim. This is the feedback. So it'll go really fast, and then it'll go stop, and then it'll go the other way. Now it's gonna go the other way. It's gonna try to find the position. See that? Simple feedback circuit, okay? So you get to the center and it stops, or mostly stops. It's barely moving. Mm-hmm. Then it just goes based on my stick input of the pulse width modulation, okay? Now, if you look inside there, you can see, turn on the light. Nothing really looks totally burned out or anything.
Doesn't smell burned.
Does it?
It doesn't.
Okay. So the problem with this issue is that it's in the control circuit. Now when I pass this through, it's gonna come up and hit those gear sets. And then it's gonna start spinning real slow until it forces it back into the correct position, okay? So that sits on there like a hat. Okay, so now, look, when I run the elevator, down, it goes down. And when I run it up, it goes up.
It has that jump.
Yep, which is totally unacceptable. So it could be symptomatic of a cut cable, but I doubt it. I don't think the cable is the problem at all. I think the problem is we would have to validate that we don't have a bad receiver too, because this is, after all, just on the elevator. So now our next test is gonna be, is the problem in the control circuit of this servo, or is the problem in the receiver?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna pass this back through. We've established that we don't see like a splash of solder or like a surface mount, anything. This is just foam, by the way. That's just foam, okay? That protects this stuff. Okay, so we're gonna slide this back together. Plastic on the bottom so that it protects the circuit from short circuit. Then we're gonna take the top. We're gonna make sure all the parts are pushed in tight, which they are. And we're gonna push this back together very carefully. Because after all, it's an expensive servo, and I would really like it to live to see another day. That bushing takes a little bit to push together. That bearing, rather. Okay, so definitely doing the same symptom as we saw before. So now, how do we vet this servo against the output on our receiver, camera crew? How do we do that?
Switch something. Switch two plugs and see if it does.
Yep, and if the problem follows the servo,
yep,
then that means that it's the receiver. So if we go to the rudder from the elevator and the problem goes to where the rudder is, then we'll know that it's the actual port on the receiver, which would be the first ever.
Yeah.
We've never had a receiver do that.
Right.
Especially not a Spectrum one. Okay, so we're gonna take this and we're gonna put it back into the plane.
Okay.
Just to kind of hold it in place. And remember, we need it a certain way, and a certain way is gonna be that way. So we vetted inside that cabinet, and there's nothing that's wrong about the physical parameters inside of there that we can control. But there is still a circuit that's running, and it's acting like the digital circuit is not properly configured. So also that's a 30-gram servo, which means a 30-gram servo is gonna have to be, that's a pretty dang big servo.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if we have 30-gram servos at all. We might have a crash plane with a 30-gram servo. And at which point we would have to put it in, okay? But let's vet the servo first from the receiver.
Yep.
And once we vetted that, then we'll know. Guys, this is Diagnostics 101 here on Brian Phillips RC. We don't just teach you how to build it, we teach you why to build it so that you can decide if you can handle this type of thing, okay? This is the difference between doing a bind and fly and a plug and fly, because a lot of times the bind and flies are already tested for you. That's not to say that you're not gonna occasionally get a bad servo. We have had a handful of bad servos over the years. It is very rare. We had a lot more from Hobby King than we did from anybody else over the years, but not because of the install. It's probably because of the flying. When I was brand new as a pilot, I did a lot of Hobby King stuff, okay? So, whoops, I gotta put this on again. The only reason I'm putting this on so I can see the change, okay? So yes, it does move, but it's obviously goofed up. We didn't fix anything, but we verified that there wasn't something that we could fix.
Right.
So there's a difference between knowing and fixing, and knowing is the hard part, okay? Now we know that there's a digital issue, okay? There's an issue with the control system. First things first, throttle cuts on and tested, because I have to go in here and reach in behind here.
Okay.
Okay, in order to do this, I'm gonna flip this over. Camera crew, grab that please. Get it out of there.
Yep.
Okay, just so you know, you're gonna dent up your wing every time you flip this over. I've already dented it twice. Don't like that at all. That needs to be addressed. There needs to be more strength on the inboard portion of the wing. That's where everybody is gonna pick up their planes every single time. And yes, we have seen that on other planes. Very good planes, no less. Okay, so all we need to do now is let me in there so I can do it. You wanna go around where you can see, that's fine with me. Pop the hatch way up at the front. Awkward, I might add. Get so you're not in the prop area. Why is it so hard to open all of a sudden? Jeez. Okay, so this is gonna get laid out of the way. Now, the easiest way to test this, keep your arm out of that prop. Okay, if something goes wrong, I don't want you to get hurt. We're just gonna flip two of these servos. Elevator, okay, and rudder. So elevator is on this port, rudder's right next to it, okay? Pretty easy stuff. Now the rudder is going to act like it is the elevator, okay? Oops, hold on, I'm gonna lift it up. You guys hear how smooth it's going? You see how smooth it's going? So the problem did not repeat from the elevator port.
Right.
Now I'm plugging in the potentially bad servo to the rudder. Now we're gonna see it act funny. Yep.
Yeah,
So we have confirmed. We've now double confirmed that it's either the cable or the servo. We have not inspected the cable very well. I hate the cable. There's not like a servo signal reverser in there, I don't think. I'm gonna just, for good measure, there's one last thing, I have to do it, because at this point that servo's coming out anyway. Sucks to be me again. I am going to take the servo out and I'm going to relieve the cable out of the housing so that we can verify the cable's not damaged. So once we pull the cable out, then we'll know that it's definitely bad.
Okay.
This is now disconnected, okay? So the servo's now disconnected. If you could just keep an eye on those if they fall, because I know they're gonna fall, but just a lot easier to do this up here. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we try desperately to show all the steps. Now, admittedly, you're probably not gonna get a bad servo, okay? These are some of the nicest servos that we've had, period.
Yeah.
So I'm really disappointed that this is bad. It does happen. We don't cover for manufacturers when they make mistakes or have mistakes that get past quality assurance. Frankly, I think what happens is we do tend to get these planes early for samples, and so sometimes stuff slips through that wouldn't ordinarily make it past. That cable is very unlikely to be the problem, at least that part of it. Now at the pass-through, They even have some silicone in there, it looks like. You can see the silicone. So I think regrettably, we're just gonna have to go dig and see if we get lucky and have another servo. I do not know if we have another servo this size. If we can't fly this plane because of a bad servo, it sucks to be us. That's life in the big city. So we're gonna have to either replace the servo with something similar, or we're gonna have to replace the servo with the exact same servo after they replaced it. I'm sure they would. Just like all these manufacturers, we've never had a manufacturer that won't make things right. But I'll tell you what, I'm not the type of guy to wait for people to make things right. I let them make it right, and then I go fix it with something else. And that's what we're gonna do on this too. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after we dig. All right, folks, so I have thoroughly beat the dead horse off camera. And so just wanted to show you, okay, so I have the servo tester, and I just wanna show you an interesting phenomenon on this. This is a broken servo that we pulled out, okay? So it wasn't a big deal to pull it out. Actually, the servo is awesome, high quality servo. I took it apart. I literally took apart the feedback trim pot, opened it up, made sure all the commutators inside are good, and there's only so much you can do. I don't even think that the feedback pot is wrong. I think that this is programmed wrong, because watch this. It goes, when you step past the pulse width modulation, it works fine. But then there's 4 distinct points. Dun, 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 dun. Now look at the pulse width modulation range. Boom, 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 boom. It's got like some sequencer set up in it. So I don't know how they're programming these RAMs, the little, well, I don't know if it's a RAM, but there's firmware inside of here somewhere, because it is a digital servo. And when I had it opened, all the other components are great. Like, I cannot believe how nice this is. But it's not quite as nice as the one on the J3 Cub, which is a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to steal one to see if we could get this thing running. But at the end of the day, I just want to show you this. This is what it's doing. It's got 4 distinct points. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's about 1/4 of the range. And I can step it slow so I can show you. Boop. Should be jumping. You see, there it jumps. See, there it jumps. So you can see the microseconds. So it's between 1720 and 1740. Now, this is not a 740. You need to change your light on that. Now watch it. I'll do it again. Boop. Right at the top of the range. Boom. Boom. Okay? And I can repeat that over and over and over and over and over again. It is most definitely a programming issue on this. It is not a broken component. There is something, well, I mean, unless a component is physically broken, which I don't believe it is. And I don't think the chipset's wrong. Because here's the thing. When I step from full, look how perfect it works. You want to know why? Because it's calling for a position and it's achieving a position.
And it's skipping where the problem is.
Yep. Because the problem is in the control side of the circuit, not the output side of the circuit.
Right.
And that's how I know. Okay, now, just a quick demonstration. I found the closest I could find was actually probably the J3 Cub aileron servo, or the SWS Timber, or what's the other one?
Those were the two.
Those are the two
Super
closest.
Timber was smaller.
So we had big servos in there, but they were about 10% larger on all dimensions, and they're not really listed as a 30-gram servo, like a 60-80 or something like that. So I don't know what it is.
6380 or something like that. Yeah,
something like that. Okay, so I found a crashed Optera, and I was like, maybe I could just use a 17 gram, because this is actually a very big servo, and it's very strong, but it's not as strong as that thing. This thing is massively strong, but you know, you have a perfect sweep. So I got to thinking, okay, well, could I fly it with the rudder on a 17-gram servo and then put the 30-gram on the elevator? But then I'm like, we're not really being true to the audience, because then we're not showing the plane working right. Now, if I took a 30-gram and replaced it with another competitive brand 30-gram, fine, whatever. As long as it's got similar specs, I don't care. It'll still show the plane performing, or not. This plane could still suck. That's the most frustrating part for us as influencers, or in this little realm of influencing, or whatever it is we do, is we want to give you guys full truth, nothing but the truth to help us God. And so what that means is that leaves us in a position where we have to basically try to dismantle the planet to meet deadlines. So very frustrating experience for us. Doesn't mean you're going to have it. And I gotta say something about this plane. It has gone from a pile of 1 million parts. We spent longer on this servo than we did on the build.
Yeah.
That is not uncommon when we have a problem, okay? We always share it in its full true colors, no matter how pissed off I get. There might be an F-bomb off camera, but in this case, I just wanna show you. This is an awesome servo. I am so pissed that it's wrong because what happened was some idiot programmed the RAM wrong, or the ROM, or whatever it is they call that chip in there. There's a chip that's got about like 30 pins on it, and it's a surface mount chip that goes on there. I don't think any of the components are bad because it would not be capable of that. And look how strong this thing is. It is strong, guys.
And you've taken it all apart. We've looked at it.
You can see the load on this, which is pretty cool. So like if I go up in here, you can see the milliamps. So when I do a sweep, double click for a sweep, you can see the milliamps. See how many milliamps you can get in there? You could get like over 1 amp of current in there. Go up really close to it. You can get over 1 amp of current if you load this thing. Look at this. There's like almost 1,300 milliamps. So you can get like an amp 0.3 coming out of, I mean, this manages a ton of power. And the motors, the coreless motors that I was complaining about, making fun of earlier, it is a super nice motor. So all that said, it doesn't work. So what difference does it make if you have components that are 95% good and 5% failed, or whatever it is? That is the moral of the story. I do work on stuff like this for a living. I had that feedback trim pot that's in a black case right here. I had that opened up and I had all the exposed crap inside.
Yeah.
I was resetting all the pins. I mean, the dielectric component was good. All of it was fine, okay? So the resistive element was fine. The only thing that wasn't working that I can tell is the software on this, whatever crappy software they got running in it. Which is incredibly frustrating for us because this is a beautiful plane. First of all, I really wanted to see it fly before sunset, so we missed that deadline. That was on us. But this thing is so close. So we're short a rod. We're short a couple of screws.
Well, we're not short. We just don't have them in yet.
But what I'm saying is we still have to do that for you guys. And we're going to have to get another servo, which means we're going to probably not be first to the party, obviously. And this we're not going to use because we don't need it.
Right.
And it didn't fit because the screw was not long enough on the rudder side of things. Because it was on the rudder side because you have the change of direction. On the elevator, you don't need it because you're going the same direction. So you have perfect alignment between these two surfaces, okay? Mm-hmm. The only reason you have this potentially is because this goes from here to there, but it's like ball links on both sides. You don't need it. I don't understand why it was a big deal, but it was supposed to go here, I think. So you'd have to have a longer screw to actually reach. And we obviously checked all the screws in all the holes.
Right.
So we've already heard back from Hobby King, so they're trying to source us a replacement part. And to be frank, they want to make it right. They feel bad. We feel bad. Everybody feels bad. And that's why things need to work. But at the end of the day, you guys are the ones that are going to be spending hard-earned money on these planes. And while we don't expect this experience to be part of your experience, it was our experience, and we share it.
Right.
Okay? So that's what we do. We tell the truth to our audience. You guys can make up your own minds. Do we think you're going to have this? No.
But we also don't want to move forward with the build with an incomplete or something that we use different parts
or somehow like mislead people, think it's, you know, hey, that's the best thing since sliced bread, and we end up with like a different servo in there, which John loves to do.
Maybe he's got
one. He doesn't
one.
mislead people though. He's just
I know he just changes everything out
because he wants to do crazy.
But 3D we don't do that, so we don't want.
This will do crazy 3D without upgrading the servos, John. From Two Brother. All right, so Two Bros. So our next move now is wait longer, and that's what we're gonna do. So hurry up and wait. I do it professionally all the time. It's just part of life. It just sucks. I really want to see this thing fly. You know what? What is that Ian says? He says...
A well-trimmed sailplane doesn't need an elevator. So you shouldn't even need it.
Let's just tape it square and leave it.
Yep, be perfect.
Should be fine. So guys, if you're watching this unbox in its true colors, live and in person, so chronological order, which is the way we do it, We still have to get this done before we can finish the rest of the setup. Because like right now, I can't even tell if the elevator is going the right direction because there isn't a servo. The rudder is correct. The ailerons are obviously correct. The flaps, takeoff and landing flaps are set up. We can't do AS3X setup. We can't do forward programming for AS3X or safe because without all 3 axes of controls, the only way we'd be able to do it is to swap ports and then simulate it. It's going to confuse the heck out of everybody.
But then you have to relearn the servo orientations and stuff. And
no, it's just, I don't want to confuse people.
No, right.
If this is the first time setting up this model, you won't have this problem, but we are going to show it. Okay. So that's what we do. So, you know, it's not really meant to be punitive with any of our partners. I mean, obviously our objectives are to help you guys find good stuff. And sometimes good stuff comes out of the box bad. And that sucks.
It's not the first time and it probably won't be the last time.
It is not the first time. It is not the last time. But admittedly,
still frustrating.
Having such a high quality component come out of the box bad is probably worth weighing into your considerations. Okay. So just a thought. Hopefully it's not your end conclusion, which by the way, what size servos did they have in the Twin Otter, the Avios Twin Otter?
Oh, they were definitely not this big.
They were 16 grams, I think, or 15 grams, or we may have to check into that. But if we find one in the meantime, we will take it out of that plane if we can take it out. But it's also a foamy. Most of them are not serviceable. I cannot believe how serviceable this is.
Yeah.
I mean, it took us like 2 minutes to take the servo out and to drop the wire back. It's not that big a deal, which by the way, there is a channel in here. In case you, hon, come around here. There is a channel here that goes at an angle, just like this, and it helps to redirect that wire to that direction. But it's not that big a deal. All we're gonna do is put it up on its nose like this.
Yep.
And we're just gonna feed the wire in, drop it so that it starts falling down. It's not gonna be that big a deal. You don't have to feed another wire or anything like that. It won't be that big a deal. But in the meantime, we will give you guys a full update. As soon as we get that, it'll be like it never happened.
Right.
And all we have to do is install this rod and we'll be back up in business and we'll pick up right where we left off. Hopefully, if you guys have questions about how to do basic diagnostic work when you're trying to determine where the problems are on equipment, that is one of the things we try to build into our videos. It is tedious for those of you that are watching for just a brand new virgin build and you don't have this problem. Skip past it, guys. We have been trying to do timestamps. So you can skip right over a whole section, and we don't mean to waste your time, but we do want to teach new people that are getting into the hobby. Because even though I don't think this is going to be a great plane for a new person.
No, I don't think so.
It might be manageable more so than you think. So it might be a third or fourth plane for somebody, and somebody that's not, you know, working on industrial scales for 20 years.
Right.
Might not be able to figure it out. So we're going to try our best to help you guys figure it out. What did we conclude though? It's not the receiver.
Right.
It's not the motor.
It's not the cable.
It's not the gears. It's not the cable. And it is not the trim feedback or the trim pot inside the servo. So the only thing left is the control logic on it. And by the way, that motor is hard soldered to the board. It's not like a lead that goes off to a motor, which is oftentimes the case. So in order to actually take that, I desolder it, which is not a big deal. I totally could do that. But I have to have a control circuit that's big enough to tolerate the current load, which I don't have. And if I did, it would probably be a 30-gram servo. And yes, I did check my thousands of components. The biggest I had was some, I think it was Corova wing servos that were pretty huge, and they're Metal Gear. They would have been strong enough. They're probably a 1.7 kilo load. So it would have handled the load, but that's only at 1 inch out. This is like a really long servo. So if you guys know how they rate these, that's like almost 2 inches out, okay? So if you're out multiple inches and the rating on the other competitive offering is rated at 3/4 of an inch or 1 inch out, then that is a huge leverage difference. So you're talking about like a quadruplicate of power in physical energy, okay? So in other words, it's too small.
Okay.
All right, that's all you got for tonight. 6S 4000 is gonna have to present itself next time for you. But we have gone through a lot of technical stuff, and we hope we helped you in even a little bit, even a little way, just to get a little bit closer to what you're trying to achieve with this extravaganza. Okay? And I'm serious. We have videos that have been out for 10 years and people are looking back to. We had a Spitfire that had a bad servo in it, and I still point back to that video on I pulled it all out of the wing and fixed the servo. It had a tooth that was ripped off on a plastic gear servo, and it was on an E-flight plane that was dead. And we had one of these ready to fly helicopters that came. We got like 165,000 views on this where I took apart the transmitter.
Yep.
And fixed the transmitter because some poor kid got it on Christmas morning and he needed help fixing it. And that's just what we do because we feel like that brings real value to our real audience. And if that's you, smash the like button, click the bell for notifications when you do subscribe, and buy the stuff from the links. Because I can tell you this is a one-off, this is a fluke. I don't think it's systemic. If it is systemic, you'll hear about it, trust me, because we were gonna be pissed.
Right.
This is a fairly expensive plane and it's a really good servo.
I think the other thing is if you're newer to the hobby, watch the problems that we have, even if you don't have the problems. Because when Brian was taking apart that servo, I was watching him and I was like, it's frustrating to me because it makes me feel stupid because I don't understand the electronics. But I've watched enough of this stuff to know when things are wrong. I might not know how to fix them, but I see problems
I immediately knew
that a
that
few years
servo.
ago I wouldn't have known were wrong.
I immediately knew that servo
Right,
was
it was
wrong.
jumpy. Like you could tell.
As soon as I moved the stick, within
wrong.
4 seconds, I was like, wait,
Yep.
it's bad.
So if you see other people screw up, or you see things that are wrong on other people's planes, learn from that so that you see it in your own planes before you have a problem in the air.
It's like having
because
an older brother or sister.
Right.
You watch them screw things up, and then you learn what not to do.
It's a good thing I'm so great, and my sister couldn't learn from my mistakes.
Well, she was a little younger than my older brother was than me. So at the end of the day, we do want to work with these partners in the RC industry, whether it's Hobby King or E-Flight or Horizon or Hangar 9 or FMS, even Dynam. We want more of a good thing. And truth is, we could sit here and beat the heck out of all these companies for having stupid little things go wrong all the time. But the truth is there's a lot of moving parts in these planes. And yes, most of the time we get them in the air, and we almost never have a real problem that stops us from flying.
Right.
Okay, it's pretty rare. It's embarrassing if you're the one that sent us a plane or helicopter or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, we want to work with our partners so that you guys can have a better experience. So that's what we do. Take one for the team once in a while. That's the way we do it. So stay tuned. More on this. We will not leave you high and dry. All right, so we have the bad servo here, which we tried to spec this thing out like everywhere. And this body is sized like a 20 kilogram strength sized servo. And so we found several, and they're very fast and they're very expensive, okay? Like to the tune of 60, 75 bucks each. And to get them quick is just impractical. So because there aren't any in North America, we're gonna work through a different plan, and that is called amputation. Salvation through amputation, okay? So first thing we did was I took off the wing. I ran an extension cord, cut the zip tie that held this wire together, and just yanked out this servo, okay? Here's my rationalization. That elevator and that rudder are gonna be run a lot the same on most models. They're gonna be very demanding, and they're also gonna be very critical to flight. Whereas an aileron servo is not only redundant, but as much as that throw is, I just don't see me taking up its full potential. Now, that doesn't mean you guys might not, but in order to demonstrate the plane, we want to be as close to reality as possible. So even if we do get another servo that happens to be a 22 kilogram rated servo, and by the way, that's 22 grams at 1 centimeter. That's how they measure those, okay? So this is called a Turnigy TGY 30/7. So it's 7 kilograms per centimeter or some such thing, I don't know. But it says DHV, so digital high voltage. So this is rated to go up to like 8.4 volts, I believe, as low as like 6, okay? So normally you'd be at like 5 to 5.5 volts on a regular BEC, and that's part of the reason why this system is just bigger, okay? When you do 3D, you need more demanding You have more demanding servos because you have bigger control surfaces. These things are huge, okay? So that all being understood, this is also a gigantic arm, okay? It's very big. It's bigger than what we're seeing on like virtually every offering, okay? So come over here. So I took this off. I put another extension on it. I'm just gonna show you. I used this length extension, but I probably could have used this length because it didn't take much to get it all the way through the fuse. And you can see I've just got it draped here. So just for the sake of full disclosure, we want you guys to understand what we're going through to rectify a situation that is really shouldn't need to be rectified, to be honest. We did reach out to Hobby King. They did offer to pretty much do whatever it takes to help get this done. And
We just can't find one.
it's not possible. So congratulations on trying to make it right, but if you don't make it right, you didn't make it right. So here goes. So this is the aileron from the left. It is left. Yeah, and I wrote good. Okay, and then this is gonna get tucked in so it goes like this. I marked it so when I put it back on the aileron, I can do it if it's not powered up. So I'm just gonna drop this in.
No, you need to be the other way.
What now?
You need to be the other way.
Oh,
so that
point the camera, show them the
got
picture.
The picture up on the screen.
So it needs to point away from the elevator. Yes. Okay, so it goes like that, which is actually better for length anyway. So if you give them a shot here, if you look inside here, you're gonna have to point this funny. See that, guys? That's the extension cord. Hold still, hold still. That's the extension cord.
Oh.
Okay, so I just wanted you guys to see the connector, how close it was to reaching where our electronics are gonna land. Okay, so that needs to land where? So this is the light we disconnected from the wing. This one needs to go over to 6, doesn't it?
No, that's the elevator.
So that would go into the, this one's actually 3. Yep, so we're just gonna plug that back into 3. And yes, it's gonna be a little bit longer, but keeping in mind, this is sort of a temporary solution. So in our case, this is gonna just get tucked in here and it's just gonna be kinda in there, okay?
Right.
Hanging out, chilling, waiting for the next step, okay? Now, you're probably thinking, okay, but now you don't have an aileron servo. You would be correct. Because what I'm gonna do is when I get an off-brand mismatched servo, I have a unique channel for this. So I can make the flaperons work. I can make the agreement on the deflection, which we've already mechanically adjusted for what was in there.
Right.
And now we're gonna have to redo it all, okay? So that being said, these screws by rights came out of this servo, but they should be identical to the one that we pulled out from the other night, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically use this from the elevator. And I'm showing you this because transparency matters on YouTube, because obviously it matters that we're telling you guys the full truth. And part of telling the full truth is also showing the scope and gravity of a pain in the nuts that this has been. And it has been exactly that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. We do these reviews all the time, folks, and we have had very few that have bad servos, and I've mentioned that. The weirdest thing about this one is the servo isn't even bad. It's got like, it's programmed wrong or something stupid is going on. So until we figure out what the stupid thing is, or we get a replacement, we're gonna have to just basically reassemble this. And this is a real pain in the neck. You are taking the prime real estate, camera crew. I need to be as close as possible. Thank you. Okay. So this is exactly the same size. The aileron servos are the same with the exception of the length of the lead is a little bit shorter. And so just be aware if you were to replace or have a similar circumstance like this, which I doubt you will, guys. These are identical with the exception of the cable length. So that leads me to my next set of questions, which is why in the heck are there different lengths on these? Like, did they save like 4 cents to do that?
I don't know.
I really genuinely don't understand. Or was it by design so that the cable management would be better? I don't know. But that stuff, that sort of decision making makes me wonder. And I am 100% certain that when you get into product scaling, when you make a product and you save 7 cents and you do like 4,000 of them, then you saved a few bucks still. So I don't know, maybe it's not 7 cents, maybe it's like $80. I don't know.
Maybe the elevator ones were the default length and they made the other ones shorter.
Maybe the elevator lengths had to be lengthened.
Right.
And it was cheaper or cleaner to not have an extension cord that would detach in the middle of the body.
Right.
So there's always a reason for whatever stupidity that we deal with on this channel. We just don't always know it.
Right.
So now that that's installed, my next big ticket item is, you remember the servo I was trying to steal out of the J3 Cub? Well,
Right.
I'm probably gonna steal that. That being a Spectrum servo, which is, I think, a 6380.
Or
Which
6830.
is 6830.
Something,
I don't
yeah.
know, but when I get it, we'll come back and we'll keep filming, okay? My poor J3 Cub had to give up a servo. This is a A6380. It is bigger. It may not work, but we're gonna just see if we can get it done. This is probably a superior servo in many different ways, not the least of which is it's a lot more expensive, I would assume. But I guess I don't know. You can't even find these things, so. My issue with this is that it is going to be a wider servo, and you'll notice that the pocket is only so big on this. So what that means for me is that I will probably have to get creative with this. Now, we have an extension cord here that's gonna make it easier to pass the wire through, but you'll notice this also has an extension cord built into it. We used another extension cord to go through the J3 wing so that we can resort the wiring when we put this one back in or replace it with another A6380, okay? So that's just gonna drape through the middle of the wooden wing. Oh, and then I also need to take some remarks and notes here. This is something that whenever we're doing work like this stuff kind of goes without saying. As you have ever built a model, you want to keep track of where stuff goes, where it came from, all that good stuff. So I like to, it's pretty obvious where things are going to go, but you know, this just makes it a little bit easier on you when you go to put things back together, because you can kind of tell where stuff came out of. Okay, so you can see right there, it'll make it easy to tell that this is the wire, and this was an A6380 that was removed, okay? And so that's the output, right? And then it went down and out, which should be pretty obvious, but you never know. So pulling this hardware out, this hardware may have to be used on the new plane. It's kind of hard to tell because I don't know how it's going to fit in this pocket. I'm pretty sure it's going to work as in it's going to be strong enough, but worst case scenario, I'll make the thing stick out. It'll physically be outside of this body. I don't care. That's good enough for me. As a means to an end for testing, right? Okay. And so like these rubber grommet style things, I can probably pull them out, but it's just, I don't even really understand the purpose of these. I think they're supposed to be dampening, shock dampening.
For vibration.
No, it's so that you don't, when you overdrive, it doesn't rip stuff. But I am not 100% sure if they're gonna come off of there easily. Usually they just pull straight out. Yeah, they usually pull straight out, but these ones are just really difficult to get out. Okay, so you see how that works? Mm-hmm. And then those will go back. But the other thing is, I could just leave them in. I'm just gonna leave them in this time, I guess. Normally I wouldn't leave them in, but, oh, that's because there's a collar still in there. These collars go in, and I just didn't peel it from the right side. Okay, see? So it looks like half of a rivet, okay? So if you ever have to take those out, I totally forgot about that. It's been so long since I've taken one of these apart. And to be honest, I don't really understand why it's this way. It seems like it should be the other way. Like that thing should be down if the head of the screw is coming down to purchase.
That would make sense to me.
But they did it that way, so whatever. I guess I'll keep it the way that it had been. So one thing that I've noticed about the Spectrum equipment is that they never put specs, and Hobby King is doing the same thing right now, which is very frustrating. Now, this is gonna be where it gets really difficult. Okay, so now I gotta do this. I'm gonna make a mark, and I'm just gonna show. This is not going to be as long as this arm, but it might come out to about the same distance. Oh, it's so dangerously close.
So close.
Because this spline is probably not going to work with that. But if it does, then it does, okay? So this uses a 2.5 millimeter drive. Good Lord. How many tools can one demand from one project? Evidently a lot. Okay, so I'm breaking that free. Of course, it's super high quality, really good fitment. Okay, so we're gonna pull this out. And as you can see, that goes there. And then this is going to, I'm gonna try to get it into the home position and then pull this off. And that spline is big. It might be the same. Man, that would make my day. That spline feels super similar. Almost like it's just right on the cusp of fitting. And I've had this happen a number of times between Turnigy and Spectrum equipment. So here's the other trick you can do. Where's the broken servo?
It's over there.
Well, the bad servo, it's not even broken, it's just programmed wrong or whatever. So these splines are gonna be different. Okay, look at the difference in size, folks. This is a standard size, more standard than this, okay? Can you get the angle so they can actually see the difference there? Like this, there, okay. So you guys see what I'm talking about? This one has a 7.5 millimeter spread, and these are like 10 everywhere. So like usually 20 millimeters wide, 15 millimeters wide, okay? So it's just a different size in general. But you see the difference in the body is only marginally different, so we might get really lucky on this, okay? So this one from the Spectrum, if it fits on here, then that'll tell me that we're doing it potentially right. And it does feel like it's got kind of a rough fit, but it's kind of like one of those things where I feel like if you just forced it on there, it'd be fine. Now, then I don't compromise my part from the J3 Cub, so I can just leave that there.
Right.
And that just stays there and hangs out. And I think there's two ways to do this. One, we can either warm this up and force it in, or we can just force it in. And I think really, probably the right thing to do here would be to get the right servo, which is not gonna happen. And these things are ball bearings, so they're very strong, but I just don't feel like a home position, like where it wants to go in.
And you also don't want to screw up the plastic on the inside of it.
I don't want to screw up the plastic, but you know what? I'd rather screw up the plastic and get it in there. But the thing is, am I going to be able to put it on the next one? The answer is probably still, because there's going to be a screw holding it in for retention as well.
Okay.
But it's like, it's going to go. It's just not, it's not right, but not right is, it's not wrong enough to not work. If that makes sense. Anybody who works on stuff for a living, please say amen in the comments. It's right enough to get the job done. Oh, yes.
And that screw fits in there from?
The screw is from the Spectrum.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Okay.
So it's just the
and
arm.
look, we still have clearance, thank God.
Okay.
See, there's still a gap.
Yep.
And so now what we get to do, and by the way, you guys understand what I'm doing here? I'm taking the the dissimilar servo and I'm putting it on the redundant surface so that the impact to the overall flight performance is going to be minimal, because it's half of whatever the impact is going to be if I put it on the elevator. Now, the impacts are definitely not the same. They're different because it's a different control surface. So It's not like apples to apples, but in comparison of differential between performance and performance, you only get a half of the differential on an aileron. And that's why I chose to do it this way, which was more work. But I figured it was the most truthful, the most honest, because when we review this, I'm hoping that it'll be not a big, like appreciable difference anyway. And then when you guys get these and you're like, hey, my servo failed, what can I do? Well, evidently you're gonna have to buy something. So we're gonna link to the Spectrum servos 100% on this product. We're gonna link to all the Spectrum stuff that we always do. But we're gonna specifically link to this one if we get this to work, because then when people, if they have problems, they can just say, screw it, I'll just get what I would normally get.
Right.
And by the way, I can tell you that we have used these servos in quite a few planes, and they're all our most expensive planes. So they're really good servos. But I'm like super impressed with this servo. I'm just pissed it didn't work. It's just such a pain in the butt for
Yeah,
us.
because when we took it apart, like.
So now there's also kind of a nasty term here. And by the way, ours was zip tied onto the light wire, which is really obnoxious. I don't exactly know why they did. So it didn't fall out in shipping, I think. But I did have problems in this turn here last time. So what I did was I lifted up the wing and I just looked in the hole, and then I could see what was going on. Our stupid cat's trying to climb that screen.
Yeah,
Do you see?
yeah.
You might have to deal with that. So you're not going to be able to see in here.
Well, I know. I'm just kind of showing your overall how you're trying to do that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just an awkward angle
have to-
because I don't want to rip off the extension cord
Right.
and then have to fight it. Oh, and there is that zip tie. I wonder if part of that is what I'm fighting. I don't think it is.
Another zip tie?
No, it's a zip tie from the Spectrum one.
Oh,
because it came off of the
'cause-
J3 Cub.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's forcing it into an angular position that it wasn't in before on the other plane.
Because there was that extension on the J3 Cub one.
So it's just kind of got it at a bad angle. So
Would it be worth taking that extension off?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, see this zip tie?
Yep.
This body, or this biter lock mechanism, I'm going to swivel it around,
Okay.
and that should still give us the same purchase protection. So it's going to still protect it from coming undone, but I'm going to just walk it through like that. That should get me through
Okay.
a little better. Okay. Oh yeah, that's good now. It's going fine now. Okay, so now obviously we want to mimic the feel and look of the plane just as much as possible. See, there it goes.
Okay, good.
Good. So now I just got to be able to get this through, which yes, this is going to be a little bit tight because I got to get that wire through without damaging it. And then I have to figure out the big hurdle. The next big, which by the way, look, the extension cord's on still.
Okay.
Okay. So we can put that stuff with the J3 Cub here shortly. So obviously we get out, we may not even need the extension cord depending on how, we'll need the extension cord, so we gotta get the receiver still. But it looks like my next big move is, now that we're through, would be to trim or change the situation so that this can fit in there, okay? So it looks like I'm gonna have to trim a little bit of material out of both sides of the wood. Then the foam is gonna make up the difference, and we're probably gonna sit a little bit further out of the wing, but it should still geometrically be similar enough to not make a difference. If it is, I'll have to take this out and move this to the other side because we're sticking out further, and then we don't change the throw of the wing, okay? Makes sense? So this mechanism might need to be flipped to the bottom of the servo, but we'll test and see how that goes because this is pretty low profile for being a long control arm. Does that all make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. You're not seeing any holes in my problem solving, are you?
Well, I mean, I'm just not sure what's going to hold the servo in if you have to cut out a bunch of material.
No, I'm going to cut out the inboard portion. The inboard portion is all that has to come out.
Okay.
Okay. So now that we know that that's going to fit-ish, I can start doing that with an X-Acto knife. So we might pause and reset for a second. All right, so I've got an X-Acto knife, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just work. First, I want to keep as much of this material here as I can, but I have to give something up, okay? So I'm going to try to do this. This is all laser cut wood, and it's 3 thick of plies. So I don't know how much we're going to have to take, but remember, we need a little bit of material to actually hold the servo in, but only really all we're doing is holding the threads because this body is going to trap the servo. And that is the new servo, okay? So maybe at the end of the day, when this is all said and done, we end up having to replace this wing and take one for the team. That's fine, guys, if we have to do that, okay? So we're just gonna work this out a little teeny bit at a time, just being careful. Camera crew is gonna kind of keep an eye on the winglet surface or that, what did we call that thing, hun?
I called it a wing fence earlier, but that's not right.
The wing fence?
Yeah.
I don't know that that's incorrect. Why did you say that was wrong? I'm gonna take this extension off because we don't need this in the way. Why do you think that's wrong?
I thought there
Push
was
that.
another name for it in the manual. I don't remember.
I don't know that you're wrong. A wing fence?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this big honking Phillips screwdriver here, and I'm gonna undo these because it's probably a good time to think about protecting these because I am going to be pressing on this a little bit while I cut this.
Yeah.
Okay. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the entire process. Sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's not. And to be honest, the last build we did, this was actually a pretty involved build. Okay, so we just got that taken off. You've already seen just a few minutes ago in the video for you, but for us, it's been a few days time passed since we did this, okay? And lots happened since then. And so we're just getting back to it. And I'm gonna take about half of this amount, and I've got foam behind it, so I'm not super duper worried about going through the foam, but I do wanna be kind of careful and conscious of what's behind that because there is another red wire that goes through down to this, but my guess is it goes up here more than it would chase back where I'm cutting, okay? So I just gotta be mindful of the cables that are underneath potentially in the foam. And now I can give a pretty nice sturdy press onto the surface underneath the wing, okay? Remember, we're not talking about a huge difference in width here, but we are talking about a difference. It's not inconsequential, but it's also not gigantic. Okay, it's enough to matter. In fact, grab me those calipers since they're right there, camera crew. Okay, why don't you open the package for me? Okay, so let's look at the calipers here. We'll open up the calipers to wake them up. Oops, zero it, sorry, hit the wrong button. Okay, so I'm just measure the inboard measurement here. It's about 15.8. That's a scary measurement. Because I'm 18.8 wide.
Okay.
So that means we need a little extra width too. And 3 millimeters is a pretty significant amount to actually take out because 3 millimeters is gonna be like that much, okay? So if we split the difference, that's a pretty good amount of cutting to get that to fit in breadth-wise. But in terms of the overall dimension here, I think we're better off because that's 38.49. And let's just measure the widest part where the wires are free to go through. Okay. 39, okay? So we should be able to get the length figured out, no problem, by just taking a little bit of this. If that makes sense, hon? Mm-hmm. Did I articulate that clearly?
I think so.
So I'm basically just taking this a little bit at a time and trying to keep a tiny bit of material there. But then the biggest thing I got to figure out is how I'm gonna widen this up enough to satiate my need to cram it in hard. Hon, do you have any tips for me on how I can cram it in?
I don't. That's kind of all on you.
Well, this part here, I think this is going to give me my dimension when I get this chunk cut out. So I'm going to come back and back cut first. So now the other thing too is I don't think the foam is ever going to show any different because it's white unpainted foam where we're adjusting here. And there it goes. Normally I wouldn't want to drop that into the wing, but it's probably not going to be that big a deal. And I'm just, as I'm doing this, I'm being careful not to press so hard that I damage anything. Namely, I'm pushing onto this screws here. These screws are pressing back a little bit as I press, and that's why you see it walk like that. Okay. All right, so let's see if we have enough clearance. That is pretty darn close. So I'll be able to angle it in. The other thing I could do is I could take this assembly off if I wanted to have an easier time. Now, I don't want to undo this because that's like crammed on there and we know it.
Okay, yeah.
The other thing too is we could center this, except I already know it was centered because I took it off of the plane that has been flown recently. The J3 Cub is an awesome plane. I love it. It's one of my favorites, so it kind of kills me to borrow this part, but whatever. It is what it is.
Because you'll have to angle it down and back to get that little, where the wire sticks out in, to get it in.
Yeah, to get it in. But it's not, I'm more worried about being able to get it in breadth-wise now.
Right.
Okay? So when I say breadth-wise, do you know what I mean?
Width-wise.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna take one more little stab at this. And then I got to figure out how I'm going to do this. If I'm going to find, I might need to get a different type of material or a different type of cutting mechanism to take this out, because this is going to be really tedious with an X-Acto knife.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck we would use though.
I don't either.
I mean, we could use a file, but you see what I'm talking about? Like, I'm not worried at all about taking out the material on the foam. The foam's going to be easy. I'm just worried about how deep does that actually go.
Yeah.
My guess is it's probably not a huge amount in there.
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking.
And so if there's not a huge amount in there, the other thing I could do is these hole patterns are different. So I could just favor one side versus the other. And frankly, the easiest way to do that would be to keep this alignment as close to center as possible. If I can line up my holes, if the holes line up, you see what I'm saying here?
Yeah, and take your width from...
Because these two holes are pretty dang close still. And that's nice. That's unexpected. So it looks like 9.3 roughly to the center, but the other one is 7.5. So 7.5 is going to be really on the edge of that.
Yeah.
So worst case scenario, I'll only be able to get 2 in there. And that would be terrible. But then if I can only get 2 in, then I could also walk it one direction versus the other, take the full 3 millimeters off of one side. And it feels like this underlaps on both sides. So there's material there. Okay, so we're gonna figure out a way to cut this material out and come back and update you. Yeah. Okay, so camera crew, go over my right side, please. I need to gain the differential in thickness between this and that, and this is about 2.4 right now, 2.5. So if I go to 3, you can see it's about the thickness of one of these balls of foam, okay? So that would be more than I need if I did that. So if I do about 1.5, that's taking about half of the ball width on either side. So I was thinking I could just cut the foam right here, and it only needs to be cut right here. So I'll just take a little bit of this out. So cut right here, and then we'll cut about half a ball all the way back. That guarantees we have material there, which we definitely do. And then I can cut it like this, and we'll just peel that out, okay? So now we can see we have plenty of material there. And then I'm gonna do the same exact thing right here. I'm just gonna take a little sacrificial bite and then a little sacrificial bite. You'll notice I'm only cutting where the actual opening of the wood is. I may need to cut more later, but that's fine because we'll have this done first. And that is going to get us an idea of whether or not there's gonna be something there to cut. And because we were thinking about this when we stopped the camera there just a second ago, and I was like, crap, I guess I don't even know for sure how much of that. Oh, there's tons in there. It goes way back. It goes way back here.
Okay.
So we should be fine. It's not going to compromise the structural integrity. I mean, it's going to compromise it by how much we take out, but it's not going to be a big deal. Because now that we have that cut, we're definitely going to have clearances all the way around, okay? So now I just got to get back to, maybe I can get a file or a Dremel tool. That's what we'll probably get, a rotary tool, and we'll come back. All right, so we're going to cut some stuff. You ready? I gotta go this way with it, I think. Just keep this wire free. It's gonna be a little awkward with the wire in there still, but I'm kind of lazy, so.
I don't know if feed it back through.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to redo it. So we're just using abrasion to cut this. Okay. So you can see we're gaining quite a bit of width. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'll just turn the wing the other way so that the camera crew can equally see terrible. Now I got to be a lot more careful on this because if you're lazy, you got to be careful. So when it starts to reverberate like that, that's usually your sign that you've done something a little bit too fast.
Oh.
Okay, so now that's some high quality wood at least. Grab another X-Acto knife. That one looks extra dull. And I just, I want to try something real quick and see if I can fit this in. If I can fit this in to the top, even though it's not done yet, it'll at least tell me if I have enough taken out for the width. Ooh, it does slide in.
Okay.
So that means all we need to do now is cut out the corners. And the corners can be cut out with an X-Acto knife. So, camera crew, you want to come behind me here so that they can see? Right there. And then we'll cut this way. And then all that's going to do is just allow this to drop out. And so I'm just going to grab a screwdriver and just pop this out. And just whatever's the easiest possible solution does not necessarily mean it's the best solution. But in this case, my goal is to get the servo to fit in the pocket and not necessarily to redesign the totality of RC equipment. So, now that we have that corner cut out, you can see there's a vertical support that must go down the length of the wing here. If you kind of look, and that's, nope, it's just a little chunk of it's the chunk of junk that came off. So I can take only the big chunks out and everything else we'll just leave in there. Okay, so super simple, relatively easy process if you have the right tools, which I do. I'm just rarely not lazy enough to go get them because I have a lot of tools in a lot of different places. And unless I'm really pressed, I don't want to have to go chase them. Okay. And then I can just take this flat-bladed screwdriver, knock out a little bit, and then we'll just take out, there we go. That's what I was trying to get knocked out. Okay, so now that we have that mostly knocked out, we can flip this whole assembly over again and see if it fits in the pocket, which I'm kind of thinking we're going to be close now. Let's get this wire in there first. And we are not quite clear on this top corner, but we are readily able to get it in there now. So we're doing it right. It's just that was the most vulnerable spot for that spinning disc to be. And so I have to do it again from a kind of a less comfortable angle. Yeah, and that's probably not going to work this time because I can't quite get the angle I want. I got to be careful not to strike through to the cable. And you can see that cable move, but it's because my hand is moving it, okay? So it's actually, we'll pull that slack just a little bit. Just get that out of the way like that. So here on Brian Phillips RC, we try to show the whole process so that when you see something that's really tediously, frustratingly, painfully difficult, or just really obnoxiously annoying, you can weigh that into your decision making as to whether or not you want to take the plunge on a particular item, whether it's a helicopter or an airplane or something else that we've reviewed in the past. Because at the end of the day, you know, our objective is to serve the RC audience with entertaining videos that help you actually find success. And sometimes finding success means learning to deal with failure. And I'm not talking about our failure in this case. I didn't crash this thing. This was actually sent to us and had a problem. So a little surgery usually takes care of that, but in this case, we'll see. I don't even know if this is going to work the way I want it to, but I'm going to still try it. Okay. I could have used a chisel, but I didn't want to drag the chisel set out and have the chisel go through the foam, okay? So in case you guys are wondering, sometimes, and you guys are probably a lot like me in this regard, you know, there's the easy way, and then there's what is the perception is the right way. And really, at the end of the day, it's a foamy. It's an airplane. Watch yourself. Did it all fall out that you can tell?
Some of it did.
Okay. And I can vacuum that out if I was really concerned, but all I'm really concerned about is getting a proper fit so that this servo can drop in. And I think we might be there. Let's try to pass that through. Just kind of can move the aileron a little bit to help get it in there. Feels pretty darn close, hon. Oh, but you see the problem I'm having now? The edges are kind of rounded on this servo, and I'm having a real heck of a time getting it to fall down in there. Because we just don't quite have enough real estate here. And so I gotta figure out, I think that's just foam right here, guys. You see this foam? This foam is gonna be gone. It's gonna be pressed out of the way when we press this thing in. And so I'm just kind of cutting that away to make sure I don't see like a big piece of fiberglass or carbon fiber in there. Yeah, it's not, it's just foam, okay? So now that we've got that taken care of, we can take just a tiny bit more here. And I think on that, I want to actually do a little bit different strategy. I'm going to just take a random drill bit. Just whatever the first one is that I grabbed, except that one's not very sharp. It should be. We'll throw it in a drill. And I'm just going to walk the edge here. Just open that up just a wee bit. Open this up just a wee bit. And that's just going to get us closer to the, whoops. Yep, I missed the cable, of course. And that's just going to open that up just a hair. In kind of the same scenario, it's like it's not so much that it's right versus wrong here. This is just whatever's the easiest to do in this multimodal style of construction, which should be foam and wood and carbon fiber and fiberglass and all these different weird medias that all get mixed together. And you can see we're still not quite there, but we're really dang close. So I'm just trying to decide if I want to take out those holes, because if I take out the holes, then it's going to be a lot harder to drop back into factory replacement, you know?
Yeah.
And so then like this side here, you can see we're close to not being totally cleaned up at the bottom of the hole. So you guys see I'm holding this wire with my left hand as I hold the wing, just so I can clean this up a little bit. That drill bit worked really nice actually. Nice, takes off those little bottom edges there. Kind of, it knocks out the foam nicely too. It makes it really clean. It's almost like a router action. And real quick, I'll just vacuum this out. Get this stuff off so I don't damage the foam like crazy. Oh, it almost sucked the wire through. Okay, so now that we've got that cleaned out a little better, we'll just give it one more crack at success. We can definitely see here that we have plenty of room to fit that A6380 in width-wise. Now we just got to get the length worked out. And I think it's going to work. What do you think, hon? Just take this thing off?
Probably.
It's been kind of a pain in the neck, but I was hoping we didn't have to undo that, but we may end up having to run this the opposite direction anyway. So we'll get a Phillips screwdriver, and we might need a, nope, I can just hold it with my fingers. Keep a sharp eye out in case this falls, okay, hon?
Okay.
I've got the nut in my hand. That washer's what concerns me, hon. Just pulling that out. Oh, it's actually threaded in a little bit. Come on. It's threaded in, folks. That's why. Okay. So, now that we have that assembly off, we are on the center hole, hon.
Okay.
The center hole. And that thing is like stuck on there. Hey, it fell on the table. I've got it right here. Good. So, I'll just put this washer back on, and then I'll put the nylock back on the end. Come up here and just screw it all together. You guys are brand new to Brian Phillips RC. If we're bringing you a little bit of assistance, don't forget to smash the like button. These long videos usually get a lot of hate because, like, what the heck, Brian? It took you 4 hours to build that plane. Just remember, guys, it's a lot easier for us to just say, yep, it worked great. The truth is expensive for us. And that's why we insist on bringing it to you, because that's where the real value is, truth. Truth helps you make good decisions, and it also helps us to teach you guys something new. There's a lot of people in the room that might not have ever had to do this, and we want to help you guys figure it out. If you're brand new or returning to the hobby, that's what we've always done here on Brian Phillips RC. We try to make sure that everybody gets brought along and not just the most experienced pilots. Okay, so after all, the most experienced guys probably know how to do this stuff anyway. They've probably already done it a few times. Okay, so we'll just slide this in. Yeah, it's definitely going to go in. I just have to get this to pocket in somehow, and it just doesn't want to drop down in very comfortably, especially not when it was attached. Now it feels like I might be able to get it, and I think it's worth fighting it in.
Okay.
Rather than trying to cut a whole lot more material out, because I just feel like we're going to end up losing too much. And then if we go back to the factory servo, it's not going to be a good day. But you see this wire, it's way down there, so it's tucked in already. So you got to lead with the wire end. And then I just feel like might be just a little bit too short on my clearance there. I really wish I could just cut the edge so I still have enough penetrating, you know.
Yeah.
I can try that with the drill, because that drill seemed to work pretty good for that. So I'm just taking off the top portion. So that means that the top holes look like they're compromised, but the bottom holes are still intact to a certain extent, because this is 3 thick. So that's going to allow me to drop this in, hopefully at a better angle, or with a little bit more clearance. It's really hitting this side bad right here. Guys, ever cram it into a really tight hole? Leave it in the comments below. Let us know about your experience and how you got into that situation, and whether or not you actually got in there. We do a lot of cramming on Brian Phillips RC. It's obviously part of the hobby, right, hon? Mm-hmm. It's probably one of the best things I'm good at. Okay, whoa, careful. Man, for grins and giggles. I've still got 2 fully good functional holes. Worst case scenario, when I get done with this, I could put a bunch of epoxy in here and just let it dry, and then I could drill 2 new holes. I don't like that either, but it would be still potentially successful when we go back to the factory size. But you see what I'm doing here is I have to make sure that I leave enough room, because there's wood right there. That's wood. Mm-hmm. This is foam. So I can get away with this, which is unfortunate because the wire could go in there and it'd be no problem, but then this is in the wrong position. Okay, so it's got to go that way. On this particular servo, if the wire came out here, it might be a little bit simpler, but that's not going to happen. In fact, can I? Yeah, see, I can definitely make a pretty tight bend on that without compromising the cable. We should be okay there. It's just always awkward. You got to hold on to this foam thing without breaking it, you know? I feel like I'm so close, though, hon. Oh, she's in it better than she's been. Oh, I just don't like forcing it this hard.
No.
She's over here cringing, like trying to help by cringing, my camera crew. Just take a little bit off. This works really nice for taking just a hair off. Because then I can take off down below a little bit more than just at the top. I couldn't quite get the angle with the rotary tool, but I think we're going to get it. I think we got to be right there on the edge. I think we're going to get it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So now, worst case scenario, if that's what we did and we put the screws in, I would be fine with it. I would be fine with it, and it would be fine, and it would do the thing it needs to do, which is to actuate forward and backward so that it can act as an aileron. Okay, cleanup done. Let's go upstairs. Oh, hi, we're back. We're upstairs again. So now we have to figure out, like, are we going to try to just cinch this down in here? And I think that the best thing to do on this application, given the nature of our circumstances, is to take and just try to get it to go and see if we have problems before we pre-drill holes. Because we're going basically through the wing spar.
Okay.
So it's going to give us, oh yeah, it's going in. See, it's going to pull it into the foam.
Right.
And then the foam can stay there, so it's going to be less obnoxious later. Okay? Because remember, we're a little bit wider on our hole pattern. Oh yeah.
So you're just
I'm just
going into wherever it's going into.
Just cramming it in. Cramming it in. Yep. And by the way, I've got 2 already purchased.
Right.
So now my next big question is, am I going to have to... Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have to take out the foam at all. I think I'm just going to tighten it.
Okay.
Now I'm pressing pretty good just to kind of help it go so it doesn't leave a big mess for me. And I hate it when it turns those rubber things. But that's kind of the nature of the beast when you're doing one of these stupid overhauls. And so folks, for those of you that are brand new to Brian Phillips RC, we appreciate you being here with us. If you want to help support Brian Phillips RC and what we do for the RC community, which is basically reviewing a lot of these new products and bringing you the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, so you can avoid one and dones. One and dones, of course, for brand new people coming to the hobby or people that are returning to the hobby, which is who we specialize for in terms of our audience. I want to help you guys know before you spend $600-700 or $1,000 or whatever it is on these planes. They're getting so expensive anymore. You know, is it what they say it's going to be? Am I going to get it done on arrival, servo, that sort of thing? Okay, that's there. Okay, pretty sweet. So now the question becomes, if we center it, okay, so the next thing we have to do is we have to basically do a servo signal reverser, or not reverser.
Tester.
So I'm just going to grab a random battery of 4S pack. Doesn't matter what S it is, I guess, but... Okay, so we'll press this. We'll press this, go to servo test. Minus is away from me. Okay. So now I need to make sure so there's our sweep. So my only fear is that's a lot slower potentially. But if it's slower, then we'll have to make accommodations. Okay. So, and that's just the way it goes. I mean, the only way to do it differently is to have servos that work.
Right.
So if the servos work, then this problem isn't a problem, okay? I need to put this away. We're done drilling those holes, which are pretty sweet.
Okay.
Now I can take and unscrew this. Is that a smaller one there?
Yeah.
So now I just need to decide, is this about the right... Man, that's really close to what the other one is. But I feel like we're still gonna be safe. I'll sweep it now. Yeah, it didn't touch. See, I was worried about right here. When it comes up close, yeah, it doesn't touch. But we're also not going over 100%, I don't think. Okay, so the big question becomes, is it gonna be the same amount of throw as the other one? And I don't know. That's a really tough question to answer.
And we probably won't know until we get
Not until we get it back all
on
together.
there.
So now how the heck am I gonna get this nut on there? Oh, it's gonna be such a pain. But it's gonna be a pain that I can handle because everything else we've done so far has been a big pain as well.
You might have to take your screw back out, get your nut underneath.
So, yeah, but you do understand that.
I know, it's like teeny tiny.
What are you talking about?
You want pliers?
To take this out?
No, just take this out so you have clearance to get that nut underneath and then screw down into it.
Okay. Should we switch? Here, I'll film, you do it.
No, I just give the ideas and then you do them.
Okay. Let me just grab my nut.
How's that stupid washer too?
I know. Trust me, I'm thinking about it. Here's the stupid washer, people. Camera, crew, hold still. Okay, so you guys see this? I'm in the hole. Did I go to the middle one? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's the middle one.
You said center when we were downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying, did I do that?
Oh,
That's what I meant by did I do that?
that's what you meant?
Those were the words I used. Okay, so guys, listen. I'm still not 100% sold that I have that all the way down. So I'm gonna go back to the 2mm drive here and just drive this down just a wee bit more. Yeah, it's pulling down further, but not by much.
Every time you do it.
Yeah, but that's pretty much bottomed out there. Okay. So folks, this has been a real tedious pain in the neck. And here's the thing. If this don't work, I'm gonna be really annoyed. At this point, my biggest fear is that there's gonna be a dramatic difference in throw, which is something that we can fix because we have 2 different servos, because we did flap rounds, because I am like a fortune teller. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No, I did not know that we were gonna have a bad servo on this thing. And I usually don't assume such things.
Well, we don't usually have a bad servo.
We don't. The last bad servo I had was on that Hobby King product, but it was the cat's fault.
Yeah.
Because the stupid cat knocked it over.
Yep. Yeah, it wasn't dead on arrival.
She spazzed out and went over there and like ran through, chased another cat down the hallway. Because they're fighting.
No, she was just trying to hide behind the Catalina.
Oh my goodness. You should leave the dad jokes to me, please.
Yeah, because yours are so much better.
They are better.
Yeah, right.
Way better than that one. Whatever, it was all right. I'm sure there's gonna be some people in the comments that have something to say about that.
No one's still watching. It's okay.
No one said, that's true.
No one heard my dad joke.
It's just the 2 of us.
Yep.
So I have to reassemble the wing now.
Okay.
Which is gonna consist of doing this thing. Pass them down. If you guys are brand new to Brian Phillips RC, just remember, this is not unusual for us to do a tedious task, not just once, but 2 to 3 times, depending on how terrible the task is. The more terrible it is, the more often we do it.
Yep.
Isn't that about right?
Yeah, I agreed with you for once.
Man, it's hot in here. You have the air conditioning off?
Yeah. It's only like 92 outside.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, guys, what you don't know, first of all, what you don't know can hurt you.
Right.
And that's why you watch a video like Brian Phillips RC. It's not because you love tedious, painful views. Did I ever tighten those screws all the way on that elevator? See, do you know why we're doing all this? You know why we're doing all this?
I don't know. You wanted the wing back on or something.
No, what I'm saying is, do you know why? What I'm saying is, you know why we're doing all this crap, right? You know why? Just tell the people.
Why? What
Because
do you mean?
we have to get the elevator. We have an elevator servo.
Right.
Yeah, I'd almost forgotten. I just after all that hoopla,
After all that,
I was kind of thinking like, why did we upgrade this servo? What were we thinking? We didn't upgrade anything.
do you want me to? I think I helped you with the wires before.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could just grab it and stick it in the hole. You've got a better angle
I have to
on that. Oh, you have to get it to the top. You can't just halfway do it.
The top?
The top, Megan, where my fingers are.
Hold on.
Okay,
Trying to film at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, we're in the hole.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Many planes. Some planes are worth building once. Some planes are worth building 4 times. This plane better be freaking awesome.
Yeah, it better
That's
be.
all I've got to say. Because
I've only built it twice.
okay. All right, so here's the cable for the light. So I'm just gonna go black to black and red to red. This JSD connection should be pretty straightforward. And then this is where the extendo cable came out of the J3 Cub. Keeping in mind, we are leaving that there for the sake of, we're gonna put it back in the J3 Cub at some point. And then that's channel 6 with the brown wire going back, okay? Oh my goodness. Now we need to do the thumb nut. The thumb nut will go right here. And there's that stupid thrust reversey cable that's in my way. So guys, here at Brian Phillips RC, if you haven't noticed, there are many times that we run into circumstances where an airplane or a helicopter or whatever it is we're reviewing gives us problems. The normal status quo, if you haven't figured it out on YouTube, is to basically just stop filming, fix the problem, and pretend like it didn't happen. That's tempting for many people that do this type of content because then people see what they want to see. They don't want to see problems. They want to see that it was easy. They want to see that it was fun, that it was not frustrating.
Right.
Nobody wants to see that this was our situation, okay? Especially us.
Yeah.
But we show it all. Okay? Radio system is on. It's on the Avios Extra NG 1.6. Throttle cut's on. The gear switch is up, probably because I bumped it. Shouldn't matter. I do not want this one to fly across the room and hit my stove.
No.
Okay. So. Now listen, real quick point of detail. This servo over here is in a slightly different absolute position than previously before, okay?
Okay.
As you can see, look at the speed. It's exactly the same.
The throw looks pretty darn good too.
What a relief.
And it's like even still like lined up.
It's not lined up. Are you kidding me? It is not lined up. It's way off.
Oh, well,
Look at that. Are you kidding
It's
me?
not way off.
Honey, it is way off.
Not any more off than it was the first time we adjusted it.
It's not a little off, it's way off. But I am nervous about something.
What?
That goes outboard and then sucks back in. This goes outboard and sucks back in. Okay, I thought maybe we had a differential there, but we don't. The geometry looks really similar. So I think we're gonna be okay, but my only issue now is this is out slightly further than that. And so, come look at this from the side. This is out slightly further. So as this moves, watch with the people. As that moves, see the ball link? You see the struggle at the end?
Right there?
Yeah. If I had that below, I think it would alleviate that problem.
Really?
Maybe. Yeah, because look, when we go out, we're not gonna have any issue. When we pull in, it's trying to twist this control horn. You know what that means? You remember what I was trying to not do?
Do it again.
Okay. I'm gonna have to take this off, undo this and put it on the top. But while I'm doing that, I can also fix
the
the position. Yep. And then we'll have to send a nice friendly email to our friends and say, send us a 6830 for your Avios plane. So we can put it back at the J3 Cub. I do not want to redo all this crap. Oh my goodness. Okay guys, I got a couple of Phillips screwdrivers. A Phillips screwdriver for this, which we'll use in a moment. And I need a 2.5 millimeter
Why
to
do
pull
you
this
have
out.
to take the arm off?
Because how are you going to put a Phillips screwdriver on the top of that?
Oh, that's okay. I see what you're saying.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you want me to explain anymore?
No, I got it.
Okay. I figured you did. Because you're an expert in RC. Because you watch me do it so much. Okay, so this needs to be extended. So we're going to do that real quick. Camera crew, put a hand on that so it doesn't fall, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to pry this off. It's going to be very difficult. Because you remember why?
Because it was hard to get on.
It was extremely difficult to get on.
Not quite the right. It's not quite right. It's going to be really hard to get off now that you've screwed it on.
No, it won't. It's just going to have memory in the plastic.
Okay.
So I'm going to come in here with a flat bladed screwdriver and I'm just going to walk it off. Should be no problem. That's in there pretty good, isn't it? Okay, please hold that like you actually want to keep it from falling, okay? Remember, any of your anger against the plane, don't let it out by letting it fall, please.
Not the plane's fault.
Are you blaming me now? No. I'm gonna say, for once it wasn't my fault. All right, so Phillips screwdriver. All right, so now this needs to go. First of all, let's talk about this. We need this to extend out. It needs to be longer.
Yep.
So in order to make it longer, I'm gonna try to spin this out. There's one turn and there's two turns. That's probably close, but keep in mind, see, it's gonna go back on pretty easy, okay? Because look.
Yeah.
Okay, pretty good. So now when we do this from the top to the bottom, it might also
change it slightly.
You're blocking a light with your hand and you need to not move this at all. So just literally support it so it doesn't move. Because if you move it, then that's a problem, right? Okay, so listen, this is careful. Keep me honest here. I'm gonna switch this so it goes onto the other side, right? Okay, so this is gonna fall off. Now, I just need this to be on the front, okay? So whatever position I pull it out as, okay, which is here, I want that control horn on the opposite side of that, okay? So right here, so this is gonna go through the other way now. See, it's kind of got like a half thread it's catching. Now, that's the way that's gonna go, correct? Then I have a washer and I have a nut. I'm gonna put the washer on and then I'm gonna put the nut on. Guys, this is why it's so crucially important that when you release an airplane to the general public, that you have a replacement part.
Is that correct? Test it before you get it.
I'm not gonna tighten it all the way.
Okay. Because I don't know if you actually switched it.
Oh, for God's sake. Just, I agree with what your concern is, but I can't put it on yet, okay? Because that's gonna create a half turn no matter what we do, right? Is that correct now?
No.
Why
Your
is
Phillips screw is still going from the top to the bottom. You didn't, you turned
you're saying I put the hardware in the wrong spot.
Yeah, because you turned it around.
Are you even
in your
filming
hand.
what we're looking at?
Yes, I'm holding and
Why-
filming and watching you at the same time.
No, I know, but you should point the camera at what we're doing. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. You want, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but just, you don't have to have the head of the screw down there, I guess. The bolt could be up or down. It doesn't really matter. I just want to make sure we have the right position still, which we don't. Okay? But that's probably because this isn't held down tight.
Right.
Okay? So it looks like, okay, so was that a half turn that generated, or did it generate any?
No, because you turned the arm. You just rotated the arm around that time.
No, I just did this.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying, what we're saying together, communally, it keeps moving, and you gotta just take your hand out. Just take your hand out. Thank you. Here's what's gonna happen. when I push this in, I need to make sure that that's not gonna be slack because we have to redo this again.
Right.
So you guys see what we're talking about? This part has to be right, and until I get all this stuff shored up, we're not gonna know. And we're debating verbally about if we can do it.
Because
so why don't you just stay back there for now?
See, your whole thing was to take it out. We had to take it out because you can't screw a Phillips screw down from the top.
Right.
So that tells me that you didn't flip.
No, I just didn't put the hardware in backward. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't actually matter.
Oh, so you just moved the whole mechanism to the bottom
Just
side.
keep it from tipping.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
I
is the
understand what
point.
you did.
Do you understand
Yep.
why it
Yep.
doesn't matter?
Yep.
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't matter.
Right. No, I understand what you did now.
Okay. We just, that was an assessment that I made earlier, and then I realized I could just do it the other
Yes.
way. Okay. So now my issue is I need to lengthen this again. So in order to lengthen it, I need to unscrew this 1/2, potentially one more. One more is gonna be too much though.
Yeah, I bet so.
Almost certainly. Okay.
Yeah.
That's too much. Okay, so we got to go to 1/2, which means we have to redo this
And
anyway.
then, no, you just have to,
Just let me please be wrong, okay? Because I'm trying to think this through right. Okay, so now that that's on wrong, I have to flip it.
yep.
I have to flip this. Do you understand? I don't want you to correct me halfway through this because it's confusing enough. It's confusing for me. Okay. So I'm gonna undo this. Then I have a washer and a nut that I just laid down. Now I need that to go. This needs to be on the bottom, right?
Yes.
But I need it to be pointed the other direction. Like this. And camera crew was thinking, hey, you should do it that way, right? Because that's the way it came off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, we'll do it your way this time so you can see that it's the same. Okay, it doesn't, I mean, we're in agreement that it doesn't matter, but I just want you to
Right. No, I understand what you're doing now.
feel better about it. Or except, no, I'm still doing it the same way, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's just awkward, guys. It's an awkward spot to work. Sometimes these things are much more awkward because you're trying to do things a certain way. And I know for me, many times what's happening is I'm just trying to do the easiest way. And sometimes the easiest way is not the easiest way, but you think it's going to be the easiest way. And then you find out like halfway through doing it that it wasn't the easiest way. And then you're kind of kicking yourself.
Or your wife helps you and then you screwed up.
I wasn't going to blame you this time. Okay, so that's good. Now we just got to hopefully get this on there in the same exact position. And how are we looking?
Pretty close.
Okay, so you guys see how much better that went on now?
Yeah.
Now that I've scored the holes for the splines.
We're still high a little bit on
What
this
the
side.
heck?
But I don't know.
Just hold on, let me move it first.
Okay.
Yeah, that's plenty of throw. And look, you know why? Because it's on the top. It's on the top. See, it's on the top. We did that whole thing so that it would be on the bottom. So I screwed that up. So I'm gonna undo this and this has to go up on above, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, folks. Can you, I think, I'm just trying to think of the easiest way to do this that's not gonna involve having you. You're not holding this thing is the problem, and it's walking off the counter. It's wanting to walk forward, but I gotta be in the armpit of the airplane here to do this. So now I need to take apart this assembly, and then all I need to do is just literally put this on top of the
Black thing.
the ball link adapter,
Yes.
okay? There goes the stupid washer. Why do we have a stupid washer in this assembly? Goodness gracious. Anybody who's watching this and isn't frustrated with me, like, seriously. Is it just me, or is this like driving me nuts?
No, it's just
It's just
complicated.
a lot of stupid little details that have to be exactly right in order to fix a problem that shouldn't have been wrong in the first place.
Yes.
Okay. I hit the nail on the head is what you're saying?
Yeah. Or the screw in the hole.
Thank you. That took the edge off perfectly. Now I'm happy. Can't you tell?
I can go away.
You just hold your
You can
arm.
get your little-
Hold your arm in the room from the other
You
room.
can get your helmet cam back out.
Oh my goodness.
See, then you'd be really happy.
It would be, you'd have to rate this
At least
video
one of us
much.
would be happy.
Jeez. Okay. Yes, people at Joe and All would go down in their quads, they'd be yelling, "Oh, it's the head cam! It's the head cam!"
Yeah, see?
That's not what happens. That's not what happens now, right?
No.
Doesn't it make you feel special when people yell your fake name? It makes me feel special. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, we go to an event called Joe and All, which is at Triple Tree Aerodrome. We try to go in the spring. If I made enough money on YouTube, I'd quit my day job and I'd go probably in the fall too. But
Yeah, no kidding.
look at that.
It's still high. It's better.
Would you please do this? It's not better.
But
Better is not good. Better is not good. You know, I'm not the type of guy that's okay with better. I want it to be right.
I know, but given the circumstances,
No.
can it be made right?
No.
No, it
The
can't.
only way to make it right is to make it right. That's what I've said for a billion years. That's why I'm so annoying to work with.
At least you finally admit it.
Okay, I'm gonna fix this off camera so I can say select words and do it off camera. And then we'll come right back. All right, that was awesome. Okay, so now look. Beautiful. Now, you can see we're not quite perfect still. And that's good enough for me, right? Because if you look, they're both off a little teeny bit, okay? And I don't really care. Do I care? Looks like the throws are pretty even there. You know, it'd be easier to adjust
What?
the trim, but I don't want to trim because then I give up throw, okay?
Okay.
And by the way, the deflection looks identical, okay? Okay, so my biggest issue now is I have to decide if I'm okay with this disparity here of being up versus even. I do not know that I can make that perfect because I have half turn increments for my change. If I go half a turn, is it gonna be perfect? I don't know. But if you come over here and show them from this angle, you gotta point right there. You have to point right there. Look at this. There's no longer pressure on this in any part of the sweep. It's not trying to twist. It's not trying to twist this, okay? Before it was trying to twist it. That was a bit of a problem in my opinion, even though it probably isn't a huge problem, okay? So I am more happy with it now than I was initially. That is a slight difference in the size of the servos that we're dealing with, okay? Because this one has a little bit more protrusion than the old one, okay? Otherwise, everything else seems to be geometrically lined up with the exception of the alignment here on the actual aileron, okay? So just looking at the aileron, it is definitely up. This one is definitely down, okay? So because they're not exactly even, I am going to make them even now, and it's gonna be in mere seconds on the camera. All right, so because I'm a perfectionist, the camera crew and I went through this painstaking process of, from this angle please, making sure that this is perfect right here. And then come around to the other side and make sure that that's perfect from there. Okay, so this is perfect. That's what perfection looks like. Now let's see if it holds. That's how you can tell they're high-speed servos, because both sides wave like a bird's wings, okay? That's cool, that's good, I'm happy, things are taken care of. They're back to where we started when we were about ready to do the elevator servo. So how many hours have we spent on this? 10?
No, but several.
We've spent like 10 hours on this, guys. The filming part has been an hour, okay? All right, so now we need to go back to actually working on the elevator. So I think we can probably, presumably we could put this on the plane stand if it makes it more comfortable, but I don't know if it really matters. It's just, I'm concerned it's gonna fall down, so I'm gonna put it back on the plane stand.
Okay.
See, we had to flatten this part here, guys. And I'm just gonna warn you, if you get this plane, and when you go to set it down, just be super careful because that little carbon carbon fiber exhaust pipe. The landing gear inboard seems to work a little better for me in this because it holds it still.
Okay.
Okay, so the reason I wanted to set it on the plane stand is because then I can sit and get lower, okay? So now we're back to what we would have originally been doing. So obviously the servos are centered, so like the elevator's moving, okay? So when the elevator moves, this is the correct keyed spline, okay? So I can just pick a position that I like. One is not straight. Are you filming so they can see?
I'm looking at the picture in the office to make sure.
Just pay attention and look.
Okay.
There's two positions. It doesn't matter what position the office one says. I'm saying right now in time and space, that's where that's gonna go.
Okay.
Okay? And so the only thing I need to do is just confirm that I tighten all those screws. So I'm gonna take the screwdriver kit.
I think you tightened all those.
The mount screws?
Yeah. And then we were debating about positioning.
You think I did this? Okay, because I think I did too. Yep, they're tight. They're tight, so we should be good. So I think straight down is as good as we're gonna get, okay? So then I can do this, and this is probably gonna have to come off a couple of times during this process, except look at this. That's tight, so the screw, the screw's gonna have to go through this way, because you can't.
You need to put one of those on first.
Yeah. So camera crew is gonna reach around and grab my nuts and bolts, or screws, sorry guys, So this rod has to be lengthened or shortened as necessary to go between the elevator, okay? And we have to put these two systems on here, which are gonna be a washer, a nut, and then the head of the screw, okay? So obviously the head of the screw can go through. If you do it the way they did it on the ailerons, then this would actually receive the washer, okay? Which is kind of weird. I don't know that the washer is absolutely necessary by any means. And then this would pass through, okay? And then the nut would go on the backside. So one way or another, we're gonna have to get a nut on there, okay?
Okay.
Or that's gonna go on the inside if there's a disparity in placement, but it looks like we're probably gonna be on the outside. Now, that's gonna be challenging to put on, but it is narrower here. The fuse narrows as it goes back, so you might be able to get it back there easier. My issue is, how the heck do we actually do that? Because look, we gotta get...
How did we...
The rudder wasn't a problem.
Yeah, because it's the other angle.
So I'm gonna have to use forceps on this again, hon.
Okay. But you're narrower. I think you're gonna have to do this one first because it's so much more tight.
Okay, pay attention, guys. I'm gonna grab my nuts. Yep, I just dropped that. That was awesome. You realize there's also a washer there.
On it. I know, I see it. It's still on.
It's still on? So we got lucky. Okay, so the washer, it's going on here. Now, this sucks because there's no real easy way to do this. I have to do this potentially twice. So hold that up, please, and then film as best you can. So I gotta get this through. And then you can see I gotta hold this back here. How the heck are we gonna do this? I need like 4 hands to do this project. Okay, get my nutsack out of the way. There we go. Oh, now I can do it real easy. Guys, if you're not filming stuff, it makes it a lot easier. Because there's, I mean, you can just like say all sorts of bad words as you do stuff. Makes you feel better.
And your wife's not in the room.
Yeah, that also helps. Okay, so I'm tightening this down until it's more or less tight. Okay, more or less tight, like that. Okay. So that definitely went together okay. Then this is gonna reach out and you can see it. Let go now. So now that's gonna be there, okay? But like this is the original control arm. So we know we want it in the outside hole as per the specifications of the manual. No, as per that's what it was. Okay, so I'm gonna unscrew this by holding here, and I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot. And then I'm gonna just hold this in position, and you can see we're not quite level. So there's 9, there's 10. Now I'm gonna take this shaft. This is just making it thicker. I don't quite understand it, but it's there, okay? See that?
Oh.
It's just a shaft, okay? So you just gotta be careful you don't unscrew one completely, right? So we're still good. Then there's that. Nope, not there. So we got to go more. So there's 1, 2 more. So that's 10 total turns.
Nope.
What? Nope, what?
It's still high.
You're seeing
right?
that?
Or, I mean,
Okay.
that's where I was looking.
There's 11, 12. I'm just afraid we're going to run out of throw.
Yeah, no.
That's getting pretty darn close though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I got to try to go up here and do this one, which is challenging because I mean, how do you even get in there and do that? Because they've got this stupid swivel rod on there. I might have to get pliers. Pliers are going to help.
I think we had to use pliers on the ailerons.
Well, it's just an awkward spot.
Yeah.
So the problem is I need to get some of the turns out of the top, or in this case, wherever the rudder is, or excuse me, the elevator. So I'm gonna grab the black thing with my pliers, and then I'm gonna try to get this twisting. It ain't gonna go. I just don't know how I'm gonna get this to force this to turn from this angle. I don't have to take it off again. So there's one more half turn. So if I can do this and get a good enough bite, yeah, I just don't feel like I can control it good enough. And I don't want to crush that plastic. That ain't doing it. Just don't have enough bite on it, hon.
Okay.
Okay, so there we go. I mean, we're still in there. How we looking?
Oh, that's really good.
Is that good? Like
Yeah.
good?
I think so.
Okay, so now listen, everybody. This assembly is going to be a little trickier. We're probably going to have to take off here so that we can put this in from behind, and then the nut's going to have to be out, okay?
Yeah.
So in that case, I'm just going to do it this way because I think it's going to be the safest bet. I had not torqued that down anyway, so. Okay, so we'll lay that down, then we'll pull this off. Remember, you don't know where the spline position is going to be until you know where the spline position is going to be. Some of this crap, it's just like what came first, the chicken or the egg. Okay, so I'm going to slide this on, and I'm going to put the nut on. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to have to tighten it. But maybe we can just press it on and see how it looks. Make sure. That looks like it's going to be good when it's all torqued down. By the way, it does change its position a little bit when it's torqued down. Okay, so now I can drop this down, and I can turn it with a screwdriver now. Gosh, that's awkward. I need to move my body.
Okay.
None of these steps are incredibly difficult. It's just more like annoying at times to have to figure out like how do we get that clearance? Because a lot of times like my take on aircraft is like this. If there is a weird solution that's needed, then the factory better do it. Because I don't want to have to, right? If it's weird. If it's not weird, then it's not a big deal. But if it is kind of weird and it is kind of like tedious or difficult, I don't want to have to do that because I'm paying to do this, right? As a consumer.
I think your spline position is...
Nope. We just don't have it right. I think it's going to torque in there and it's going to pull that square.
Okay.
Which is why this has been so hard, because every time you tighten this, and this, it moves the position, guys. Yeah. Believe me, when you get it, you will understand exactly what I'm talking about, because every time we've thought we didn't have it, we'll make an adjustment, and then we torque it down, and it goes right to position. Except for this time, evidently. I just don't know. You see what I'm talking about?
It's just the arm moves just a little bit, because see, when you push back on it, then it's in the right spot.
So what you're saying is that the weight of the elevator actually moves it.
Yeah, there's just a tiny bit of slop still.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, so I can either undo this and try to do it, or I can undo this and try to do it. But my fear is at some point we're gonna lose our bite.
This one was easier to undo back here.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to lengthen it another half a turn, probably.
Yeah.
And only a half a turn. Okay, you watch my washer? The washer's on the head of the screw side this time.
Okay.
Now the nut's gonna fall hopefully in my hand, because I'm out of the nylon now. Okay, so I've got the nut.
Okay.
Just put it down here. See?
Yep.
And I'll pull that out. Now, listen, guys. Now that we have this down, and I can manipulate and handle it a little bit. Now, of course, I grabbed that for me there, hon.
Which ones?
I don't care. Just get one. So I'm going to hold this, guys, really tight. And I need this to, which way?
Lengthen.
Okay. So I'm going around like this. Should I just do 2?
Probably.
Because it seems like every time I think I know, it's not enough. Okay. So there's 2 turns, folks. But I need to go another.
Why?
Because I don't have it square.
Oh.
Oh, dang it. There it goes. Okay, so because you got a ball link on both sides, when you're done torquing this, there's a good chance you're going to have to recenter it. Hun,
right.
You're blocked by the wing. This will swivel. You're blocking the light with your head. This will swivel, and then this will also swivel. So you have to make sure you go back and recheck it. Okay, now that that's rechecked, I feel like when it's tight, it's gonna be right, but I mean, I don't know if we need to, for good measure, do one more or what. I think it's probably fine. What do you think?
I hope it's right.
You think you hope? I think I hope too. Okay, I clamped onto my nuts and I'm gonna turn this in. Guys, the process of putting these planes together, it's not especially, like I said, an especially difficult thing. It's just like in our application, because of the bad servo and because of having to dig in and do all this crap because of a dead servo, it just makes it more painful. When I say painful, I mean, it's just frustrating for us, that's all. You're not gonna have that frustration. Yours is gonna be perfect. It's impossible that this could happen, right?
Right.
Did I cover my bases? All right, folks, thanks for bearing with us through this tedious project. Now that we have the elevator on, that would have been literally 30 seconds of the video, or maybe a minute of putting that rod on.
You weren't going to talk at all during that time?
No, I was going to stay on topic. I was going to do it quick because that's the way I do things. Don't you know me? Oh, folks, if this is the first video you've ever seen from Brian Phillips RC,
we're sorry.
There's more to come. We have thousands of them. Check out brianphillipsrc.com, which is bprc.me, if you want to see a competitive offering because you don't want to risk having a bad servo. But I'm going to tell you this right now. Just keep in mind, all the last chunk of video on that video that's like this chunk of the video was all because of a servo.
Yeah.
We are now getting back to exactly where we left off, which is going to be going into forward programming here in mere moments. What else do we have to do?
Mark,
we have to check the directions of travel. Okay. We're gonna do that right now, okay? So, elevator up, elevator down. Y'all left, y'all right, roll left, roll right. The plane could fly right now. It's probably a bit dark for that,
bit.
Okay? But also, we're not done with setup because we're gonna do forward programming now. And forward programming requires the plane to be level as though it's gonna fly, not necessarily on the ground on its wheels, okay?
Right.
So we do eventually have to get that set up. Let's just give them a quick peek inside, show them that all the wiring is how it is, and they can also take note of the position of the receiver. That's gonna come in handy here in mere moments, because when we do forward programming, we're gonna need to verify that, okay? So drop this in. Guys, I'm really excited to see this plane fly. I'm super disappointed we didn't get to see it fly the other day, but that was largely because of timing issues. Then I had a zero turn that tried to flip over on me and I got trapped on the ground. That was super fun. Then the zero turn fell into a ditch that was full of water with a 36-inch culvert. Move that, please. Fortunately, I didn't die. I could have, but I didn't. And I finished mowing today. But sorry, I had to fix the mower too.
Yeah.
So that was fun. That happened the other day. Yeah. Yay. All right, so elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, and then yaw. I'm doing it slow so I don't tip it off the counter or something. We never centered the rudder.
Oh, jeez.
We never centered the rudder. We got to center the rudder.
We don't have time.
Huh? We have to center the rudder. The rudder has to be centered, correct?
Yeah.
Camera crew, would you keep that from falling, please?
I thought we already did this.
Did we?
I thought we did the other day.
Okay, so let go of it then. Let go. Let's just see. Is it not centered? Does it look centered? I don't think it's centered.
No, it doesn't look centered, but is the wheel throwing it off? Like,
No.
is the wheel getting stuck in a...
No, it's just not centered.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so we have to center this one too, guys. I spoke too soon. As usual, I have jinxed us.
Now can I say choice words and we can...
Sam, please, but hold this thing up while you're saying them. Okay, so I'm gonna take a Phillips screwdriver and a nut driver if it's necessary. We're gonna undo the easiest one to get to, which is this one. See, this one's down low, so it reaches past the bottom of the fuse. So it just doesn't cause the same level of grief. So this time I need to extend half a turn at least, right?
Probably a full turn.
Okay, so you're gonna stand behind that? You want a full turn or half a turn?
I don't know. We've been wrong like every time tonight when we've only done a half.
Okay, I did a full turn.
Is it perfect?
No.
Yes. Does it need another half?
No, I only did a half a turn.
You did not. You're such a liar.
I know. Son of a nut. Where did it go?
Oh,
it's
geez.
on the counter. It's so small too. Okay, pause it. Okay, we spared you the details of tightening that. Show the people. That's one full turn.
So it needed another half turn.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, I think there is a certain amount of like, you're gonna have to let it be imperfect because it's literally as good as it's gonna get. Because we can't go another half turn, right? The half turn would overshoot.
Yeah, probably.
We're eventually gonna run out of turns, it's a problem, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so now that we've done all that stuff, we have to start doing, we already did our control surface checks, which are that everything is going the right direction. But full disclosure, something happened while we were doing that. While we were off camera, this C-clip showed up that we were looking for. Our counter has customarily decided to swallow up any hardware that's dropped on it and hide. My fear is, I don't know where that came from. I thought it was on the mains. So I'm just hoping that we didn't lose one on the mains, but I don't recall seeing them on the tail wheel, but it's possible that they were on the tail wheel too.
I know you commented
Because
on
look,
them on the mains.
this moves, but then I don't understand, did it come off of here maybe? Because that's definitely the wrong shaft size if it came off of that, okay? So it didn't come off of the tail wheel.
Okay.
This C-clip definitely comes from this plane, okay? And I just found it.
Okay.
You guys see how stuff blends in? Ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you're building a house and you intend to film RC video content, don't use this particular color of granite. It's beautiful to live with, but it is really easy to lose stuff in. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way. Camera crew's gonna go to my right. We're gonna start forward programming. Start forward programming, click, scroll down to forward programming. Gyro settings. First time setup. Blah. Blah. Set the model level. This is level compared to nose up. It doesn't need to be level like flying level, but just for grins, we'll go ahead and do it so you don't get confused. And then go to continue once you got it set on its nose. Now you can do this manually, make sure your throttle cut's on. I just checked it by looking at it. Camera crew's going to go ahead and click the button for me. Okay, so that orientation, let's verify that that looks right. Yep, that looks right to me. Does it look right to you? Here, look.
Yep.
Look.
Because it would be
Look.
logo.
See?
Yep.
See?
Correct.
That's your quick check. Full disclosure, one time out of the hundreds of models that we've used, that was wrong.
Yeah.
It was right, but it was wrong for the control surfaces. That's the one and only time that ever happened. We must have had a firmware disparity. So then hit continue. Gain channel apply. Okay, right, the rotary knob, which is aux 3 by default. So we'll just do that. Why does it say aux 8? Why does it say aux 8?
That's...
Oh, I had this conversation with the 78-year-old guy. Whatever, we'll see if it works. So it's rebooting. This is why you set your throttle cut right, because it would have started that motor if you would have just assumed otherwise.
That it was gonna be right.
Did you hear that noise?
It was the tail wheel. Like it just jumped a little bit.
No. Okay. Look at it going in and out.
Yeah.
That's weird. It almost makes me think if there was a C-clip that fell out, but how would it wouldn't go on that shaft? It's too small. Okay, whatever. So we know. Okay, so exit to main screen or return to program. Huh, they added that. Amazing. So gyro settings. AS3X settings. Right now it's at 1X. We're going to leave it that way. The gains. These are the defaults. We haven't even set a flight mode, so we got to do that next. F mode setup. Okay, so we want this to be on, see how it's not changed? We need to change the channel. Okay, so crap, I can't even remember. It's been like days since we did this. Was it aux 8? So this one I want to be.
I don't remember what we set. Switch D to.
Switch D. We did the flight modes, so I'm pretty sure it was one of these. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we'll just put it on that because we don't even care yet. And we don't really care about any of that because we have to figure out what channel we set. So we'll go over to monitor. Why does it go to monitor 2 now first? Oh, we just updated the firmware. Didn't want to have to do it either. See that up there? Off and safe, okay? Those are labels we made. But it's not attached to any sort of channel. So let's go to system setup, disconnect RF. And let's go down to, oh, don't you start jumping on me. Switch D, okay? So, sorry, I want to go back down to system setup, disconnect RF, go down to channel assign. All right, so let's pick one of these. One of these we can use, okay? So it looks like rotary knob is on auxiliary 8, okay? So we have a 6-channel receiver in here, so why don't we just use this one, okay?
Okay.
So this is the output. So the input is gonna be switch D, or scroll all the way to the left and go to flight mode. See how it says flight mode? For aux 7, okay? Now we can go back into forward programming. Now I've been told you don't have to do it that way, but whatever. F mode setup, F mode channel. So it's on aux 11, let's highlight that and change it to 7. Look, now it says F mode, great. Okay, so now you can see it changes, wonderful. See how that changes? That's how you know it's working, you pick the right channel. Okay, so I want AS3X active, I want it inhibited, and I want it active. Now next. What the heck is this supposed to be? Next, previous. Okay, I guess we'll go back. We're not doing a nose wheel change because nose wheel would be if you had like that steerable nose wheel on the Airbus. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to stabilize that as a separate channel, you can do that with a higher gain sensitivity or setting as opposed to just the rudder, okay? That's just an example. We've done it, it's awesome, it really helps, but this is mechanically interlocked to, it's mechanically attached to the rudder, so you're not gonna be able to separate them, okay? I don't want this to roll off the counter, so let's keep going. I gotta sit down though. All right, so nose wheel, we're not doing that. System setup, we're done with all this crap. So gyro setup, first time safe setup. FM channel, it's already been set. It just kind of pre-populates it. Then we'll continue. We want it to be set up in flight mode 3. This is where you have to level the plane like it's gonna fly, okay? So in this case, you can either hold it if you've got a really good hold, or you can set up stuff to support it. I don't know if pillows are good enough for this. It's a pretty big plane.
Okay.
I'll probably just try this and see if I can get it with the plane stand. Now it doesn't need to be pointed a certain direction, but in our case, it just happens to be a pretty big plane, so keep in mind. The landing gear are splayed out to a certain extent on this plane. I've noticed that that's true. Might be easier to just put the whole thing on the stand, I'm not sure. See, because I can do this to get it level. But you gotta remember, level is not necessarily concerned about the landing gear. If the landing gear splay out, you're gonna drop the nose down. But it doesn't matter because I'm worried about when it's flying.
Right.
Okay? Or when you're taxiing. If you're taxiing and you need safe, you did something wrong. If you don't know the joke, just watch our channel longer. Okay? All right, so that's pretty close to level, but it's also got a little bit, I think it's close enough, okay? Yeah. So I'm gonna level, model, and capture attitude. Okay, I'm gonna do that again. I always do it twice, just in case it was bouncing. You can adjust those if you need to. So there's just a small disparity. Let's look at it from the side. See, it's giving a pitch of 2, pitch adjustment of 2. That looks pretty dang good. But you know what? It might actually have a little bit of a cant because the landing gear.
Because of landing gear?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to bring this one in just a hair. I knew that was gonna happen. Okay, so I brought that in a hair. I literally just bent it, okay? Now I gotta reset this. No big deal. How's it look? Tell me when you think it's pretty close.
It looks good.
Okay, from the other angle, go back in the living room. Show the people. Looks pretty good?
That was pretty good.
Okay, so I'm gonna recapture the attitude. So I'm just gonna go back to level, model, capture attitude. Booyah, we got rid of the roll because I feel like we had that thing glued in pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's go to next. And we can sit back down. We're done capturing the attitude, so I can take this weird apparatus out. And what we like to do when we set up safe is we like to sit with the plane in front of us so that we can test things as we go, okay? So these are the default limitations, but we have to turn on auto leveling. So self-level with angle demand. So this is the angle demand here. So you can say, I want you to not let me go any more than that. And I want you to not let me go any more than that. And I want you to not let me go any more than that. And you're like, Brian, you're just putting those all the way to the upper parameters. That's correct. Why? Because I think the angle demand is mostly a waste of space, but it's helpful for people that want to get flipped upside down. This is a 3D plane. I kind of wish I could just do self-level without angle demand. See, envelope is where you set these only, which I think is totally useless. I don't really care if it has to find the quickest route to level past, you know, like when it flips upside down, I don't care. I think you should be able to set this to infinity. So angle demand, self-level, I want them separate. I want to be able to set up self-level from any condition. That's what we call panic, okay? So either way, it's just a little easier to actually do it if you limit within this flight envelope, okay?
Right.
Some planes are still allowed because they roll so fast to flip over anyway. Probably this one, okay? So that's what we're gonna do. So flight mode 3, you'll notice what happens when we go to off. It's off, so it's inhibited. So it doesn't matter. And you'll notice it says inhibited as well here. So those values don't matter. That's why we're not gonna change them. But you can actually have 3 different modes. So like you could limit in the off setting, you could have AS3X off and you could still auto level the plane. Or you could just set an envelope so you can't flip it upside down, okay? But this is just, it's all flexibility built into this system, okay? I'm gonna go to next, I'm highlighted next. Now it's gonna reboot. This is where, again, you wanna make sure your throttle range is set and everything is set up. Now, as soon as this snaps to life, woo, 2 dances. So, see it? It went down. Why? Because it's trying to level the plane.
Yep.
To there. Pretty cool, huh? See it? Mm-hmm. All right, so exit the main screen or return to forward programming. Okay, I'm gonna go back to forward programming. Let's go to other settings. Okay, gyro settings. System setup. Relearn servo settings. Like if I replaced a servo and I had to rotate it, or if I added a new control surface or changed the wing type from flaperons to like just regular, you'd have to relearn servo orientation, so or servo settings. Okay, orientation. What is that? Oh, you can re-level there. So they hide it in a different menu. Because that's in first time setup as well. Gain channel select is already set. That is actually for another thing. You can add additional gain channels. Yep. That's part of AS3X Plus, by the way. Safe panic mode setup. Hand launch assist. We're not hand launching this model. And then utilities. Gyro response test. Okay, so now you can do this in the gyro response test, but I'm going to also show you how to do it without gyro response test here in a minute. This is just super easy to see. You want them to resist whatever you're doing to it without using the sticks. If I lift this, that's going to go up. It goes way up. When I lower it down, it's going to go down. When I yaw the plane, it's going to yaw like crazy. Yaw, yaw. You can definitely see the direction it's moving.
Yes.
Okay, this is easy to film. It's easy to see. By the way, throttle cut is on, but even in forward programming, you can't go in without having the throttle at 0 with throttle cut on, I believe. Up, down, up, down. Why do we care about watching both?
Because we have 2 separate channels.
2 channels, not 2 servos, guys. Okay, now watch this. Flaps, now landing flaps. Why do we put landing flaps on and takeoff flaps on? Because I need to make sure that it's gonna work with the flaps. Up, yep, now down. Now up, yep, now down. It is definitely working. I'm gonna pick it up by the prop. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, so now I'm gonna put the flaps to takeoff flaps and we're gonna do the exact same test. You'll notice I'm testing all the surfaces because if you have some weird, stupid mix in there that you didn't realize you had, you'll see it, okay? Everything worked. And if you don't know what worked means, I'm gonna say this one more time, but I'm gonna show you a different way to test. Okay, so I am in safe right now. I'm gonna go to neutral. I'm gonna go back to AS3X. I'm gonna hit back, snaps to life, hit back. Okay, hit back one more time, AS3X settings. I'm gonna change this from 1X. It's not even on. Why? Because we haven't ever given throttle, okay? Now I'm at 4X. Nothing, right? Throttle cut is currently on, throttle cut's off. Throttle stick is up, throttle stick is down, throttle cut is on. You'll notice the prop never changed its condition. But look at this, it's now working. Turn that to 4X, turn your gain all the way up. Gain halfway, gain at 0. Gain at 50%, that's where I want to fly at. Gain all the way up, same amount of movement. See, I'm moving my arm the same amount. That's how you can test your gain response. If you don't want to use that test. If you don't have AS3X Plus activated yet, you can do that. Okay, so all the way up, down. Left to right. Now I'm going to watch the ailerons. They're sort of self-correcting as it bounces. Pilot-induced oscillation there. Okay, watch this. I'm going to go up with the wing. It's going to go up, now down. Now I'm going to look at this side. Up, now down. Full disclosure, I dented the wing when I did that. So just be careful when you put your fingers, you're going to dent these wings because there must be hollow core. Okay, I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it is something you want to be aware of. By the way, that T28, one of my favorites, Carbon Z T28, I also dent the wings on that. Carbon Z Cub, also dent the wings on that because it's big. When you get really big, they usually do a hollow wing and they get soft in certain spots. Okay, so now we're not gonna fly with this much. That would be nuts, but you could, because like even like self-induced. Yeah. So I wanna make sure that my off switch works because I have AS3X, then I have safe, but I also have off, on. That is hilarious.
Servos are nutty.
Okay, so now turn the gains back down to 50%, which is about here. Okay, so this is all the way up, this is all the way down. It's not vertical. So you got like an 80% of this sweep here. Okay, so I go to the center. Then I want to change this from 4X down to probably 1X, okay? Because that's going to be a crap load of gain.
Yeah.
But on 3D planes, sometimes you want a ton of gain, okay? So just be aware. If you have a lot of gain, you can definitely see it working still. You may want more. If you want more, that's fine. If you're doing a lot of heavy 3D, you're not going to be moving very fast, and thus you won't get as much pilot, well, it's actually not pilot-induced, it'd be self-induced oscillation.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, so if you're concerned, turn that up to 2 or 4 and just turn your knob down. Remember, this knob represents the full output at that. So right now I'm running at 50% gain,
Yep.
okay? And that gain as prescribed by these values, okay? So those values are representative to 100% of that knob. When that's all the way up, you would get 40, 50, and 60, right? So now if you add that times 4x, then you would have considerably more, right? So your 100% is 4x. Your 0% is 0. 0 times 0, 0 times anything, it's always 0, right? So off would be all the way down. This also makes it 0, okay? And then also in safe, we have gains as well. So gains all the way up. The AS3X is working in the background as well as auto leveling, okay? So you'll notice that it's still doing the thing it was doing before, but instead of being M4X, now we're at just 1X. But with the knob all the way up. So predominantly in safe, now that we know that it's working, I put it back to 50%, throttle cut is on, I can flip this plane around and see what the conditions look like. I predominantly worry about ailerons and elevator because that's the only two things that are impacted by safe for auto leveling. Look at the rudder, the elevator. It's trying to level the plane, it's very easy to see. Trying to level the plane, very easy to see. Now look at the ailerons. As I roll, it's gonna try to level the plane. But the easiest way to see it is flip it on its back. Quickest route to level, okay? That's how I test for safe, but there's one other trick you can do that usually works. Sometimes there's not a big enough disparity because you have the angles, you're gonna be over here. Sticks down and out, that's in safe. That's out of safe. In safe, out of safe. AS3X and off, it's gonna be the same positionally. But because in safe, you have limits on your bank angles, when your sticks are at lock, then you'll eventually get to a point where it stops giving output on the elevator, for instance. But you get to go darn near vertical. So watch that thing, it's gonna stop at some point.
I don't think it will because of your 90%.
There you go. I'm hitting that fixture up there. See that?
Yep.
That's not auto leveling, that just only allows so much, right? It's pretty cool though. Okay, so now I'm out of the sticks. So, does that all make sense, people? I think it does. I hope it does. And if it doesn't, you need to watch more of our videos because we're going to get you up to speed on Brian Phillips RC. We don't take for granted that you know what a LiPo is. A LiPo is a lithium polymer battery. It uses lithium as the adjuvant for the chemical reaction. And they wrap them into these packs and they put them in series, each of them representing about 4.2 volts. And then they put them in series. In this case, it's 6S, okay? Don't start with this plane if you're brand new to the hobby because it's more than you can handle and you'll end up failing. We don't want you to fail. We're gonna give you good advice on Brian Phillips RC. Sometimes there's opinions in that, truthfully. You'll have to parse through those. But at the end of the day, this plane is way more than you can handle as a beginner. I don't care what idiot tells you, it is perfect as a beginner plane. Now, if you're buying this to practice on your $10,000 extra NG, go for it. That would make sense.
There you go.
But I would not recommend starting here. I would start on something much cheaper and much easier. Although this one's not too bad for cost, it's just big.
More than, yeah.
And it's 6S. All right, the one thing we haven't done on this model is mark CG. Why do we mark CG? Because center of gravity matters. However, I'm gonna say this right now, this is a 3D plane. 3D planes, 100 to 105 back from the center. Notice that the center is tapered, or the wing tapers at the front.
Yep.
Not as much as the back, but it does taper, okay? Oh, by the way, we can walk out of the menu. So just by hitting back, 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 back. Okay, so clear my timer, throttle cuts on, everything's working. That's gonna be crazy in the air.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so we wanna go 100 to 105. That is hyper specific for such a big model. I can measure 100 to 105, cool. So since I have 105 already pulled out, bring it right to where you're inboard and then walk it out to where you can see and you wanna mark. So I have to use a little bit of guesswork here, but that's about right. That's about where the spar is, a little bit ahead of the spar actually. So there's 105 and then I'm gonna do 100. So you guys see what I'm doing? What I'm doing is I'm lining up my eyesight so that I can see it right here and then I'm walking out the wing and I'm bringing my marks in. Then I can go back and double check my work. Oh yeah, look at that, 5 millimeters, guys. That's what 5mm looks like, okay?
That is not a very big range.
That is a very, very specific range for a very huge plane. A lot of times we have 10mm on planes that are considerably smaller than this plane.
Well, especially on a 3D plane.
3D planes, you're gonna tend to have a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and mark, and camera crew is gonna show you from the other side. Go around the other side there. So there's 105. And this one, admittedly, I'm having to do a little bit more, you know, kind of wiggle room here because I'm looking at a black surface with a black surface that tapers.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's a shark trying to attack me out here.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to 100 now. Good enough. Bring this out, and I just reevaluate 2 axes. I'm looking here, and then I'm looking here. I'm making sure I get it about where I want it. Why do I want it there? Okay, and I can tell that's about right because I look to the other side and I trust my measurement on the other side. I look to that point when I'm testing on my initial flights, and if I change battery packs, it's gonna change the weight of the, you know, the balance of the plane. If you change the balance of the plane by moving the battery forward or backward, or with putting in a different pack, you wanna make sure you got something to go to. So I'm gonna flip this plane upside down. Why upside down? Just because it doesn't have to be tested upside down, but just the way I always seem to do it. Okay, because I mark the top of the wing, I put the pad of my middle finger on it, and it's tail heavy right now, and it's tail heavy. And guess what? I actually don't have a problem with that. Look at the landing gear. The one on this side's pointed in. This one's not quite as much. I'm gonna point it in just a little bit more. See that? You know why? Because that thing is heavy. And watch what happens when I lay it down. Oh yeah, stands true. Hope that doesn't cause a problem. Pretty sure after the first couple landings it's gonna be back out.
Right.
So we'll have to do something about that eventually. Okay, so now if we're tail heavy, I'm gonna show you how I would correct that if it's a problem. I'm not saying it's a problem, I'm saying it's a reality. Reality is not necessarily going to be nice to you if you're super tail heavy, but frankly on that plane, I think we're barely tail heavy. A lot of people that wanna do crazy heavy 3D are gonna want this thing more tail heavy than the markings, okay? A more tail heavy plane is gonna tend to fly a lot more in the 3D realm, okay? So I'm gonna move that forward a little bit, okay? And then I'm going to pop this lid back on. Remember, you do have to have your lids on. You do have to have all your stuff assembled. You can't test this without the prop on because the prop is heavy. It takes up room, takes up real estate, changes the weights. I have to be careful not to hit my light. That shark tooth just bit me when I did that.
Oh.
Okay, so the pads of my fingers on the back holes, battery forward, we got it balanced. Battery back, it's slightly tail heavy. On the back holes, we're nose heavy. On the front holes, we're tail heavy. In the middle, we're balancing. Show the people? Mm-hmm. It's balancing. I'm not having to force it at all. It's just where it is. I'm telling you this, if you fly a plane and you want to get more performance out of it, the first thing you do is you get it a little bit more tail heavy and you will make the plane come alive. I don't like the way planes come alive because they get pitchy and you'll get a lot of porpoising. You have to correct that with a lot of stabilization in the pitch axis. And so for me, I don't like that, but a lot of guys that do a lot of heavy 3D like that because they don't fly super fast. All right, I'm gonna mark this. Boom to boom. And this is a 4,000 milliamp hour 6S 60C, okay? And the cable was coming out that side, and that's a Turnigy heavy duty. Turnigy heavy duty, THD.
Okay.
Okay? So if I flew this with a different pack, like a smart pack, it may position slightly different, but at the end of the day, it's gonna basically be what it is, okay? So guys, thank you for enduring with us through this build. This has been one of these builds where it's like, really? And all over one servo, seriously? Admittedly, the easier way to do what we do is to just order the part, fly another plane for a couple of days and enjoy life. We don't usually have the luxury to do that in our world, okay? So sucks to be us. But at the same time, I love being able to touch and hold and fly these planes. It is so much fun. I love it, but it's also very frustrating because the timelines can be tighter than you probably understand. And we work incredibly hard to hit insane, stupid deadlines for reasons that we usually don't have any control over. And we have just done crazy stuff to get video footage done, up to and including flying in thunderstorms, up to and including flying in winter storms.
Holidays.
Birthdays.
Usually mine.
Anniversaries.
Yep.
It's just, yeah, it's not just usually yours, but we have done all those things. And so when we have something that we can't get past for one reason or another, it really takes the wind out of our sails. So if you guys don't appreciate that or don't understand it, it's okay, because you probably can't without having been in our circumstances. Okay, so hear us when we say this. We appreciate you bearing with us. We know for you it's probably not as critical. And why didn't you just order a servo, Brian? It's not that big a deal. Yeah, I've been in that boat too, where it's just annoying and you move on. And you go put the plane in the basement and you go on and do your kid's football game or whatever. Well, for us, it would be, don't go to the kid's football game, spend the time, fix the problem, deal with it. That's the way it works for us, okay? So it's just, it's different. But does that mean that this plane is gonna be a problem for you? I kind of highly doubt this plane is gonna be a problem for virtually anybody, because it's actually a really nice plane. It went together really good with the exception of that. And there was a ton of pieces. If you remember, it was covering this whole counter, it was covering that whole table. And then, you know, we had tools and stuff out too. But I am extremely excited to see this fly. We've got day ride LEDs, we've got 3 lights, which I really like. I wish that tail light was out here on the tail. That'd be really cool. Yeah, we're not crazy about the pilot, but whatever, we'll get over it.
We did not set up, and we're going to run out of time pretty quick, but we did not set up elevator correction for flaperons because we didn't have an elevator.
So let's talk about that right now. So come around. We do have time. So watch. This is how we're going to do it. It's going to be just a guess and check. We'll see how it goes. Flap system. So take off flaps. We just need to exaggerate it to make sure it goes down. Inboard flaps, you want the elevator to go down. So I'm going to go to very little, about like, let's do 4. And then we're going to do like 6.
Okay.
Okay. And actually, you know, we're doing such a big disparity. Why don't we do 5 and 7? Okay. And I've noticed that AS3X Plus locks these planes in so good that we like don't even notice the elevator correction anymore. It's very weird. Yeah. Like I didn't think that would be a symptom. And it's a good symptom. It's really cool. Because we've had some jets where we never set it and they flew perfect.
It's been fine.
That was the Avanti 90 I'm thinking of. Might be just the Avanti too. All right, Avios, good job on the plane. Whoever screwed up the servo, make sure you like give them a talk, because that was a pain. I don't know what happened to it, by the way. I feel like there's something, like it's probably a programmable servo.
Servo.
And if we could just figure out how to program those things, I guarantee it was set up for something weird.
Like
you're supposed to go on a boat or some stupid thing like that, which we do boats too, in case you were wondering. All right, we probably answered more questions than you knew you had, because that's what happens when we do these unbox build radio subs. I'm just thrilled to have this thing in a condition where it can fly. And I think it's gonna fly extremely similar to the exact one you're gonna get. Full disclosure, we've got one servo that's different, and you guys already know that because we painstakingly shared the entire process with you. If you have questions, leave in the comments below. Obviously, at some point, you might be watching this in like a year or 2 years or whatever, and the servo's been in the market for years, and you can get them super easy.
Yeah.
We will link to the servo that we replaced it with, and we'll link to the factory option if it's on the channel. If it's on Hobby King.
If it's there, I'll link to it.
If not, what we'll do is we'll link to the plane. You can go to the plane, you get the plane, put it in your car, just get the servo.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they do have parts available for most of the planes,
yeah,
and they usually get those all available at some point. Okay. Full disclosure, we don't control that. Okay.
Nope.
Obviously, or we would have fixed this. So the extra NG 1600 from Avios. The thing is so big I can't pick it up. It just doesn't fit in here. It looks awesome. I think it's going to look even more awesome when you've got your own sitting in your own hangar. It's going to be so much fun. And we didn't even really play with a lot of the settings on AS3X. You can change the latching, delatching stuff, and that can come in handy on 3D. I honestly don't change it. I don't change it. I leave it stock. I never mess with it. But I'm also not a super heavy 3D pilot, okay? I might be heavy, but I don't do heavy 3D that often. So I think with this plane, I don't know if you guys saw it, but when we gave throttle, it was insane amounts of throttle.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited to see it. And I think it's gonna look really impressive for being big. So can't wait to fly, guys. Thanks for bearing with us. If you have questions, leave them in the comments below. If you want to support Brian Phillips RC, buy the planes from the links in the video description below. Buy the servos that we put in to fix the crappy one that was messed up from the factory. Buy the glues from brianphillipsrc.com/supplies, that sort of stuff. It actually earns us some money. We appreciate that. But it's also in payment for lots of hard-fought difficulties that you guys don't see that go behind the scenes. So it's not just what you see here on Brian Phillips RC, but what leads up to what you see on Brian Phillips RC. So thanks for taking that into consideration when you are buying an amazing product that we may have helped you decide was actually as amazing as you wanted it to be. Or on the flip side, if we helped you avoid buying an amazing product that your wife would have left you for, then you can thank us with a super thanks, one-time donation, or you can do a YouTube members or Patreon members. We appreciate you guys being monthly supporters. If you are, we have quite a few of you now, so thank you for doing that. It takes the edge off of the sting of these type of projects, but at the end of the day, we want to serve the RC community by telling the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. So if you have another gift you want to send by PayPal, you could do that too, or the P.O. Box. Just let us know in an email. But at the end of the day, the easiest way, the cheapest and freest way is to watch a video, smash the like button, and click the bell for notifications when you do subscribe, because then you'll be notified of a brand new content from Brian Phillips RC. Because a lot of times what's happening is there will be 4 or 5 of us, or maybe 10, or whatever it is, that work with a particular vendor or reputable company like Hobby King. And when they release their footage, or they have a coordinated release like this was, then you will see us come up in your feed and you can say, I'm curious what he has to say versus what that guy said. That's totally fine. And we're totally fine with you doing that. We hope you will. But when you're ready to pick and you buy, follow our links. You'll support us that way. So thanks for watching, guys. That's the easiest way to support us. We put a lot into this content, and so we hope you get a lot out of it. But if there's one thing you can learn from this content, is that this hobby is not easy. It's also not cheap. And there are times it's frustrating and difficult, and you too can do it. But don't start with the wrong plane. This plane is not a beginner plane. And if anybody tells you that, tell them they're wrong. And then buy something easier. We are about to review a beginner plane. So we're gonna be doing that hopefully tomorrow. If the wind lets us fly this beauty, we will do it. And we might be doing that one too. So guys, beginner planes are no joke. We have a lot of them on brianphillipsrc.com. And we have them all sorted for you by type. Go to type, pick beginner. Scroll through, you'll see video, 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 video. You can go to the video playlist or you can go to the buy. If you know you wanna buy it, just click the buy and then you'll be following the link. Same thing as if you were to click the description on YouTube down below and it populates and there's links. Those links are how you help support Brian Phillips RC, because when you follow those, they know that we sent you there. And then they will send money to us if you buy it. And if you don't buy it, that's fine too. And guys, we totally get it. Sometimes you follow the link and you're like, holy crap, that helicopter was $980. I thought it was gonna be like $400. Let us know what you think. We won't beat you up if you think it's too expensive, but at the end of the day, we don't control the price either. And we also don't talk a lot about the price, because sometimes prices actually do come down. It's very rare, but sometimes they do. Usually they go up. You might have noticed.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we wouldn't be doing this channel if you weren't watching. So let us know if you were watching in the comments below. And thanks guys for being here. We have so much more literally right around the corner. There's stacks. The stacks are getting big. We got to get caught up. These sort of things and zero turns that fall over and try to kill me really do take a bite out of my leg and our schedule. So thanks for watching. Come back for more.